Manx Radio, General Election 2021.
Fastamai, good evening. It is Thursday, the 23rd of September 2021, and this is Manx Radio's election result programme. I'm Beth Espey.
And I'm Andy Wint. And over the course of the next few hours, 65 will be whittled down to the all-important 24 as you decide who you want to represent you in the House of Keys over the next 5 years.
We will bring you each of the 12 declarations live and, along with a number of guests throughout the evening, offer some analysis of the results and a look ahead to your new administration.
We're live on air, smart speaker, our smartphone app, or at manxradio.com. Good evening. It's good to be with you tonight. It's the Isle of Man General Election 2021. I'm Andy Wint, and along with Beth Espey, we're sitting at the top of an enormous pyramid of internet connections, IT, engineering and support crews. So you'll hear our voices, but there are many, many more people around the Isle of Man bringing the 2021 General Election. We have people at every count. We have reporters waiting to tell us the stories, who's in, who's out, who's going to be in the government next time. Beth, what a night.
It really is. As we say, we will be speaking to all our reporters at the 12 constituencies around the island over the next couple of hours. We do, Andy, have to be a little bit cautious in these 2 hours before the polls close at 8 p.m. because there's a lot we can't say.
Cautious? We got the wrong person.
Yeah, what were we thinking, eh?
Paul Moulton is with us.
Good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Well, you've been called many things, but never cautious.
I didn't hear all your man and lines when I was the subject of discussion. I thought it wasn't good for my mental health.
Well, some people have heard more of you than they have of their spouses over the past 18 monthts or so.
It's been a ride. As well, you know, I mean, I've been stopped more in supermarkets on those, you talk about now, obviously, the press conferences about COVID. For every person that probably comes up to me and says how fantastic it's all been, there's been obviously probably the same amount of people who have gone mad about what we've been doing. Totally strange times, and I'm sure.
Well, I have to tell you, I mean, I get 5 hours of phone in a week, feedback, emails, texts, and what have you, and I can say without blowing smoke, where, that I think you've done a sensational job. And you've put politicians over the grill, you've skewered them. And you've asked those questions. Wow. And at the time, this time last year, we were all terrified. Nobody quite knew what day it was. But you had the wit and the bottle to ask some of those questions.
Well, if I'm talking candidly about this thing, I had pressure put on me not to do it. I mean, people saying, don't do those questions. And it's been quite tough. So I had to make a decision to carry on doing what I was doing. Or, stopping going. So I did actually stop probably about 5 weeks when there was nothing much going on. But then I came back, and you probably still did. I came back as Isle of Man TV and that sort of thing. So things moved on, but I have never experienced having pressure put on trying to be independent. And you guys, like everybody else, it must be more because you have money from government coming in as well. And I know there's been little chit-chats had behind the scenes about how to conduct these press conferences. I found that if you ask an interesting question, you get more coming to you through the post every second. I mean, my inbox and all the MHKs particularly were just queuing up because they couldn't ask questions in Tynwald. So it was left to us to have that moment with those 2 questions, which of course I didn't really understand what that meant, 2 questions. But again, there's so much we can talk about this. I didn't realise, we're going to kick it off on this really. But
well, I suppose it's because you have been so public over the past 18 months or so. And as Andy referred to, you've been on the end of some significant praise, but also some scathing criticism. And I guess, as we find ourselves sometimes, that if you're getting both of those, it means that you're somewhere in the middle and probably getting it about right, maybe.
It was weird at the beginning, because my times on radio, the worst that could happen is someone rings up and moans at you. But to see the outpouring of hate and keyboard warriors, it was quite bizarre. That's why they were saying, "You're the man line today." Oh, I'm not listening, and it's because I thought I don't really know what's going on. I don't, if you really want to ring me up, and I'll come up. But it obviously didn't get to that stage. But then it changed. I got to the point when I actually quite enjoyed reading the comments and some of these are people I knew or knew through people. Because then you get quite obsessed. You look on Facebook to see the links, and you realise you know these people, and they're having a real go at you. But there's nothing you can do if they are following the Chief Minister and his policies, they will follow him all the way. And it doesn't matter what you say. It really doesn't matter. And normally I was getting criticism before the questions were asked. But I then got into that mode of really enjoying it. So I suppose that's what it's like in the UK when you become famous.
But let's talk about social media, because social media, we have... I think the COVID has completely magnified social media. Social media, it's one of those things, they say war amplifies technology, and we've been in something of a war situation for 18 months. In wartime, technology flies along, and do you remember when nobody quite knew what Zoom was? And now, de rigueur, everybody does it, every Teams, stuff like that, everybody does that all
with
the time.
With the cat filters.
That's it. But... how do you handle social media? You personally, you say...
I live off it, because what I do, Isle of Man TV, and obviously Island Life, which is my sponsor now, and I work for them, they are an internet-based output. So we have to live... You live and die... I mean, I've got my 5,000 followers here, and 5,000... And without those, you'd be nowhere. But let's talk Zoom for a minute. Let's talk about those press conferences. And we're not... I think we're safe water here. We're not talking about anyone in particular. But how it was done... and how it continued to be done on Zoom was a mystifying moment to me, and I think most other people, because the quality of the connection sometimes wasn't good. We couldn't quite make out what was going on. We kept at arm's length, and when all those restrictions were removed, why were we not allowed back in the room? And I asked that. On air, I asked it. I mean, I was getting arsey about it, because it was just getting ridiculous in my view. But this has given a completely new way of handling things now. I mean, you know yourself. Why go somewhere where you can just talk to them on a computer?
And I think, as well, the fact that you were getting a bit naughty with people. Yes, you were, indeed.
It's my voice, though. Do you think... I think...
It's not just your voice, Paul, it's your attitude as well.
But I film myself on my camera, so when I did put my questions up online, you could see that I actually probably had a smile on my face. In fact, Dr. Hewitt complimented me on my smile, remember? Do you remember that bit? But seriously, I mean, I think it's just one of those things. Again, why wasn't that done? Why couldn't the public see what the two representatives at the podiums are seeing? You have to remember, we were doing Zoom just for their sake. So you've got this weird thing on the videos that they look up at these screens, and this mystery voice, whoever it may be, came out or didn't come out or gargled.
It was like the Truman Show.
Yeah. But it was just for them. I mean, I think the public, even if at number 10 they had the courtesy of putting up the presenter. I'm not saying it's just to see us, but it gives a more in depth to how it was going.
You're listening to Manx Radio's Election Night special programme. It's 12 minutes past 6 now, and as I said earlier, we will be visiting each of the 12 constituencies over the next couple of hours. And right now, we can head down to Arbury, Castletown and Maloo and join William King.
You join me live on the ground outside Castletown Town Hall. It's somewhat overcast down here in the ancient capital of Man. The poll clerks here at Castletown tell me there's been a steady flow of voters through the day. The word middling has been used, and I can safely say I've seen upwards of 5 dogs at the polling station. Arbury, Castletown and Maloo, you could say, is a constituency of 3 halves. It's home to the island's airport, where, of course, more than 30,000 doses of COVID vaccine were administered at the start of this year. Its heritage sites include Castle Rushen, Rushen Abbey and the Old House of Keys, and you'll also find 6 schools around the area. Arbury, Castletown and Maloo was a new constituency formed ahead of the 2016 election. Arbury was previously a part of Rushen, Castletown stood by itself, and Maloo was in Maloo and Santon. It's now one constituency of 2 seats. For the last 5 years, it's been represented in the Keys by Jason Morehouse and Graham Cregeen. Now, the 4 candidates standing for election are Graham Cregeen, Steve Crowther, Tim Glover and Jason Morehouse. It was the penultimate constituency to declare 5 years ago at around 10 to 1 in the morning. There were 7 candidates 5 years ago and 2 recounts. The turnout was 60%. At the moment, Beth, Andy, we have no idea when I'll be back with you with the all-important result from Arbury, Castletown and Maloo.
William, good to hear from you. Thanks for that. And our next port of call later on in the show is going to be for Aaron Michael. Judith Lay will be reporting from the north of the Isle of Man. Of course, we've had programmes out and about right round the constituencies, just getting a feel of how things are for this particular general election. You've covered general elections before, Paul. Overall, I mean, are you happy with it? Have you, because social media, I want to come to you purely because of social media, because you know this stuff inside out. I just wonder where you think social media is leading us, because it amplifies everything, doesn't it?
Well, 10 years ago I stood in Douglas East, and I used a lot of social media. I was looking for the 16-year-olds. They didn't exist.
What did you use?
So it was Facebook things, and I'm, probably ahead of time, basically. Now it's essential, in my view, to hit the targets, the demographics, the ones that are hard to reach, which are the TV viewers you can't get unless you put Love Island on. You know what I mean? Those ones are the ones that I'm concerned that aren't engaging as much, although I know Archie's done a great job with that.
Archie's going to be joining us very shortly, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I produce the programs here as well, two sets of production, and of course, it was just and then before that I was in Michael. I was always into Michael, and it was a dial-up telephone. I mean, with a wire on the end of it, and
Can't even imagine now.
I know,
can you?
but I was the first one that I remember asking them to hold it until we were ready to come over. Normally we'd miss them because they just did it because you had a room full of people.
Dear Edgar Quine.
Yeah, but it was. Things have come so far, so quickly. I mean, you know yourself already. There's cameras on us here, right? We're streaming this out.
We will be from 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the thing. I mean, I live off, as I said earlier, I live off my YouTube account. It'll never make me a millionaire on doing it as anything for monetization purposes, but I can't imagine not doing it now. I mean, I love it.
But some social media's come and gone. What's going to persist? What will stay with us?
Well, if you ask me about TikTok, I can't tell you.
Instagram?
I do Instagram, but not a lot. I mean, to be honest, I think I'm 61 now, so I think I'm probably missing the curve on a lot of that. But what I really have found interesting with YouTube is that now every television, and you've mentioned this, I know, on the thing, you got it enabled on your TV.
Well, they reckon
I watch loads of YouTube.
The last audience research in the UK, if YouTube were a channel, it will be the 11th most popular channel on television.
And you know why? Because of the algorithms. Although Netflix have it to some degree, but there's only so much programming. But with YouTube, you watch one thing, and then as soon as it ends, it offers you another one, which you go, oh, and before you know it, you're there all night on YouTube. But the way a TV can be linked to it now is just the beginning of it, isn't it? It's just the way.
Well, you can say, because you have a YouTube channel, I mean, how much money do you need to start a YouTube channel?
You need nothing to start a channel. If you want to monetize it, you now have to jump through a lot of hoops. I think something like 10,000 people have to see it, and you need so many followers.
So more than 10,000 viewers, and they start putting ads in.
They put the ads in, but you've got to be talking about 1 million views might make you, I think, £1,000 or something like that. And I especially political stuff doesn't generate anything much. I mean, it's not something.
Cats and pies.
Back to cats again, aren't we?
I'm just thinking, what was my biggest? Oh, recently the Bee Gees statue.
Yeah.
Huge interest in that, because someone somewhere, probably around the world, has linked my YouTube
and
to their Bee Gees.
Yeah.
But if I get on these, I've interviewed everyone that stood, and they've all got a couple of hundred maybe. Then we did a thing last weekend in the studio. We had Chris Robert Shaw and Sam from Jeff, and we went through every constituency. Weirdly, Middle had the most views. This may will come out later. I don't know why, but it's just interesting to see these numbers. But overall, you'll never make a lot of money if you think you're going to make money on.
So you can
stuff.
start a channel with no money. You
Totally.
just literally you need a half decent camera and some editing software.
Yeah, but you can do it on your phone. I mean, literally anything. But you need eyeballs.
All I'm just trying to establish is the barrier to entry is low.
Very, very low. But you need people to watch your stuff if you want people to see it, obviously.
And that's what you're up against, really, isn't it? The changing audience appetite, and really, if we're honest about it, a limited attention span these days.
I mean, 3 minutes. It doesn't matter how long a video is, because you get tons of breakdown from YouTube. So if a video's 5 minutes, they'll watch 2. If it's 3 minutes long, they'll watch 1. It doesn't matter what sort of ratio. It's incredible how little people actually get to the end of any video. It doesn't matter what it's about. But it happens, and it's so free. Of course, YouTube is anyone can sign up and get going on it.
And have you ever come close to being banned from YouTube? Because people do get elbowed, don't they?
Yeah, you've got a lot more forms to fill in when you put something up. So I did something about Suicide Awareness Week, and I got smack from YouTube because I should have ticked the box, which I never thought about it, to say it might be of distress to some people, but the subject matter is the distress, but the interview was not. but you've got to be very careful now, and you can get a strike. Music is more the problem. If I did an interview down at Food and Drink or something, and there's a record playing on the thing,
yes.
even listen in the background, really quietly, bingo, those machineries.
Spotify picks everything up.
Oh, and they'll then strike, well, not strike you, they will demonetize that video and give the money to the songwriter.
The unmistakable voice you're hearing is that of Paul Moulton, who's with us, one of our many guests tonight for election 2021 on Manx Radio.
It is 6:20. We can now continue our tour around the constituencies. Let's head up north and join Judith Lay in Ayr and Michael.
Pastor Mai, good evening and welcome to Selby Community Hall. It's a busy polling station now, but in a couple of hours it'll become the heartbeat of this constituency as Returning Officer Claire Folds oversees the count that will tell us which two candidates have been selected to represent the people of Ayr and Michael. This is the northernmost and geographically largest of the constituencies and includes some of the most exciting elements of the famous TT course, Ballaugh Bridge and the Selby Strait. But as the bikes lap the course, the sea laps the coast rather more vigorously than we'd like, and coastal erosion is certainly a major cause for concern. But is this more important to the voters than considering some of the wider social and economic issues that face our island? The island's prison falls in this constituency, in Derby. It's also got the island's major landfill sites. It's an area full of character, history and beauty. Am I biased? Yes, of course I am. I choose to live in the constituency of Ayr and Michael, where we have two sitting MHKs offering themselves for re-election. But alongside them are 6 new arrivals, full of ideas and enthusiasm. But what do the voters want in Ayr and Michael? Are we looking for experienced hands or new brooms? Well, later tonight we will know.
Goromaya, thank you, Judith. Live in Ayr and Michael. We'll be around everybody tonight just to see taking the temperature around all the constituencies. And then tonight the polls close at 8 o'clock, the counting starts, the sweating starts, the nervous twitches start, and then we'll wait for the first results to come in. Beth Espey is with me. I'm Andy Wint. Paul Moulton's with us as well. We've got lots of people to talk to between now and whenever we wrap up tomorrow morning. This is Manx Radio's 2021 general election live, and the time is 22 minutes past 6.
Instead of moving your rubbish from A to B, take it to C. Castaigne Scrap Metal. The only name you need when it comes to scrap on the Isle of Man. Bring your scrap metal down to us at Foxhill Road and we'll help you unload it, taking away the eyesore and instantly tidying up your home, business or workplace. Think Castaigne Scrap Metal. The only name you need when it comes to scrap. Castaigne Scrap Metal. Call 801 337.
Man Benham brings you the Isle of Man e-gaming seminar at the Villa Marina on the 12th of October. Come along and listen to the experts talking about the latest innovations and hot topics. Something for all businesses, not just the e-gaming sector. You can catch up with our sponsors, Champion Sports, Capital International Bank, Continent 8, Much Better and Man Benham, along with the speakers during the break and networking lunch. To find out more or book online, visit iomegs.online.
Dreaming about a move to a better, more fulfilling job? Then visit orchardrecruitment.com, where we can introduce you to your perfect career. At Orchard, we make the process easy. Our fully responsive website allows you to quickly apply for jobs, upload and store your CV, manage job alerts, and much more, including live chat with our expert recruiters. So why not register today at orchardrecruitment.com? After all, you've nothing to lose and a great deal to gain. Orchard Recruitment, a refreshing change.
Are you or a loved one looking for support at home? Do you require just 1 hour per week or 24-hour care? At First Care, our highly trained team of friendly carers are here for you with a tailored service that meets your needs. We provide cleaning and shopping support, hourly care, respite care, dementia care, overnight and live-in care in the comfort of your own home. Call us on 851 787 or visit firstcare.im. First Care at Home. There really is no place like home.
Manx Radio, General Election 2021.
Faster by, good to have you along. 24 minutes past 6. I'm Andy Wint with Beth Espey, and it's the election show tonight. We're not going to go off air. That's a pledge. We won't go off air until we've declared absolutely everybody and we've chatted to everybody. and we battered them all into submission to talk to us. We're not going to leave.
You can get in touch with us this evening, studio@manxradio.com. You can text 166 177. We've been asked about any idea on when the exit polls for all the regions will be available. We will have those from 8 p.m.
Paul Moulton is with us, and we're talking about technology. Sadly, we announced the sad death of Bernie Quayle today. You knew Bernie really well, and he was... when I first came to Manx Radio in 1998, he wouldn't stop talking to me about the internet and its place in radio and its place in entertainment and information technology. And the Isle of Man was way ahead then in those days.
He loved his gizmos, and I had one of the first video recorders. I put it up today, actually. I've recorded him in the studio, and he was really intrigued about it. He was telling me how to cut and edit, and do things from different angles. He was very on the ball. I saw the relatives only a couple of days ago outside Nobles, and I knew obviously where things were going. But I think he's had a great time. I don't know what he said. I think he knew he was ready to go. I think.
And much like yourself, somebody who combined a love of technology, gizmos, gadgets, getting things out of boxes, and a programming aptitude as well. And obviously, so what's your current job, Paul? What do you do?
Well, I produce videos for Island Life, and they go on their site. It hasn't fully launched yet. It's still, as they'll say, a work in progress. It's very exciting because we have meetings every week and we decide what we're going to do, and I think it's going to be, again, this is where the future probably is, more space available. But I still do chat shows as well at the weekend and get people...
When's the Isle of Man going to get television?
Oh, my. Really? Okay. How long have you got? Ellen Vannon Television was going to launch how many years ago? Do you remember that big announcement? The guy behind That's TV, I think it was, one of those in the UK, those regional licenses. And it just hasn't taken off in the UK, has it? I mean, let's face it. I was in Scotland the other week, and That's Scotland is nothing. I mean, it's just showing cookery programmes. I mean, in Scotland, for instance, that was part of STV, so it was really had a major backer.
Well, let's just explain. There's something called linear television, isn't there? And then there's
on demand.
On demand, and what you do. So, I mean, what do you think the future is for linear? Let's just say, I mean, what are the chances of a TV station offering programmes for the Isle of Man?
Okay, there should have been one here a long time ago. The problematical thing is the BBC should have done it. But they, of course, there's a Manx Radio issue, and they keep saying, "Oh, it's we don't interfere," and that sort of thing. And there was something. One of the people who was in the last house, almost said the name there, was announcing that maybe some type in the future about that. But honestly, I years ago went to Channel Islands, and I think I was at ITV at the time. So I was banging on people. In fact, and when I was at the BBC, every time I got a chance to say, what is going on in the Isle of Man?
Because what happens in the Channel Islands, they take an opt-out from, is it Points West, Southwest, whatever it is, and they have, sometimes they have 20 minutes, sometimes they do a whole show.
I'll tell you what happens. First of all, ITV were there from the 50s. For the word go, they didn't go down the radio route, they went for TV. Yeah. And it was so from the word go, ITV channel television. And there was no BBC option on that. They just put in a bit from wherever, But something like 12, maybe 13 or 14 years ago now, the BBC put an opt-out in to Jersey and Guernsey. Now, I've seen it, and it's a fantastic operation. It's run on very few people, because they do the radio, because they've got Radio Guernsey and Radio Jersey. And then the TV thing is just, if you're not presenting it, you're actually on the buttons next door. It's beautifully small, but they do 10-minute opt out of the major programme. So that costs, at the time, the engineer told me, £1 million a year just to get the signal from Jersey back up to the satellite, because it's got to be on Sky regions and that sort of thing. So you're talking a lot of money. And then you've got the link to Guernsey, and the BBC feels they've got to compete. Yeah. That's why this happened.
Purely because Channel's there.
Well, exactly. I mean, if we'd known about that that time ago, I'm sure the Isle of Man would have kicked up a bit more stink. The fact is they've got ITV, they've got BBC, they've got an evening paper in both arms, haven't they? They've got commercial radio, and BBC provides them with a radio station as well. It's a phenomenal amount of media they've got down there.
For one territory.
But the BBC should really be doing the same here. And I would have loved it.
Why isn't there a Grenada opt-out for the Isle of Man?
But Grenada is a really tricky region, because Liverpool and Manchester are massive in their own rights, and they don't have an opt. Because they can't, because it comes from the same transmitter. Whereas on Border...
Could we have had one with Border, do you think?
Border, if anywhere it's going to happen. But ITV didn't own Channel TV. at the time, right? They do now. So there's no reason why Isle of Man couldn't have retune the frequencies, have the Channel Islands as the ITV region, and instead of they cover two islands, right? Two crown dependencies, Jersey and Guernsey, which hate each other. So you could put Manx Radio in the mix there, and they can hate us. But you would then get, in a half-hour programme a night, you'd get probably 10 minutes of news.
Interesting.
And it could happen. It still could happen. But linear TV is all on the way out.
All right. We're with Paul Moulton. I'm Andy Wint, and Beth Espey is here for the 2021 general election programme.
It is 6:30, and we're going to head to Douglas Central just now and join Lewis Foster, who's reporting there for us.
Faster Mike, good evening. Here I am, roughly a half an hour's walk from Manx Radio, but I'm still in the same constituency. In fact, if you walk down from Douglas Head, as I have, you'd pass both keys of the Great Douglas Lock, if you pardon the pun, along the financial vein of Athol Street, hike your way up Prospect Hill past Tynwald, turn left at the Woody, and you'll find me standing across from the All Saints Hall, all while staying in Douglas Central. And if I were looking down from one of the clouds above me now, which are just daring me to put the hood up on my jacket, I could picture an outline of the constituency described by my colleagues before me as looking like a kicking man or a Manx Triskelion. Personally, I see the former, but do with that what you will. But as I mentioned, I'm currently standing outside All Saints Church on Alexander Drive, where the count will be taking place later tonight at the hall across the road. And the historians amongst you, or at least those who can remember as far back as the last general election, at the time of the last count, its future of this church behind me was unclear, with costly refurbishment works needed. Just 1 year on from that election, however, and the former Anglican church was bought for the sum of £200,000, and with its registered status, here it stands in all its glory. As does the hall across the road, and it needs to be, for it will be putting a roof over the heads of the four candidates, Damien Chappelli, Anne Corlett, Sarah Hackman and Chris Thomas. Both Chris Thomas and Anne Corlett, MHKs of the previous administration, of course. Meanwhile, it's the second time back standing for Douglas Central for Sarah Hackman, who stood once before in 2016, and for Damien Chappelli, this the first time he's seen his name on the ballot sheet. But one thing they all have in common, though, they will be waiting to hear the verdict of the 5,327 registered voters in this constituency. For those keeping count, that's 437 more than 2016. And as I speak, more voters trickle through those doors, and the sun actually breaking through the trees here in front of All Saints Hall in Douglas Central.
Goromaya, thank you, Lewis. Live from Douglas Central. We've got lots more constituencies to get round, just to get a flavour of how this is going for election 2021, live from Manx Radio, 27 minutes now ahead of 7 o'clock. We're with Paul Moulton, but also been joined by the stars of Politibabble with us, Archibald Elliott, Oliver Sykes. Archie, good evening.
Good evening, Andy.
Have you voted?
I have indeed, yes.
Oliver, have you voted?
Yes, I have, yeah.
Jolly good. That I won't say anything more than that as well. How do you feel having voted, Oliver?
I sort of feel as if I've done what needs to be done, and I feel as though I've made the right decision.
Tell us what Politibabble is.
Politibabble is a youth-run political podcast presented by the youth, for the youth, and we cover current affairs and lots of other political things, and we have discussions and debates between us and guests.
Do you know, I was going to ask you how old you were at the 2016 general election. Then I realised I probably didn't want to know. But as you said, Archie, first time voting for you today. And I know you did a programme for us. You both produced a programme for us for the general election coverage. And I guess you two being so involved in politics comes quite naturally. But I think it's fair to say, and we've talked about this before, that's not necessarily the case for a lot of people of your age.
Well, I'd say it's not necessarily the case for a lot of people our age, for the more formal kind of engagement with politics, from the level of voting and maybe speaking to candidates, speaking to MHKs, but it is definitely there in the grassroots kind of structure. Lots of them engage with political issues on social media, lots of them put up kind of squares on their stories.
Do you think they don't actually realise how political they're being?
I don't think they necessarily realise what kind of political type of politics encompasses, and really what we need is especially in the next Tynwald, we need kind of through the Department of Education to have a really strong political education programme, which simply hasn't been kind of in place for students, and that thing which is maybe me missing.
Oliver, one of the things I'm going to be watching like a hawk tonight is turnout, and everybody, all the candidates I've spoken to, they all watch the turnout. How many people are coming through, and it is absolutely vital that young people engage with this and realise how important it is. Do they?
I think it's. I don't know whether they will or not. That is the case. Obviously, last time I think it was since 2006 when young people did get the vote, it is sort of spiralled right down. I think many young people are really wanting to get out and vote this time. But whether that's just the people that are sort of like ourselves that are interested, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
And something else you were both involved in is Youth Vote IM, a social media campaign to encourage young voters. Any indication about how that has worked?
Well, I'd say it's certainly, helped the youth kind of engage in that political level. And we've got lots of encouragement from our peers on that, kind of saying it was kind of helped me kind of understand how I can vote. And we obviously won't see its impact until the turnout results are released. We're hoping it's kind of had some headway on pushing back from the spiralling trend we've seen with the youth voter downturn. So hopefully, we hope it's going to be higher. But if not, we do think we've done a good job at trying to at least stem that decline.
Paul Moulton, how political were you when you were these guys' ages?
Oh, I was shoved at a very young age on Mandate or something program, and I was just a presenter those days. Had no interest in whatsoever, and I don't know where it came. It comes with age, I think, to some degree. But I reckon you could put pictures of in normal times. No names, obviously, but in normal times you could put a picture of a chief minister, whatever, and people wouldn't know who they are of a certain age. You could show most people in your school, and they may not know who they are, right?
Well, I'd say definitely pre-COVID they wouldn't have any idea who they were, but obviously with COVID, the brief
still only some though.
Helped.
But only some.
Yes,
only
definitely.
Some, definitely. It's definitely a lack of engagement from that political side to those younger voters.
What's interesting about younger people, and I'll be honest with you, I first voted at the age of 18. They just dropped the age in the UK from 21 to 18, and I first voted. And I was a bit daunted by the whole process of going through in voting in the school in those days and going through, because I didn't know really what it was about. I just felt it was something I wanted to do. I could do it, and it was free. So I went through, and so I just wonder at one point, Paul, you said you weren't, you're political now, your onions now.
It's really
so
weird.
At what point did the lenses align and you understood your politics?
I really wish I knew, because, as I said, I didn't matter. I didn't want to do it. They made me do it, and I was stuck on that before I did the swap shop at 9. It was really annoying, and they didn't. It was Charles Gold and David Collister didn't let me play with it. To be honest, they did. It was their toy, and I was just the sort of junior part of this whole thing. But yeah, I think. With age, it becomes better, because I would be nervous younger interviewing people because they were the wise ones, and it was quite different. I mean, the Tynwald members were aloof. Yeah. You didn't engage much. They wouldn't do many interviews, and it was only on their terms. And you kind of tucked your head and all that sort of thing.
Oliver, what social media do you use?
I use pretty much all of them.
Okay. Have you seen much politics on social media in the past couple of months or so from the Isle of Man?
I'd say I've seen a fair few candidates pushing things in the past few days, especially on things such as Instagram, which has been sort of not used entirely by Manx politicians. But yeah, I'd say Facebook is probably the most heavily used by Manx politicians, but I do think they need to expand.
Have they made a decent job of it? What's the content like?
The content is in my opinion, okay. I think
a bit clunky.
Yes, I think it could be sort of made a lot more youthful. I think they try to make it youthful, but in my opinion, it's not. It's usually sort of a little video with a few graphic-y bits on it.
Tell me, why did you get involved in Politibabble?
I got involved in Politibabble mainly because I've just had a bit of a passion for sort of current affairs and Manx politics particularly, and Archie recruited me and said, I think you'd be great at this.
It's difficult to say no.
I was going to say,
you
could recruit anybody for anything, couldn't you, Archie?
Yeah.
How much Manx politics and constitutions taught in schools?
Practically none. Most of it has been done through sort of my own sort of research. In sort of some parts of schooling life, you can get a talk from an MHK or the president of Tynwald, or maybe once every couple of years a visit to the House of Keys, but apart from that, there is practically none.
There was a free guide produced for voting age students this time. I think it was called The Island's Future, and it was really aimed at trying to make sure that 16 to 18-year-olds engaged in the political process. You're smiling wryly, Archie.
I
am
indeed,
on that?
because as myself, and I was speaking to many of my peers after I spoke to the departments, it simply has not been pushed, especially within the southern schools. It's simply just, it's not existent there. We've not seen any sort of engagement or even been given a copy of that booklet. So I'd say it's dismally lacking on that.
A waste of money.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, definitely.
We'll come back to that. Paul Moulton, you've got a thought on that, but you are listening to Manx Radio's Election Night Special. It is 20 to 7 now.
And Rob Pritchard is live at Douglas East for us. Fast am I, Rob?
A very good evening to you all. You join me at the Eye Museum on Kingswood Grove in the constituency of Douglas East. Looking at the sign just in front of me, actually, here outside, it says Eye Museum, Home of Manx Memories. It feels a very modern setting, really, for such a historic occasion, of course. It only comes around once every 5 years. I mean, this venue is adorned with many archived memories of the island's past, but today, of course, the Isle of Man is deciding its future. So, where does the Douglas East area cover geographically? Well, the boundaries include the districts of Crescent, Derby, Strand, Victoria and Windsor. They also include St Ninians from the old Douglas North constituency and also the entire length of Douglas Promenade. And this is a constituency which boasts some very prominent Manx landmarks, I think. The Tynwald buildings, of course, the Isle of Man Courts of Justice, Douglas Sea Terminal and the Castle Mona site, which is, of course, currently under refurbishment. And that's to name just a few. OK, so there are 7 candidates standing this evening for a seat in Douglas East, and they are Claire Barber, Joni Farragher, Peter Gilmore, Michael Josem, John Jockin, Christine Urquhart and Amanda Walker. Well, we are obviously in the capital, of course, but everything right in the beating heart, everything seems very calm and collected here, so we'll look to give you updates as and when they happen later on this evening.
Gurumaya, thank you, Rob. Out and about to all the constituents. If you just joined us, by the way, at Manx Radio on AM and FM and right around the world, if you're a Manxie abroad, good to have you along tonight. We'll be live on, is it YouTube we're on?
We will be on YouTube.
From 8 o'clock tonight.
From 8 o'clock.
After the watershed, that is. I'm Andy Wint. Beth Espey is here in charge. Paul Moulton. We've got Oliver Sykes with us and Archie Elliott from Politibabble. You were going to say, Paul?
I'd just like to pick up on the youth vote. St Ninians had that mingling with the potential MHKs. I know for a fact, talking to people I went along, that 2 people changed their minds at that thing by actually engaging with the potential candidates. Wow. Because of the answers they gave them, and one was scathing about they just didn't have an answer to whatever question it was. Did you have a lot of that going on as well around the island? Because I don't think everyone did it, they? Having these sort of ideas with the schools.
At Ballacomine they have the Voltaire Society, and they invited in all the candidates. Most of the candidates went, but I understand that for most of the other schools it comes down to the discretion of the head teacher whether they want candidates in or not.
That's interesting. I mean, how long was the meeting for?
The meeting was on for just over an hour and a half, I think, but it was spread over 2 weeks because of the amount of candidates standing in Douglas.
Well, you'll know this then, Paul. You said years and years ago, I mean, MHKs were very august, revered people, and very aloof, as you say, very distant. But times have changed now. Politicians have to engage with people, obviously on a public level, because people want to know more about their MHKs.
And there are some that do it very well, and there's some that don't. And we can have a great conversation about how we're treated in the media. And I expect you to not leave me up there on my own And you've said things on there about how getting hold of people, if you go through the correct channels to get hold of politicians.
Well, all I'll say is that 20 years ago, we just used to pick up the phone book, MHKs.
Yes.
And that's why the Isle of Man's unique in the world. You pick up the phone book, everybody's number's there. Everybody knows them. They know who they are. They probably know the family as well. And you can get hold of politicians. 20 years ago, if we wanted an answer, you'd phone a politician. Then Alistair Ramsey got the job. He was the only, Alistair will be in later. He was the man, the kind of PR man.
Gatekeeper.
Yeah, and now they've got a rugby team doing it.
Great. I'm glad you said it.
And communications has often become the inverse.
I asked Marion Kenny the other day, I said, I hope we're going to have a reset after this is all over. because it feels like it's just entrenchment that we ask for to speak to someone. If we have to go through that channel, we can get I'll come back to you. It may or may not happen.
And also, one of the things I've picked up around, and I'd like everyone else's opinion, is that the public have now sussed out that senior civil servants carry a lot of weight. Senior civil servants have positions whereby they exert their opinion by force of will.
Yeah, they can't talk to us.
Yeah,
there's a lot of caution, isn't there? There's such a worry now about saying the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Well, risk averse is one thing, but it's the Isle of Man. We're not talking about, it's not the Pentagon.
But you've asked the DOI, right? I heard you the other day. You said we'd love to have Mr. Black up here. Didn't you say that? And have a chit chat
in the new era.
It ain't going to happen.
It will be great to have. It used to happen in the past.
Yeah, but I don't think it will now, because you can't get hold of Longworth and those are people who are on the front line of these things, because it's always pushed up to the poor minister. And we don't want to go into names here, but clearly some people can do better at this than others, and certainly some seem to know the answers, some don't.
Archie, what's your perception of that?
Well, I entirely agree. This is almost like, to use a yes minister analogy, it is a kind of Sir Humphrey Appleby situation we have, where the minister is kind of controlled by these puppet strings by the civil servants. It appears on the outside, and even listening to one of the hustings, obviously I'll avoid names. There was one of the candidates saying that they were told when they entered politics it would take 3.5 years to actually get anything done, which is frankly, I think, ridiculous. We have a very unique position as such a small island and such a kind of small legislature that we can actually get things done at a much faster speed than people imagine, but we've just smothered it simply in red tape.
Well, it'll be interesting to see who's the youngest MHK. In about 6-7 hours' time, we'll know who's the youngest MHK. We know we've got a fairly young Ledgco, a lot younger than Ledgco's been for an awful long time. Oliver, I think we're out and about, Beth.
We are. This is Manx Radio's Election Night Special. It is 6:47. Let's head to Douglas North now and join Christy DeHaven.
Pastor Mai, very interesting listening to the conversation there about young voters. I am, of course, standing right in the middle of the buildings of University College Isle of Man, so it'll be very interesting later this evening to see how many young people have turned out and been encouraged by the likes of the Politababble team there. As the name suggests, this is one of a quartet of constituencies in the island's capital, along with Douglas East, West and Central. Douglas North is the furthest inland, so no coast or shoreline to this area. It's a mix of rural and urban, conurbation and open countryside, bordered also by Middle, Garth and Onchan, and boasting the world-famous TT Grandstand among its landmarks. Williston is the main population centre. That's where we're broadcasting from right now, at the Education Support Centre, part of the university buildings, and the first time the count has been held here. With just over an hour to go before the ballot boxes are firmly closed and the count begins, there are 4 people standing here, which means 50% of the candidates will be successful at some point this evening. In alphabetical order, they are David Ashford, Kevin Oliphant-Smith, Ralph Peake and John Wannenberg. Whether they're standing with a view to fixing the perceived problems of Douglas North itself or have their eyes fixed on national issues, no matter what your expectations might be of these candidates, anything could happen. And with some high-profile names in the mix, it certainly will be interesting to see what the results might be. In a matter of hours, everything could change. But for now, back to the studio.
Christy DeHaven in Douglas North, thank you very much indeed. It's Manx Radio's Election Night Special with Andy Wint and Beth Espey. It is now 6:48.
Man Benham brings you the Isle of Man e-gaming seminar at the Villa Marina on the 12th of October. Come along and listen to the experts talking about the latest innovations and hot topics. Something for all businesses, not just the e-gaming sector. You can catch up with our sponsors, Champion Sports, Capital International Bank, Continent 8, Much Better and Man Benham, along with the speakers during the break and networking lunch. To find out more or book online, visit iomegs.online.
Athol Garage in Ballasalla is more than a Nissan authorised repair centre. Their team of highly factory-trained and experienced technicians will service and repair any make and model, with dedicated aftercare too. With Athol, you get a competitive fixed-price menu and a courtesy car if needed. Pity this driver didn't know that.
Oh, great! I told you to go to Athol!
Athol, a garage to swear by, not swear at. Book now at athol.im or call the A-Team, 820082.
Cheese from Isle of Man Creamery. Natural, wholesome and good for you. And that includes the packaging. As part of our commitment to protect the environment, all our pre-packed cheeses will now come with an outer wrap containing less plastic and more sustainable, renewable materials. Look out for them in your local store. Cheese from Isle of Man Creamery. Natural and sustainable, outside and in.
For expert equine services, choose Milan Vets, where your horse will be well looked after by dedicated professionals. Milan Vet's comprehensive range of equine services includes lameness workups, x-rays and ultrasound, blood sampling and fertility work. They also offer pre-purchase examinations and discounts are available for chronic medications. Visit online at milanvets.co.uk or call 674 532. Milan Veterinary Practice, caring for all your creatures, great and small.
Manx Radio, General Election 2021.
It's 10 to 7, AM, FM, right around the world at manxradio.com, smart speakers and absolutely everything. If you haven't yet voted, for heaven's sake, come on, get yourself sorted out. You got an hour and 9 minutes until the polls close, and then you can't say anything else for another 5 years or so. We're live. I'm Andy Wint with Beth Espey, Paul Moulton's here, Oliver Sykes and Archie Elliott from Politibabblers. We're talking about social media. There's been a phenomenon that's just bubbled up out of nowhere, Archie.
Indeed, I think we take over TV. I think no one still has worked out who on earth it is.
Is it you?
It's not me. I categorically.
Oliver, is it you?
Absolutely not, no.
But then
Paul,
if it was me, I'd say it wasn't.
Paul,
so,
is it you?
You asked me that months ago, just because you were being done at the time on the Man Line, weren't you, with your special callers? I think
Do you think you've made it then, Andy? Hey?
I haven't got that much time on my hands.
Archie, who is it?
I honestly have no idea. They've managed to keep it very, very... They've done a better job than government at covering up.
Well, I can guarantee they're going to be listening. They'll be listening to this.
I love them.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely excellent.
Well, they absolutely rip the back out of you and some of your videos, Paul.
It's the time they take to go through old interviews of mine. I mean, they literally go through back catalogues, taking just tiny segments and then drinking it to something else.
And they manage to find the exact words within those segments. It is quite something quite
So, what do you think of them, Archie?
I think it's definitely a way of creating a lighter side of island politics. I think for a long time we've seen a very kind of, it's very stiff upper lip. We've been very removed from that process. It's not been very kind of, there's not a light-hearted side to
Oliver?
it.
I think it's very good and clever what they're doing, but I think it's making it easier and more accessible for younger people to find out what's going on and actually realising the issues and the problems that we're facing, and it's sort of showing that people are not being accountable.
And the reality is, humour is engaging.
It is, yeah, definitely. And every video I see more recently, I think they keep getting better.
Well, you don't have to be solemn to serious, as Paul Moulton knows full well. Because you've always got a twinkle in your eye with politicians. You're always jockeying them along and trying to trip them up as well.
No, I think most of them... in fact, no, everyone I do, when I finish, we're on good terms. It's like, we're about to start an interview. Let's get into our mode. You know, I'm asking you, you answer me back, or you're not going to answer me back. But I don't think, besides years ago, an ex-chief minister was very grumpy because we didn't get onto the subject he wanted to get onto. But there was a recent one, I won't say where because, again, we can't think, but I said, this is going to be a bit bumpy. That's what I said before we did the interview. And it was it was an engagement, but at the end of it, we just walked away and we're still talking. And I think that's all you can hope to do. And again, things can go a bit wild and people won't talk to you they'll take it personally. Again, it's crazy. Really.
You're in the wrong job if you take it personally.
Oh, man. I've had people recently, just for that thing that went out the weekend when we had Chris Robert Shaw and Jeff there, that one of the candidates was not happy about something. It was nothing much. And they rang me up and da-da-da. And I went, I think you might be going for the wrong job, basically. I said, if you can't take that, this is going to be nothing to compare with what social media will do to everybody.
We're out and about, Beth, are we?
We are indeed. This is Manx Radio's election night programme. It is 6:54. Let's head to Douglas South now and Simon Richardson.
Yes, good evening, Beth, and welcome to Skull Valley Guild School, where later this evening the result of the Douglas South by-election will be declared. Well, the atmosphere here is calm and relaxed, though I'm sure that in the case of the candidates, the analogy of the swan on water, serene and calm on the surface, but considerably less so below it, would probably apply. I can certainly confirm the midges are enjoying the spoils of an unexpected bonus feed. Well, Douglas South is home to over 4,700 electors in about 2,500 households. It's got a broad socio-economic profile with voters from across the spectrum, and it takes in the districts of Pulrose, Annika and Ballafton. Well, seeking election this time around, we have 2 ladies and 2 men, namely Claire Christian, Gerard Higgins, Paul Quine and Sarah Maltby. Claire Christian and Paul Quine are both seeking re-election, having represented the constituency in the previous administration. The constituency has 3 polling stations today here at Scole Valley Gilt, Pulrose Methodist Church and Annika School. Topping the poll in the 2016 election in Douglas South was Kate Beecroft with 1,134 votes. Also elected was the late Bill Malarkey, who received 952. Well, the successful candidates tonight will face some tough challenges in the months and years ahead as the Isle of Man recovers from the coronavirus pandemic and seeks to forge a new path to prosperity. For now, though, the only thing on people's minds is the result of the vote. And if we look at previous elections in South Douglas, it tends to be one of the earlier places to declare, but I'm certainly not tempting Providence on that. One very interesting snippet I've literally just been handed by Returning Officer James Quinn, which is certainly something Andy will be interested in. I can tell you that as of about 5 minutes ago, the turnout was confirmed at around 42.5%, which is, I understand, higher than previous elections here. Well, whatever the case, we look forward with great anticipation to the declaration in due course, and with that, it's back to the studio.
Goromaya, thank you, Simon. Later on, we'll be off to Garth. Ian Cottier's at Garth. Dave Moore's at Glenfaber and Peel. Simon Clark and Kiri Kermode in Middle. Chris Cave will be in Onken. Chris Sully. Chris Pearson will be in Ramsey. And Mark Tiley hosting from Rushen.
And Simon Richardson mentioned a potential turnout so far of 42.5% in Douglas South. I can tell you in 2016 it was 40%.
Terrific. So let's keep our eyes on that. It's election 2021 with Paul Moulton, talking about falling out with people.
Do you know, that's what it is, isn't it? And I think this is a very small place. And if you want to keep on interviewing people who are in positions of power, you have to, Paul, keep them on side.
You can talk. Of all the people, you're the Rottweiler up here. When you turn into your little, I don't know, you smile, and yet at the same time the question is so under there. I listen to you. Oh yes, I mean you're probably the master of it.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Well, and Mr. Wint, can't believe you out. I mean, you get in there and it's the job. People expect it.
But you encapsulated it perfectly. If I can draw a sporting analogy, we can be friends off of the pitch, but once you get on the pitch, you're going to kick the ball in somebody's face. Of course you are. It's the rules of engagement are politics. You're there to scrutinise what people... Remember, at the bottom of all this is public money and public policy, Archie, right?
I entirely agree. It's kind of, if you are in a public-facing role, you should expect to get the hard questions. You should expect to be criticised and say, well, I made a wrong decision. I'm not even in the I'm not paid publicly. I'm not a politician, and the amount of stuff I still get off social media and kind of other stuff of comments saying, "Oh, climate change is all fake. You're just students missing school," and kind of my role within.
How much hassle do you get?
There's quite a lot generally on, I think, Isle of Man News and Politics. Facebook's kind of the hub for that, but it's quite surprising that you just think, well, it's fine. I disregard these opinions. They don't really matter that much. I'm standing for what I believe in, and politicians really should just learn to accept I'm in a public-facing role. I should at least be good on public engagement. If you're not good at public engagement, don't stand.
But remember, nowadays, before there've always been idiots. There've always been people in the background. Nowadays, they have a front seat because everybody's on the front row in social media. Everybody's, it's the whole thing that their opinion trumps your facts as far as they're concerned. What they think is more important than what you can prove. So, Oliver, how do you think people can? Is it just a matter of coming to terms with abuse? Personal abuse, threats sometimes?
I think it definitely is a fact that many politicians I've heard have sort of said, I cannot stand Facebook I think it's a lot of the information is untrue and stuff like that. But I think Facebook is a great way to sort of see what the public's opinions are and getting sort of the consensus. But I do feel as though Facebook is becoming more and more toxic, and it's not the greatest place, but it is a great place to understand what the public are thinking.
We'll talk more about this in the next hour. This is Manx Radio's Election Night special programme with Andy Wint and Beth Espey. We're joined by Paul Moulton, Oliver Sykes and Archibald Elliott. The time is now 7 o'clock. Let's join Sian Cowper now for the latest news. Faster Mai.
Faster Mai. It's an hour until polls close in the House of Keys general election. Polling stations opened across the Isle of Man at 8 o'clock this morning and will continue to welcome voters until 8 p.m. Manx Radio has reporters at all 12 counts and will bring you the results from each constituency throughout the evening. Away from the election, the number of COVID-19 related deaths on the Isle of Man has risen. 2 more deaths have been confirmed in the latest public health surveillance report. The individuals died on the 7th and 13th of September. It takes the total number of COVID-related deaths since the start of the pandemic to 51. 35 new cases of COVID-19 have been identified on the Isle of Man. It means there are now 253 active cases. The origin of 8 of the new cases is under investigation. 3 people who have the virus are in hospital. No one is in intensive care. In the last few minutes, the emergency services have announced they're dealing with a crash on the Cronkavody Strait. The road is currently closed between the London and Barrow crossroads. Police are urging motorists to avoid the area if possible. Former Manx Radio presenter Bernie Quayle has died at the age of 80. He joined the station in 1967 before moving to the USA 2 years later. After returning to the island, Bernie presented the Manx Radio Late Show from 1989 for over 20 years. He also built a relationship with the Bee Gees, interviewing the brothers in 1997. Manx Radio presenter Mark Tiley has paid tribute.
Not only was he a brilliant, consummate professional broadcaster, he was an engaging broadcaster, an emotional broadcaster who'd reach out to the audience, and they responded massively.
The Isle of Man could make money through wind power. That's according to a Manx scientist who's currently working as a visiting professor at the Danish Technical University. Dave Quirk estimates 60 times the amount of electricity the island uses in a year could be generated through offshore wind turbines. He says even exploring options can be lucrative.
If done properly, it should do, yes, because, of course, as I said, this BP and BW are paying a huge amount of money just to look at options. This is before they even have a contract to produce power. The cost has fallen for wind turbines significantly, and really it's the cheapest way of actually generating electricity. The only problem is, of course, it depends on when the wind is blowing hard.
In international news, Downing Street's insisting there's no shortage of fuel and no need to panic buy, despite some filling stations in Britain having to temporarily close. BP and Esso say a small number of locations are affected because of the UK-wide shortage of lorry drivers. Police say the murdered teacher Sabina Nessa may have been killed by a stranger who's still at large. Her body was found in a park in southeast London nearly 24 hours after she failed to meet a friend for a drink at her local pub. And the BBC is denying anyone's threatened to quit Strictly in a row over COVID vaccines. There have been reports of dancers refusing jabs, but the corporation says it hasn't asked anyone about their vaccination status. Manx Radio News at 4 minutes past 7, our next as the polls close at 8 o'clock. Today is the Isle of Man's general election. You can keep up to date with our coverage by listening live, following Manx Radio on social media, or going to manxradio.com.
Manx Radio, General Election 2021.
Thank you to Sian Cowper in the newsroom. It is 4 minutes past 7. You can get in touch with us this evening, 166 177 if you want to text. Email studio@manxradio.com or find us through the Manx Radio website. Laura's been in touch to say it's interesting listening to the coverage tonight. Although it is presenter heavy, there haven't been any interviews with locals to say what they would like to say. Well, Laura, that's because we are governed by very strict rules until the polls close at 8 p.m. But we are joined in the studio by Paul Moulton, Archibald Elliott and Oliver Sykes. Archie, I just want to ask you about your career. I mean, surely there's got to be politics in your future.
I think definitely someday I'd love to get into politics. It's something we can give back and kind of make some actual change. Because obviously everything stems from politics. I mentioned it before, kind of a pen, I hold up a pen as an example. That pen was ideally made by politics. We forget how much politics influences every single part of our lives. And I think that's something which definitely needs to be recognised, and maybe that can help engage more people just in politics by making them aware what they're actually doing and how engaged they are already in politics on a grassroots level.
I'm not going to ask you your politics, but I mean, how do you connect what you think personally into policy?
Well, I'd say it's standing for the values you have, and I wouldn't say it's time to compromise values to stand for different policy. And it's looking at the values you have and saying, this is me, this stands for me. If I represent you, then vote for me. It's not necessarily I should change my views to fit the policy of the time. That's very more populist politics, and something which I think is kind of degrading the kind of political scheme in the modern world.
Paul?
If you could, would you have stood as MHK? I know you were time-wise and age-wise, you couldn't do it. Would you have done it?
I think I would have stood and said, don't vote for me. I'm standing purely to question the candidates, because I've been to so many candidate meetings, and the amount of false facts or facts which just don't make any sense or have no relation just rile me up.
Oliver, is there politics in your future?
I'm not entirely sure at the moment. I'd like to sort of look down the journalism route, the questioning of politicians, but not anytime soon.
You want a job? No, we're serious.
You thought he was joking.
Back to Archie, sorry, do you want to be an MHK, or you're more interested in you're going to university, right? So have you got your eyes on the prize of being an MP?
Well, I'd say it does really depend where life takes me, Paul. I would say I'm not necessarily
That's a political answer
already. The question.
I'm not saying anything future. So yes, my mind has not been made up. I'd say
I'm sorry, that's just not good enough an answer.
Physical violence here in the studio tonight, Andy.
We're here. It's 2021. Beth and myself, Paul Moulton's here, Oliver Sykes and Archie Elliott from and by the way, if you haven't listened to Politibabble, do listen to who else is on Politibabble?
Well, Oliver and I kind of co-host the podcast, and we try to get guests on. So after we've kind of finished the election period, we're going to start back up with our usual programming and kind of look at key political ideas and breaking them down, speaking to guests, and so getting a different take on it. So we kind of have a nice range of views on the podcast.
You can tell us then, you go to Castle Rushen, yeah?
Indeed.
Okay. Would you say you have a wide range of friends, or are they all political type friends?
Well, I'd say there's a wide range of views at Castle Rushen.
What about the people who aren't interested in politics?
People who aren't interested in politics, there is a wide number of them. I think they're starting to realise kind of what impact they've had, and kind of the election obviously coming up, it's been more in people's minds. So it's nice to see kind of that engagement.
Because every so often a big issue comes up that galvanises people's political awareness, and COVID's one of those. We'll talk about that more in a moment. We're out and about, I think, Beth.
We are. It's Manx Radio's Election Night Special. We're taking a tour of the 12 constituencies. Coming up to 8 minutes past 7. Let's go to Garth now and join Ian Cottier. Good evening, Ian.
Good evening, Beth, and well, it's very interesting. I'm in the Working Men's Institute in Laxey, and it's business is steady. Put it this way: business is steady. We've got some yellow barriers down the centre of the room. Segregation is in place. London on one side and Laxey on the other. But yes, the voters of Garth are turning out in goodly numbers. Now, the sheeting of Garth consists today of the parishes of Lonnon and Mackle, but where does the name come from? Some authorities believe it's an older version of the Manx Garw, meaning rough, probably a reference to the landscape at that time. More likely it derives from an Old Norse word for a deep ravine, which fits very well with several of Garth's natural features. given that Tynwald itself is a Norse institution, you would expect that Garth would have a strong political sense, and this is fully borne out by notable members of Tynwald representing Garth in the recent past. Sir Charles Carrouche was a member of the constituency for many years, as was the recently retired president of Tynwald, Mr. Steve Roden, while another notable name that comes to mind is that of Dr. Edgar Mann. Garth occupies a very long stretch of the island's eastern coastline and its hinterland, and while the constituency is predominantly rural, there are significant communities in Laxey and Beldrine, along with a pretty sizable slice of Onken, which was added in 2016, when Garth reverted to being a two-seat constituency. Now, all this means a lot of legwork for candidates by comparison with other more urban areas. So, who are the candidates? Well, 3 at least of the 5 are no strangers to the election process, so it's likely that this year's election will be closely fought. In 2016, there were 2 recounts, and as always on these occasions, the next few hours will tell all. Ian Cottier from the Working Men's Institute in Laxey.
7 on Manx Radio, live across the world on AM and FM with... who was going to speak then? I think it was... who?
We cut someone off in their prime. Who was it?
Somebody off in their prime. I can't remember who it was.
We've forgotten.
We were talking about... What were we talking about?
I can't remember
the
now.
election, that
election.
was it.
I think there was something about that. Paul has been in touch, and this is just following on from our conversation. If you want to get in touch with us this evening, 166 177. You can email studio@manxradio.com. Find us on Facebook, Twitter, and through our website as well. We do have to be a little bit cautious about what we say before 8 p.m. when the polls close. But Paul says, regarding the candidates, I feel more of a basic crash course on politics would represent the Isle of Man better. We've seen candidates with gimmicks and using their popularity on Facebook to garner votes. Popularity, though, says Paul, is not everything. I would rather a boring politician that was genuinely informative and understands politics rather than starting and standing with an agenda.
What do you mean by understands politics?
Who knows what's going on, I suppose.
The standing, knowing the reason, knowing how you politic, because
understanding the system, maybe.
Yeah, but half of that is being able to make sure that people get, voting for your motions in Tynwald, and that's playing politics, isn't it? So it just depends. Do you have people who are, if you like, almost a bit naive and believe in a cause, or people who know the ropes, what to do? What do you think, Archie?
Well, I'd say it definitely needs to be a mix of both. You can't have someone who's naive about politics, and you can't have someone who's almost not necessarily a character who can't speak or play politics, because that's a giant role in obviously getting those votes for motions in Tynwald. You need to be able to have that kind of public perception, and you need to be a good speaker, really, and have that ability to easily scrutinise kind of policy and ask the questions that really matter.
Paul?
That's essential.
Look, there are some people who haven't done interviews, Andy, with you or me or anybody that's standing for this house. Is that correct, sir? You didn't get the full house, did you?
No, we didn't know. Some people
How can people put their name forward and they won't talk to the press? Or some haven't necessarily even gone to all the requisition meetings. I don't, can't go further than that. What is making these people drive to think they can be MHKs?
Is that our expectation, though, of how things in quotation marks should be done? Perhaps there is another way.
Well, we'll find out today, I suppose. Because it's quite strange that not to engage with all the media and all the potential voters in some way, surely.
But then, as we were talking earlier and talking about just how toxic some of the social media coverage can be, I suppose in some ways, for some people, while we might think you have to have a thick skin to go into politics, not everybody does.
But on that front, most of these politicians haven't necessarily engaged with the media, also aren't on social media, so they don't necessarily see these comments.
Do you think they genuinely didn't know what they were getting into?
Exactly. It's that the thing is, in public, if you're in any sort of public position, you're always going to get the haters. You're always going to get those people who dislike what you're doing. But it's almost rising above that and saying, well, I stand for what I stand for. You voted me in, I'm standing for this. And it's that necessity to engage with the press. Once you go into Tynwald, you're going to be instantly, you should be speaking to the press about kind of key issues, and you will be speaking to Tynwald, you'll be in the public eye, so you need to show you have what's in you to kind of go into that role.
How could anybody be that naive?
Well, you haven't been able to ask them or me, because they won't interview.
We don't know. We don't know. I don't think anyone knows in that regard.
But I mean, when the chips fall, gone midnight tonight, when we know who the 24, we'll see whether that strategy has worked.
Can I just spin that also round? That maybe potentially, and I'm not saying it is, that some people who are already in, who are already standing, haven't necessarily done that much for their cause, and you do wonder sometimes how people just putting their name forward for the 6 months payoff, but that's another debate.
Well, and that's something to mention, that obviously an MHK, a sitting MHK, if they do stand and don't get, then there is an exit strategy for that.
It has happened many times in the past where some people have done absolutely no canvassing. I have not seen that this time, but I think some are being more forward than others, let's put it that way.
We'll see what happens. Oliver, I want to ask you, we're talking about emolument, we're talking about pay as well, and it's always a moot point as to how much we should pay our politicians. Years ago, politicians did it for not very much money, which meant that only rich people, typically rich businessmen, would become politicians. It's been now tied to the civil service spine, and they get paid what some say is very healthy, some say they're overpaid. A lot of people on Athol Street would giggle at what an MHK gets paid. What do you think?
Well, I think that a lot of MHKs depends on what MHK and how many hours they want to put in. A lot of MHKs put in a lot of hours. Some obviously do more than others, but I think they should get paid a reasonable amount because it is a demanding job. But I think where the pay is currently at now, I think it should stay there.
Archie?
Well, I'd say it's almost they do need to be rewarded for the role they play. If they put a lot of hours in, you obviously can't have performance-related pay for politicians. That doesn't quite work. But I think it's a good step forward they've taken by saying if you're a departmental member, you do not get an uplift. That kind of stops the method of ensnaring these politicians to keep on voting for the policy. That departmental uplift obviously has been removed and just installed into basic pay. I think that does pose an interesting question to the new Tynwald, whether we'll get as many departmental members and whether they'll do those roles and kind of show, are they really doing those roles because they want to learn how it works in politics? Do they want to do those roles because it's what they do rather than they just get paid more?
Paul?
There's no question that in the past, I think you've seen people go on boards because they've gone for the money. And we can all talk and speculate if that's the case, but that's gone, and I think that's going to be very interesting.
But is it going to mean that some people just think, well, if I'm not going to get any extra for doing extra, why should I do extra?
Why would I go to infrastructure?
Ooh.
Well, let's
face
it.
That's a tough one.
The poison chalice.
No,
exactly. Get a new
exactly.
road to your home. That could be a reason.
What are you suggesting?
I'm not suggesting anything. It's just almost.
The lawyers are listening.
We see that level in politics where we've come to the place where we're now saying we don't get extra pay for doing it. It really shows, does that politician really just want to put themselves into the job and do almost help in all the ways they can to really push forward for their constituency issues, for the island issues? It really shows what kind of politician they are.
Okay, it's 17 minutes past 7. You're live with Manx Radio from the Isle of Man. It's our general election day today. If you're listening off island, it's a big day for us. 24 members of the House of Keys will be elected at the end of play tonight. And next we're off out and about to the constituency of Glenfaber and Peel. Dave Moore, live in Peel.
Hello and good evening from the Centenary Centre in Peel. We're in place as we count down to 8 o'clock when polls close and the count begins to decide who will represent Glenfaber and Peel in the forthcoming administration. The constituents have put out the call and the Magnificent Seven have responded. They've ridden into town to fight the election. They are Geoffrey Boot, Trevor Cowan, Tim Crookall, Leo Cousins, Ray Harmer, Mikey Lee and Kate Lord-Brennan. Who will be standing when the gunsmoke clears and the credits roll? Who will be the Yulbrunner and Steve McQueen? We will find out in a few hours' time. Once all the falutin tootin is over, we'll know who will be feeling like a Grand National winner and who will be demoted to nothing more than My Little Pony. The last administration was compared something akin to a jar of broken biscuits. Some will hope we have a luxury assortment following tonight. So we're all set for the showdown at Glenfaber and Peel. Until then, I'm nipping off for some fish and chips and a cheeky ice cream, as you do when you're in this part of the world. This is Dave Moore for Manx Radio's coverage of the general election at the Centenary Centre in Peel.
Gurmayat, I nearly said Dave Moore in Park Ferme, but there I was in a separate life as well. That's going to be a heck of a battle in Peel, and there are lots of mini battles. Some not, obviously some with only four candidates, and many more.
Well, the evening will play out. We will know all in the next few hours, but it is now coming up to 7:20. We'll take a short break.
Could you make a difference to someone's life? Accredited first aid courses are from just £25 and mental health and wellbeing courses are from only £95 at ARC Help at Home. Call 246054 or visit arclearning.im.
What's too hot in summer and too cold in winter? Your conservatory. Well now, Phoenix Windows can convert your conservatory roof with a solid, lightweight insulated roof to turn your conservatory into a room you can comfortably use all year round. Phoenix Windows for free estimates, free surveys, bespoke made-to-measure windows, guaranteed work and all island coverage. For your free, no-obligation quotation, call 816628 or visit phoenixwindows-iom.com.
Blackford Financial Services are proud to announce that our Ramsey office is now open. Blackfords are here to help make life simple as we guide you through the important financial stages in life, from helping you on your first mortgage right through to planning for your well-earned retirement. Our philosophy will help you live for today, but plan for tomorrow. Call into 87 Parliament Street, Ramsey for a chat, or contact Ashley on 816-437 to arrange your free no-obligation meeting.
Nothing we can say can capture the comfort of a stressless recliner. So visit the Stressless Studio at Millie Chaps of Ramsey and experience it yourself. Responding to every movement, stressless chairs offer perfect lumbar and neck support. And selected models are on special offer.
Creating a home where you'll love to be. Millie Chaps of Ramsey. Manx Radio, General Election 2021.
And look at that time, 7:21, live from Douglas in the Isle of Man. This is Manx Radio. And who's been on the blower?
Lots of people getting in touch this evening. 166 177 if you want to text. You can email studio@manxradio.com. Find us on social media and also through the Manx Radio website. Zach Hall, good evening to you. He says, to the best of my knowledge, the resettlement grant of 6 months' salary, if unsuccessful at re-election, is taxable and only available to those with at least 2 years' service in Keys or Ledgeco, and if they're under pensionable age. Zach Hall, former MHK.
Zach, where were you? We had your name on all those seats. Come and see us next time as well, live with Paul Moulton, Archie Elliott and Oliver Sykes from Politibabble as well. Lots more people. And by the way, it's now 39, the best part of 38 minutes you have. If you've still got that polling card sitting looking at you from the grand piano, dash! Go and cast your vote. Because if you don't vote before 8 o'clock tonight, you have no right to complain for the next 5 years, Paul, right?
Yeah, that thing with Zach's interesting because I was just thinking to myself how people who do get elected then probably find it's not actually their cup of tea. And Zach, I think, would be one of those people who it didn't work out for whatever reason. And that's something else to consider. Some people might get in tonight and they walk in there and they actually probably might go, oh gosh, what have I done?
So do you think if you're going to stand as an MHK, you should make it your duty to know what's involved?
I think some, I'm not sure, but I'm guessing some haven't even been inside at the Tynwald or
they don't know that, if they get into a department, they'll be given a pile of reading that will make Greta Thunberg's stomach turn and say, you've got 2 days to read this.
But they don't have to. They don't have to do anything. They can look at the summary, and then there are many that just go to the front of the thing, or the back of the thing, wherever it is, read a summary and never go past that. You've got the detailed people who read every page, and a lot don't. I mean, I don't think you probably could sometimes.
And do you think that's where the civil service step in and say, look, these people aren't going to read everything, we need to know?
Well, that opens another can of worms, exactly who's running what, of course. Good luck. Off you go. You start it running. Come on, name names.
You said it first.
We're all thinking, people, but we're not going to say it.
Paul, it's interesting. You mentioned earlier about the fact that you have stood for election unsuccessfully before. That was it, was it?
Okay.
You thought...
Do you want the whole story?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
So I'm at Granada at the time, and I went to... I was in the UK as some rugby play thing, and I just sat there and I'm going, gosh, you know what? I think I could do this. Anyway, I couldn't get it out my thought, and I've always done things because I think I should do it, and I think everyone can regret these things. So I got onto the boss of ITV Granada. I think I'm going to do this. He said, "Don't you dare!" The ITV thing, and he really didn't want me to do it, and he kept me in place until the very last minute, and I left it too late. So I had the minimum amount of time, and also I was just a one-man band. I didn't have this. When I turned up at the polls, I couldn't even get people at all the polling stations. I hadn't really thought it through in that sense.
Can you remember?
I knew I wanted to do it.
Can you remember the exact moment when you thought, I'm going to do this? When the litmus changed colour, when you thought...
Well, the day I had to resign my job, which I would still be at ITV probably now doing what I was doing. And
how did you feel?
Well, it's a whole thing, especially when you get to the count and you don't get in. And I hadn't got Plan B at all. I mean, but that's it. You know, I wouldn't have missed it for the world. Absolutely,
Are you glad you stood?
Absolutely, because otherwise I'd always be thinking. And you know what? How many people have told me this time round with what's been going on? I probably stood a very good chance just on the name recognition, like it or hate me. I could have possibly done something this time.
Let me tell you, it's too late, Paul.
It's too late.
Too
Also.
late.
I don't now think
regrets.
it's the fit for me. I may come back. You may have that soundbite in 5 years' time when I do, but I think it wasn't the fit for me. I think I'm better off doing what I'm doing now, which is challenging, and I think that's everyone's got horses of courses. But I wouldn't have missed it for the world. I learned a lot. In fact, I could have helped a lot of people just by writing the book of how to do things better. And I've learned that social media 10 years ago, wasn't what it is today, and that was massively interesting to know that those younger people weren't voting.
Well, we've had Oliver and I obviously run Youth Vote IM, and we've had so many candidates contacting us asking, how can we get engaged with the youth? How can we engage on social media? And we've had to tell them, simply, we really can't comment on how you should be engaging because we're a non-partisan organisation. We don't give any favourable advice to any candidates, but we have basically said we really unfortunately can't. So I probably could have made a PR agency out of this. There's not been that. There's not been engagement. They don't know. They simply don't know how to engage. I think.
So you didn't give them any tips at all.
Well, we didn't. Apart from I think we said on anyone on our page. I think social media is very, very important to engage the youth. We said we will not give tips purely to remain a non-partisan organisation who's purely focusing on just getting information to the youth. Not trying to persuade vote. We're just saying simply go register, go vote.
We'll never know, will we? The breakdown of voters. We don't get that information, do we? I mean, unless your exit poll asks people's ages, I don't think we'll ever know.
No, I think there's usually I think they can work it out from the electoral rolls, and usually data will be released at a later point. It won't be obviously this evening or tomorrow with ages breakdown. That's why we've been able to kind of see the downtrend of youth voter turnout. We've seen in 2006 it was like 52. 2011 it was kind of 50, and now it's gone to 46 in the last election. We're hoping it goes up, but that breakdown is luckily provided, so we can kind of see those trends.
Each constituency as well.
And that's where we have got a lot of our guidance from, which gave some material for the Manx Radio General Election website, talking about the power of the vote, really, and especially looking at the way that different voters of different ages could really swing the results in certain areas.
So if I can go back to what you asked me about standing, I just thought about it. I realised naively that you had the granny farm. It's awful, but people were just queuing up at the old people's homes to get the votes.
Can you make that a little clearer, please?
You go into old people's homes and you go, hello, how are you? My name is, and would you like to just sign this form and get a proxy vote and all that sort of thing? And you know how it hit the wall with the issues in the past with people taking it way too far. But yeah, we can talk. There was a guy called Phil Kermit who stood years ago.
The wrestler,
and he had a very big following in the South Douglas Old Friends Association. So the more you get people standing, the better, because you've got a hardcore audience, a voter list, and you get above the parapet, you get above that line basically. And he did very well, and he was very, very good to the pensioners of Douglas, and they remembered him, and he got 2.5 terms out of it. And I'm not saying that was his only motive. I'm just saying that was his specialist subject. And when I stood, there was someone who was also standing who was a teacher of foreign nationals, and that person got a lot of them to register their vote, which they probably wouldn't have done otherwise.
I've got a new line then for your CV, Paul. Paul Moulton, failed granny farmer.
They love me as well, I left it too late because I didn't understand it.
Well, everybody loves you, Beth.
It's Manx Radio's Election Night Special, and we are broadcasting live from Douglas Head. But we have reporters at each of the 12 constituencies, and now we are heading to Middle and Simon Clark.
Yes, Fastamai, a very good evening. Kerry Coomer and myself here are looking over proceedings outside the Memorial Hall in Union Mills, where it's one of the polling stations. Still, people just trundling in and out, doing their final voting for today. Of course, it's middle, and it is middle. It's a very broad area right in the middle of the Isle of Man. It stretches up north as far as Ingebrek and Thaltywill, and probably incorporating Brandywell Cottage as well. And then it goes down the other way right as far as Port Sodrick. It takes in Santon, Cueg, Glenvine, and then you get into the more townier bits, which are a little bit busier, Union Mills, and bordering, of course, on 7 of the other constituencies. Of course, Ayr and Michael, Glenfaber and Peel, Arbury, Castletown, Maloo. It borders Garth and Douglas North, Douglas South, and a twitch on Douglas Central as well. So it's a very, very central part, and it's going to be an interesting contest, I would say. Of course, 5 candidates put their names forward and on the list: David Fowler, Kieran Hannafin, Alison Lynch, Stu Peters and Jane Poole Wilson. Now, of course, the intriguing bit, there will be 2 new candidates for this area, 2 new members of the House of Keys, because, of course, the sitting members that were the Chief Minister Howard Quayle and Bill Shimmons as well, who aren't seeking re-election. So it's going to be an interesting night. The candidates are all outside. Well, most of them here. They're welcoming the voters in. So it seems a very good atmosphere as well. It's looking a bit cloudy and dull above, but I'm sure that won't dull the potential candidates' enthusiasm when the count is complete later on this evening. Back to you.
Simon Clark in middle. He's there with Kiri Kermode. Looking forward to heading back there a little bit later. Just want to say thank you to Oliver Sykes for being the cleaning up monitor here in the studio. We've got some little snacks going on, Andy, and he's been very good and put them in the bin.
Terribly good. Now, Oliver Sykes, you heard the aforementioned, and Archie Elliott from Politibabble. Paul Moulton is here as well. Later on, we've got 3 former Chief Ministers. Tony Brown's going to be here. Sir Miles Walker and Donald Gelling will be here, but also the aforementioned Alistair Ramsey, one-time government PR man, will be with us. All sorts of people from the Chamber of Commerce as well, and I think we're hoping to get Rachel Glover, Dr. Glover.
Dr. Glover should be with us from 8 p.m. and also incidentally
in the studio.
In the studio.
She was so funny on the man line when he said she wasn't, talking to you. Then you also sent a message up. She'll be here on election night. It's brilliant.
Well, let's see.
Also from 8 p.m. the all-important exit polls. Now, I think it should be worth just pointing out at this point that the accuracy of these is going to be skewed somewhat because we've got the postal voting this time, but we'll talk about that more.
Paul Crane. Paul Crane's the one from the Population Atlas, isn't he?
He also stood in middle last time.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Very close at that time.
Yeah, it was. And obviously, what we're basically we're like the people on Sky Sports talking about the match before the match, because the match is going out at the moment. The match is happening, and then we'll know what the result is. So that's where we are at the moment. I don't know, which one are you then?
Which pundit?
Yes, which pundit from Sky Sports would you be?
Okay, I'll be Alan what's his name?
Graham Souness.
Really?
I think it'd be Graham Souness.
He's from Channel Islands, isn't he? All right. Okay. I don't mind. I went on holiday once with a pundit. It was Alan, what's his name? He used to be on TV back in the day, the one with the scar down.
Alan Hansen.
Alan Hansen.
Yeah.
Showbiz mate of mine.
Is he?
Went on holiday with him, yeah.
Where did you go?
We went to New York on Concorde. And came back on the QE2. And it was a Radio Times thing, that's why he was on it. It cost nothing. And of course, doing the Concorde, now no one's done it, right?
Your carbon footprint will be... I want to talk to Oliver and Archie, and that is... I voted today at All Saints Church Hall, went in, and there it was, the piece of paper and the pencil as well. Much is talked about online voting, getting everything into cyberspace. What do you think about it? What do you think the chances are?
I think it would be an interesting way to experiment. We are quite a small jurisdiction. I think we heard kind of cybersecurity experts say it was perfectly viable to do so. We'd already do our tax returns online. There's much more information which goes through, and as long as it can be made secure, it's certainly a way to do it. Even if you have kind of electronic voting within the polling station, that's useful, because I would simply say pencil on a paper. Pencil is not a secure form of marking a ballot.
Oliver?
Even looking at bank accounts, you would sign your cheque with a pen, not a pencil.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Archie said. I think it would be a lot more easier for people to do. I mean, people have to go out of their day. I mean, it is a big occasion, but even still, it's an inconvenience for some.
It's a bit of a ritual, though, isn't it, to do it? Do you think, doing it at home online would take the ritual out of it, almost take the gravitas out of it?
Potentially, yes. And I do think with people actually walking, going into the polling station, standing there and putting the cross in the box, makes people think about the decision they're making. Tapping a screen could sort of defeat
bit like
the purpose.
online shopping.
Yeah, definitely.
I think mix of two would be good, because obviously people don't necessarily like the digital revolution.
Well, you did mention, Archie, that there was that expert in elections and polls who does believe the Isle of Man could be a trailblazer when it comes to electronic voting. And I suppose one of the things, and I think he said this in his interview with us, is that you'd have to do half the island with electronic voting and half not, really, to see what sort of impact it would have.
Paul?
I was just thinking security has been the biggest issue. Now, we've all got I hope we've all got our National Health Service COVID details. Right. Now, do you remember how many hoops you had to go through to get that? Your facial recognition, you had to read a number out and make a little video. It also looks at you and all that sort of thing. So I think if you can get to that stage now, we're probably getting to the point when it could be secure enough, because everything's open. I mean, obviously Russia have their own issues, but we're the Isle of Man, so we should be a bit more.
Well, I think the situation in Russia is that the Russian people vote. The vote gets split. It's then split into 6 components. And then it's then combined at the other end. So what they say is it's completely bomb-proof in terms of hacking and what have you. But of course we all know about hackers. There's some little so-and-so in his underpants in Southern California who can hack into something like that.
But enough about you.
But they want to do. So I just want to know. Yeah. But again, I don't know whether we need to make voting an occasion and a ritual so that people think more about it and they focus.
Let's move that discussion on to say, like, the Australian model is you have to vote by law.
Or you get fined.
Yeah.
Is it $20?
I think it's more than $20. I think it's
50.
I don't know. I think it's like 100 from memory.
So it's you have to go in there, but you do get the tick box. I think none of the above or something. So you can register that you don't want to vote, which is an interesting thought. But
$55, by the way.
You're going to get a younger vote, aren't you, if it goes electronically? This is back to you. Surely, people who are used to voting for their X Factors winners and those sort of things would never dream of doing anything besides use their phone or whatever. So, that's got to be a potential to be looked at. And the Isle of Man could be a trailblazer. We've tried all sorts of other things to be the trailblazer, so why not try that one?
But you'd have to have both options then, wouldn't you? You would have to have the more traditional option as well, surely.
I only worry about the fact that if things go AWOL, if things fall over, at least if you've got paper votes, you can still count them. There are actual pieces of paper with actual markings on them and references, so you can get to that. But we'll see, and probably, you and I will be long gone, Paul, but in Archie and Oliver's time, it may actually happen.
But I've asked for the written COVID thing, just as a backup plan. I think that's, as long as you've got that piece of paper, you do feel more secure than taking a phone with you and things going wrong, because, if your phone dies, you can't do X, Y, Z. But a piece of paper is a plan B, and I think, yes, it's always going to be there. There'll be people who never want to go digital completely.
22 minutes now before 8 o'clock. We have 22 minutes until the ballot boxes close on the Isle of Man General Election 2021, and the next one, heavens above, will be 2026. Beth?
Well, we are continuing our tour around the constituencies. We're on number 10 now. It is Chris Cave in Onken. Good evening, Chris.
Good evening. Someone tell Paul Moulton he's confusing Graham Souness with Graham Lasso. But polls close around the Isle of Man in this year's general election shortly, where the various counts will take place, and one by one in each constituency, as they declare, will see the makeup of the House of Keys for the next 5 years. Here in Onken, the largest village in the Isle of Man, there are more than 5,000 eligible voters in charge of the fates of the 5 candidates hoping to be successful at the ballot box. The constituency itself, well, it borders parts of Douglas East, parts of Douglas North, as well as Garth, which took some of Onken in the recent boundary changes. It goes from Johnny Watterson's Lane in the western part of Onken, round Birch Hill towards Whitebridge, with the eastern part of the constituency meeting the Irish Sea. It features pubs such as the Manx Arms and the Archibald Knox, 2 schools in Onken and Ashley Hill Primaries, and of course Onken Pleasure Park. We're looking into the history of how elections in this particular part of the island have played out in recent years. Well, it was among the lowest in terms of voter turnout 5 years ago at 49.2%. However, the last general election was somewhat of an anomaly in that regard, as every other ballot since 1986, when the constituency was formed, it's seen more than half of all registered voters casting their ballots. So it will be interesting to see just how engaged voters are this time around. Ultimately, they'll judge whether the two who have served since 2016, that's Rob Callister and Julie Edge, have done enough to be re-elected, or whether they think James Cherry, Michael Leather or Peter Willers should represent them in the Keys for the next 5 years. It does have a history of returning candidates seeking re-election, with at least one successfully being voted back in 5 of the last 6 general elections, but each ballot is different, and without an established party political system on the Isle of Man, it's very difficult to predict the outcome. We just have to wait and see who emerges on top and whose hopes of a political career will be put back on the shelf like a jar of broken biscuits until the next opportunity, whether that be in the next general election in 2026 or if there is perhaps a by-election between now and then. A number of factors will determine just when we get the result here at the Hub. That's the community centre here on School Road. Polls close, as you may probably be aware by now, at 8 p.m. this evening, and depending on turnout, the speed of the counters and whether or not a recount will be needed, we could be here for anywhere between 20 minutes or 9 hours, but that's what election nights are all about. Manx Radio is the place to be for the coverage of the general election this evening. There'll be a few nerves jangling, I'm sure, but in the not too distant future, we will know who has been chosen to represent the constituency of Onchan in the House of Keys.
Chris Cave, thank you very much indeed. That jar of broken biscuits analogy again. You obviously didn't talk to.
So, what house were you in at KWC?
Hang on. Just because Chris Cave's off to Sky and doing, we'll see him on TV doing sport. I know nothing about that.
What house were you in at KWC?
Schoolhouse.
Schoolhouse.
It was
so
Tom Brown School Days.
100 lines. I must not mix Graham Lasso with.
Do you know when I was there, they still did summer dip. It used to be all year round in the sea, but it shows how old I am.
Those cold water swims.
You have to walk across the quad.
They're a thing now.
Take your clothes off and jump in a pool.
You're way ahead of the curve.
Trailblazer again, early adopter.
You're a sea swimmer, you see.
Yeah, well, this is not going as I thought, but anyway, no, it was horrible, and I didn't recommend it, and luckily I don't do it anymore. Anyway, good luck to... hit my... Chris is off to do a new thing soon. Well done to him. Congratulations, Sky. Wow.
It's excellent news, I would say. Yeah.
This is Manx Radio. It's our election night special. There are now 19 minutes until the polls close. So if you have been undecided about whether or not to get out, I would suggest you make that decision quickly. And we will have the exit polls from 8 p.m.
Can I put it more succinctly? Go and vote, would you?
Just interesting when you do that countdown thing. I was thinking about the UK general election. Of course, when the polls shut, you get that big prediction about the party situation. No parties of, well, not completely no parties, but
that'll
still
be a discussion to have later, won't it?
To see how that's going to be playing out, because there seems to be less engagement than ever. I don't know if you think.
There doesn't seem to be any public appetite for party politics on the Isle of Man.
In a big way, yeah.
But then again, there never has been, really.
They're all sort of playing the same cards, I think. Everyone will tell you about the housing issue, going more green, you name it. They all seem to be in the middle. There's very few people that have that spike unless there's something a bit out left field sort of thing, and then they get more clicks because it's a bit different. But I don't know how you feel, but it's just been very sort of, I don't know, muggy in the middle for most people.
Well, it's definitely been hard to kind of making that decision to vote, and you're like, all of the manifestos, either some of them are too vague, and others, they kind of just all say the same thing, saying we should be focusing on housing, we should focus on climate change. They're just now, it seems to be using buzzwords to get people's attention and get that portion of the vote.
But of course, the question you follow up is how are you going to change things, especially like the housing. No one's got an answer. Because if it was that simple, we'd all be doing it.
It is 7:42. This is Manx Radio's Election Night Special. We'll be back in just a moment.
They got your whole house in their hands.
When you need scaffolding,
DPM.
On time and on budget,
DPM.
We'll beat any quote.
DPM. We do it all at DPM.
DPM promise to beat any like-for-like scaffolding quote by 10%. So when you need scaffolding, call the friendly, experienced DPM scaffolding team on 61-2000. T's and C's apply.
We do it all at DPM.
B&B Furniture's anniversary party is now on, with massive savings in all departments. There's up to 20% off lounge and dining furniture, with free footstools on selected suites. Huge savings on beds, with great offers including size upgrades, free drawers and free bedding, plus 0% finance too. So don't miss out on the savings. Hurry down to Snugborough Trading Estate for B&B Furniture's anniversary party. Now on.
When you need a fitting memorial or headstone for a loved one, contact Manx Memorials in Peel. This long-standing family-run Manx company offer a wide range of granite and marble headstones and memorials, along with an island-wide inscription and renovation service. Manx Memorials skilled professionals will take the time to help you choose a suitable memorial, and we're proud to say we'll beat other local quotes. Call 843-861 or email matthew@manxmemorials.co.uk.
You wouldn't throw your money down the drain, so why pay over the odds for your car and van insurance? Blackford & Company's car and van insurance is designed for Isle of Man residents, with local service and internet prices. Blackford & Company believe this is their best car and van insurance yet. So if you're aged between 21 and 80, call today on 832-042 or go to manxcover.com. Don't delay, call Blackford today. Why pay more when you can pay less? Blackford & Company are registered with the Isle of Man Financial Services Authority.
Manx Radio, General Election 2021.
Great Scott, it's 7:45 after 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock the polls close, and then all the work will be done. Everybody can relax and start panicking for the results.
Speaking of relaxing, I've just seen a photograph of Ian Cottier and Howard Kane at Garth eating cream buns, would you believe?
New diet. The election diet it is for them.
It's a new fad.
What did you make to all those rule changes about if there's riots in the streets and they've made all these changes? But what happens if not everyone can get through the doors on the night? Do we know if would they extend, or would they just literally have to cut them off at
I presume they'd close the door, but I mean they can't be. I don't know whether they're accused.
Has there ever been that case?
Never heard that, but no. It would be nice if there were queues at the doors, but I would imagine they'd just cram everybody in. Be a Manx compromise, wouldn't it?
Because do you remember? I'm sure at the last general election there was one of the returning officers. Everyone's got their own different ways of doing it, and is it a myth that they just bought pizzas for all the returning officers? They all the counters. They sat down at 8 o'clock. They shut the doors.
It happened, yes.
And they didn't start counting until about 9 o'clock or something. Yes. But other ones do.
Pizzagate, it was called.
Oh, did it happen? Is that real?
Oh yeah.
I think it was.
Ooh.
That's
music playing.
Something exciting coming in.
We're live tonight. It's all going to be happening after 8 o'clock. We can start talking about politics, hard politics. Obviously, you've heard we've been dancing around some of the issues, but some of the issues transcend politics, and one of them, Oliver, is the green agenda, which is such a broad brush. We get generalisation after generalisation. How difficult do you think it's been for candidates to actually quantify what their green agenda is?
I think it is difficult because so many different candidates believe different things, and I think it's a difficult thing to do because we don't know where we are going to go with the green agenda. We are just at the beginning of this.
Because everything's green. I mean, recycling's green.
Yeah.
Electric cars are green. Wind power's green. Gas is green. Everything is green. It just depends what we do.
Gas isn't green, by the way.
Yes, but it's anti-green, if you like. So it's on the green agenda to stop gas.
Mm-hmm.
But you got Archie here worrying about when he takes a steam packet boat how much carbon footprint, and he couldn't find the answer to that for ages.
Well, the answers I still can't find out. You can't
still
not. No, you can't FOI the steam packet, even though it's publicly owned.
And that's my contention is that we get broad generalisations and very few meaningful specifics about what things actually do, what your carbon impact is, what's going to be done about solar panels, and because we always bang on about how Tynwald is very nimble and it can do things very quickly. Solar panels.
I've got solar panels. PV to the initiative.
It all actually comes back, I'd say, towards the civil service side. They are very slow at creating this policy. It goes through so much bureaucratic process that nothing actually ends up getting done. And I suppose most of the green, you mentioned earlier, how do the candidates quantify their green agenda?
Because everybody
they
can
don't
say...
really quantify the green agenda. They have a lot of rhetoric saying we need we need to focus on the environment, we need to go green, we need to do this, we need to do that.
Yeah.
You ask them how, they can't answer you. And that's a key problem. They don't know what
And
they get
there's
themselves
a
in for, they
saying
don't have any knowledge, then they will rely on the civil servants, and they won't have an independent ability to question what's being given
And there's
to
a
them.
saying, if everything's green, then nothing's green. So there needs to be something far more specific. Look at that time. It's 11 minutes before 8. Go and vote. If you haven't voted, that's your polling card staring at you from the mantelpiece. We're off out and about again. And to Royal Ramsey, Chris Pearson.
Well, we're in the British Isles. We haven't talked about the weather. Let's talk about it. It's been a pretty cool day for that. Not too windy, not wet, and not too sunny to tempt people to the beach here in Ramsey. Much like Dave Moore in Peel, the smell of fish and chips is filling the air here in Ramsey, but the doors are going to be closing shortly. I've missed that boat. That ship has sailed. And to stay with that maritime theme, the marina and the pier, two of the main issues which will be facing the two MHKs who will represent the northern capital of Ramsey once they take up their new roles. The marina and its potential development on South Beach is a controversial issue which has been much debated by all the candidates and the electorate in the lead-in to today. It was one of the issues which provoked jeers, cheers and sucking of teeth from constituents attending our debate last Monday evening at the Mitre Hotel. Most of the candidates were totally against the plans in their current form. Others felt a modified version or a slight move in location might be the answer. There's also the question of whether ultimately it's the best use of both the space and any available funding. Then there's the pier. Unlike the marina, there's been some physical work carried out on this project, all of it due to private funding. There was also some debate on our night about the possibility of moving some government departments to Ramsey to help bring in people and income into the town. It's certainly an issue which some here believe is much needed and long overdue. A stone's throw from the current location here at St Paul's Church Hall is the old Ramsey Courthouse. What to do with that for the best for the local community is another discussion the newly elected MHKs will need to address. 8 candidates, just over 8 minutes left to go, and to use a sporting analogy like Dave Moore, it's all left to play for here in Ramsey.
Chris, thank you. And a lovely photo is posted as well on Manx Radio's Twitter feed of St Paul's Church Hall tonight. There'll be lots of photos, and the amount of photos and video that this sort of thing creates makes you wonder. It would have been great to go back years and years, Paul, just to see what things were like years and years ago. I mean, nowadays you can take a video easy as pie, as you say. When Bernie Quayle first looked at your first video, I mean, how much did that first video camera cost?
It cost about £4,000.
You probably buy a house for that price in those
and
days.
I got a bit of a discounted price, but it was the big thing on your shoulder, with it had a full-size VHS tape in it, and the camera was huge, and it all went all blurry if you used it too fast. Things have moved at such a pace. As I said when I was out at Michael doing returns, we just had this dial-up box thing, and the quality was just a phone call thing. I mean, now
you can use your phone to do video, can't you?
And you can talk around the world. You know, everyone just talks to anyone. It doesn't come into it now, does it? Technology is just amazing. FaceTime, guys. Yeah, you go FaceTime.
Well, I'm not a very Apple person personally, so I say Google Meet.
It's on for Android now. They just released it for Android.
They have to a degree. It's not so far integrated, but I must say technology has made massive strides in the way it's come forward. Even in my lifetime, I even think I forget to think there was a time I've existed where there wasn't really touchscreen phones. They weren't all the rage. Even in my lifetime, it really has just developed on an exponential curve.
And you just wonder how far there is to go, Paul.
Yeah, well, we had our 2G phones, didn't we? Then 3G was launched massively. I was doing some work for Manx Telecom, and we were given these phones with a separate video screen. No one knew what to do with it. I went to Bar George and leave it on the counter to order my next drinks, but no one knew where this technology was going at that stage. And of course, 4G. And one day 5G.
Oh, it's already 5G is already here.
Well, isn't it?
Not on Ireland, but it is already here. Yeah, especially in the UK, it already exists.
But why haven't we got it properly? I don't understand. And there's a whole other conversation about that.
We're always 10 years behind in technology.
Well, that 3G thing was huge. We were on all those TV shows. I mean, they're just queuing up to talk about 3G and how life-changing it was, and it never lived up to it. It was this great expectation it was going to be fantastic. But of course, as soon as everyone else got phones, it got clogged up, didn't it?
It got slower.
And
the network,
4G the same, but 5G has got around that, I think, a bit more. I don't know. But it's fascinating. I mean, you go back, way back. You remember how it was. Gramophone records, wind up.
78. Cylinders. Beth?
Less than 7 minutes now to go until 8 p.m. when the polls close, and we are heading down south to join Mark Tiley in Russian. Good evening, Mark.
Good evening and Fastamai, and welcome to Skolpot Lamora in Port St Mary. Well, voting is going up right to the wire. People coming in right to the bitter end, and it's been brisk, if not busy, all day. Now, Rushen, southernmost constituency of the Isle of Man, made up of the villages Port Erin, Port St Mary, and most of the parish of Rushen, borders Arbury, Maloo and Castletown, Glenfaber and Peel, also includes the Calf of Man, although we have it on good authority that none of the current wardens are based in this constituency, so there wasn't a vote in the morning. Notable recent MHKs for Rushen include Sir Miles Walker, the first Chief Minister of the Isle of Man, held his seat for 20 years from 1976, and the late Noel Kringle, OBE, who we lost at the end of August this year. He stood down as the second President of Tynwald in 2011 after holding the position for 11 years. Now, however the voting goes today, we are guaranteed at least one new MHK to take his or her seat in Tynwald to represent Rushen, as only one of the incumbents is standing again this time round. At the last general election in 2016, we saw a turnout of 58.3% here, which was fourth highest out of the 12 constituencies. There were 5 candidates then, 4 this time around. Now, all being well, we should have a result for you before 11 o'clock tonight. That's if it goes the way of previous counts, as in 2016, they were ready to declare at 10:54. I'm very proud of it. Mark Tiley, Skolpot Lamora, Port St Mary.
Mark Tiley, thank you very much indeed. That optimism there before 11 p.m. Who's going to be first then, do we reckon?
What time does the chip shop close?
We could get him to bring in some here, maybe. Just in a wonderful photograph of Chris Pearson, ready to provide some musical background to the count in Ramsey. He's been allowed near a church organ in St Paul's Church Hall.
He'll be at the bellows, let me tell you.
Mind boggles.
Yes.
That one.
We have... 4 minutes to go until the polls close, ladies and gentlemen. There are 2 MLCs standing this time, so possibly there could be 2 MLC vacancies, which could mean that 2 MHKs go to become MLCs. So we could have by-elections in the next few months. That's one scenario. So Oliver and Archie, I want to ask you, what would be your advice now to anyone, given what we've seen in this election now? What would be your advice to somebody who wants to engage with 16-year-old to 21-year-old voters?
Well, I'd say key engagement there is to start to talk to them, and I think it's key to just start to have those conversations and kind of try and get them engaged. But it's not necessarily the candidates which need to start that process. It needs to be started in schools. We need that political education for them to even start with that engagement on that level with candidates.
Is that the Department of Education, Sport and Culture, or is it headmasters and teachers? Who can get that happening in a school?
I'd say I know there's disconnect at the moment between the departments and schools, so that doesn't necessarily help with the situation. But I'd say definitely schools can easily start that process themselves, and I'm sure they can work on projects within themselves. But again, the Department of Education can push this really in, and we should be saying, let's distribute these leaflets which never seem to actually be distributed to students. Let's kind of engage them with maybe a lesson, or make it slightly engaging, more than I think their It's Learning platform with a very non-engaging video on it. It's very hard to engage the youth. It's the question which I suppose bugs me anyway when trying to engage them, just even to get them out to vote, or even get them interested in climate change. Another hat I have. So it's a hard process, but I'd say having those conversations.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what Archie said. I think it's so important that we engage young people in this, because if we make them realise and understand why these, the issues that are affecting them, then they will realise that, they need to go out there and vote. And a lot of them just see a man in a suit that goes into Tynwald and says a few things.
Should the candidates wear a baseball cap, by the way?
It's up to them.
University fees. That would be one of the massive things that would engage with you guys. I've heard nothing much about this. I think one candidate in an interview with me mentioned it. Now, that would have been a big thing at one stage, and it seems to have just disappeared.
Well, yeah, I suppose indeed it's saying to the youth what kind of issues matter to you, and getting them hooked on those, and that's how you propel them forward into politics. I suppose university fees is a big thing, but it's not so much even awareness that that's something which can actually be dealt with. Like,
well, hang on, they were demoing 2 years ago, remember?
They were, and now, because it's seemingly they've patched the gap and given kind of the funding, they've done something with it. It's not so much in the limelight now, so there's certain issues which can be raised, which the youth, again, would engage with.
Okay, so what are the issues? What are the issues that you would think the youth would engage with?
Well, I'm I suppose, more politically engaged, so my issues would be climate change.
Not you general people.
But the general people, I'd say...
In 30 seconds.
Climate change is a big issue, housing is a big issue, and kind of opportunities for young people is a very big issue.
Okay, well, if only in terms of customer loyalty. You're 18 years of age. If you live to be 78, you'll take part in 12 more elections, that is. So get used to voting, and I think get used to voting at an early age. We've got less than a minute to go until the polls close. You just know around the Isle of Man, the polling stations will be getting ready to close the door, to firmly bolt it, and our reporters will be locked in. Everybody will be hermetically sealed inside with pizzas and fish and chips and bottles of iron brew until the whole thing closes. So the curtain is about to come down. The chips are about to fall in both ways. Beth.
Well, we've been joined by Archibald Elliott, Oliver Sykes and Paul Moulton for the past couple of hours. Paul, I know you're staying with us throughout the evening. You'll be popping back a little bit later. Archie and Oliver, thank you so much for being here. Great insight into young voters in the Isle of Man. It is now coming up to 8 o'clock, so let's join Sian Cowper for the latest news. Faster my, Sian.
Faster my. Polling stations for the 2021 House of Keys general election are now closed. Voters have spent the last 12 hours heading to the polls to pick who will serve in the House of Keys for the next 5 years. Ballot boxes will now be taken to the count location in each constituency, with results expected later this evening. Manx Radio has reporters at every count and will bring you the results as they're announced. A strong political education programme is needed to engage young voters in Manx politics. That's the view of Archie Elliott from the Politababble podcast, who has voted in a House of Keys general election for the first time. He and co-host Oliver Sykes have also been behind the youthvote.im campaign, urging 16 and 17-year-olds to use their votes. Archie says more needs to be done in school to get younger Manx residents interested in politics.
I don't think they necessarily realise what kind of political type of politics encompasses, and really what we need is especially in the next Tynwald, we need kind of through the Department of Education to have a really strong political education programme, which simply hasn't been kind of in place for students, and that's thing which is maybe missing.
Away from the election, the number of COVID-19 related deaths on the Isle of Man has risen. 2 more deaths have been confirmed in the latest public health surveillance report. The individuals died on the 7th and 13th of September. It takes the total number of COVID-related deaths since the start of the pandemic to 51. Tributes are being paid to former Manx radio presenter Bernie Quayle, who has died at the age of 80. He joined the station in 1967 before moving to the USA 2 years later. From 1989, he presented the Manx Radio Late Show for more than 20 years. Fellow broadcaster and friend George Ferguson joined those sharing memories.
He was a great man. He was a very good broadcaster. He also was passionate about filmmaking and about editing and so forth. But primarily, Bernard, his main love was broadcasting. And that came across every time he opened the microphone.
Manx Radio presenter Mark Tiley has also paid tribute.
Not only was he a brilliant, consummate, professional broadcaster, he was an engaging broadcaster, an emotional broadcaster who'd reach out to the audience, and they responded massively.
In international news, petrol stations are the latest casualty of the lorry driver shortages, with BP and Esso both having to close some forecourts. The British government's insisting there's not a lack of fuel and drivers should fill up as normal. Meanwhile, Tesco and Iceland have issued new warnings that the problem could lead to empty supermarket shelves in the run-up to Christmas. Police investigating the murder of a teacher are looking into whether she was killed by a stranger who is still at large. 28-year-old Sabina Nessa was attacked on a 5-minute walk to her local pub in southeast London. British Airways has scrapped plans to restart short-haul flights from Gatwick. It says most will now remain grounded because talks with the pilots' union have failed. And James Bond star Daniel Craig now has the same military rank as the secret agent. Ahead of the release of No Time to Die, the actor has been made an honorary commander in the Royal Navy. Manx Radio News at coming up to 4 minutes past 8, our next at 9 o'clock. Today is the Isle of Man's general election. You can keep up to date with our coverage by listening live, following Manx Radio on social media, or by going to manxradio.com.
Manx Radio General Election 2021.
Goromaya, thank you, Sean. It's 4 minutes past 8. The weather tonight for the Isle of Man, dry. Overnight minimum 13 degrees. Tomorrow is going to be cloudy and dry with hill fog and moderate to fresh west-southwesterly. Top temperature 19 down to 13 through the night into Saturday, where it'll be dry with a risk of some drifting coastal mist. And we're up to about 18 degrees on Saturday. But it's happened 4 minutes ago. The polls closed. The votes have been cast. It's now down to the teams under the returning officer to get them counted, and we'll have the results as soon as they come through. We'll have a Manx Radio microphone there just to see what's happening. And by the way, for those interested, we're now live on, is it YouTube we're on?
YouTube, Facebook, I think we're everywhere actually now.
Terrific. I'm Andy Wint. Look, Beth Espey's here. We've got a studio full.
We do, and we're going to introduce our guests now. Just to let you know, we will be getting the exit poll results very shortly, so we'll keep you posted on that. But we have a studio full of guests now, and I just want to go first of all to Sir Miles Walker, the Isle of Man's first Chief Minister, who has been in that position when the polls close. And can you tell us what it's like at that moment, what's going through your mind?
Well, it's the end of a very exciting day, or was for us. It was time to get home. Last cup of tea. We would have instructions from the returning officer to be at the count, sort of for 8:20 or something. So last few minutes at home, gathering together our supporters, ready to take into the count, and then that was it. We were there. We were locked in at the count, and always had a good relationship between the different candidates. So there's lots of chats and exciting, interesting, super times.
But it was the start of a brand new era. EXCO had gone, the ministerial government was coming in, and you were there. I mean, you were treading new ground.
That was in 1986. I'd been involved in 2 general elections before that. It was certainly between 81 and 86. A number of us were busy changing the Constitution, or recommending change to the Constitution, so that we would have a ministerial system rather than a committee system where you couldn't identify anybody with any change.
And I wanted to ask you about that. So how important were those first 2 terms in getting your feet under the table and knowing what you could do and what you wanted to do?
Oh, for me, they were very important. I'd obviously been interested in what was happening in politics in a very general sort of way. When I stood in 1976, which is 45 years ago, when I went into the House of Keys, I found that the members there, and some of the ones that had been returned, were very supportive of new members. They were willing to share their views and give us some advice and all of that. It was a very good time, really. And it wasn't until the end of that first 5 years, and then re-elected in 81, a number of us were realising the island wasn't going to be taken forward under the constitution it had then, and changes had to be made. And obviously a ministerial system grew out of that.
And I mean, at that time, you make it sound very calm, but the chips were down for the Isle of Man. 2,000 people out of work, £1 million in the bank, and welfare payments to pay, and you had your backs to the wall.
Yes, in 1986, as you say, there was very little resource left. A lot of people out of work. The tourist industry had passed its peak. Agriculture was flat. Yes, everything was pretty flat at that time, and we had to make it grow. And we knew that we'd had to make changes. And I think it was that knowledge and that impetus that carried us forward for that first 2 or 3 years when I was Chief Minister. I had a great team behind me. Jersey was a competitor as always, but there was a feeling out there that Jersey was full. They weren't looking for more business. The Caribbean had got a bad name, and there was an opportunity for the Isle of Man to expose itself to worldwide business, and we did that, and I think we were generally successful.
I suppose what I want to ask you, Sir Miles, is for your perception of things now. What do you think of the administration that's just been?
I don't think that's very fair. We all criticise governments when they're there, and I know ours was criticised by many people. I think Howard and his colleagues did a pretty good job for us. I mean, they had no idea what was in front of them when they were elected, when Howard got forward his team. I think he and the Health Minister in particular took this island in the direction it had to go. And I think we benefited from their leadership at that time. It's a job to know what else happened during this 5 years, actually, because COVID has reigned over us for a couple of years, and what really happened in the 3 years before that.
Well, somebody else who has had COVID at the forefront of their mind over the past 18 months or so is Dr. Rachel Glover from Tactic Genomics, who joins us this evening. Dr. Glover, lovely to have you with us. Again, I suppose the first question is how you feel we've done over the past 18 months as a whole, if that's a fair question for you.
It's a difficult question, because I think, I'm sitting from a position as well of seeing colleagues from around the world who have been in similar situations to me with their own governments. But I think that overall, I think we definitely did the right things in locking down. I don't know whether in recent months that we've opened up a little bit too quickly, but realistically, I think, politics does come into it, but I think there's a lot of professionals underneath the politicians who have done an awful lot. And I think there's maybe been a little bit too much of politicians taking credit for what's been done by the doctors and nurses at the hospital, by the scientists in the labs.
The members of the public have no idea. They're neither political nor scientific. So the public are the ones who get, if you like, battered from both sides. Scientists will be saying one thing, politicians will be saying another sometimes, and very occasionally the Venn diagram converges. And so the public often quite don't know who to believe.
I can understand that. And I think, as a scientist, I'm from a career path where we have ever-changing data and we have to change our opinions based on the data that we're given. But I think for the public that can sometimes look like, those scientists always constantly changing their opinion on things. And it's just because we have more data. But I do think that politics and science sometimes don't mix.
Are we on the right vector? Are we heading in the right way?
I think we are. I think we need to make sure all these boosters get out. I think, given our very aged population on the Isle of Man.
Are the boosters going to work?
I hope so. I'm in the class of the critically vulnerable, so yeah. I would hope so.
So, I mean, obviously they've said that the boosters are going to be around and about ready. How quickly? You're saying as soon as possible?
I would hope so, yeah. I mean, the science does show that kind of immunity is waning a little bit after 6 months, so, I think if they can roll those out, that would be great.
It is 12 minutes past 8. We'll be talking more to Dr. Glover and Sir Miles Walker. We've also got Kira Sowerby and Julian Gregor with us in the studio. But somebody has just walked in with some pieces of paper that I feel you will find very interesting at this point in time. Paul Crane is in charge of coordinating Manx Radio's exit polls today. Paul, I think fair to say, first of all, not the easiest of jobs we tasked you with. Would that be fair?
No, there have been a number of complications in the day, yeah. I think the first complication was when one of the groups taking part had to pull out at a late stage, so we were light on some constituencies. And then we've had difficulties in relation to some students being stopped from taking the exit poll because of concerns over whether they needed to sign secrecy declarations. And some
outside?
Required to do that, yes, that's right. And we managed to get around that and establish that, no, they didn't have to sign secrecy declarations. And then we had some difficulty with a degree of abuse, I guess you would say, of young people polling. and an unfortunate situation that involved with that, which left one of the schools pulling some students out from some polling stations late in the day. So yes, it's been a busy day, really.
Have we covered everywhere?
When you say everywhere, we've covered every constituency. We've covered some more thoroughly than others.
Right.
We haven't attempted to cover every polling station, which hasn't been done in past years either. So we've had nearly 110 students out, not necessarily for all parts of the day. In the main, we've been covering from 8 till 9:30, from 12:30 till 1:30, and from 5 till 6. So we've tried to pick the busier times. And I think the average across the constituencies is getting close to 200 people spoken to, some higher than that, some lower than that. So some of the results I'd perhaps be more confident about because we've had higher numbers.
Oh, you've crunched the numbers, have you?
We've crunched the numbers, yes.
The one thing we should say, there's a caveat on this, obviously the impact of postal voting this time could influence the results a little bit later.
Yes, I think it's important to realise that the exit polls are what they are. They don't take into account the postal vote, and they probably aren't capturing proxy votes because you don't know about if someone's had a proxy vote when they've gone in, so they probably don't catch those. They're not. You can't claim that it's a reliable sample because, just the postal voting is probably a certain demographic, perhaps older people more likely to do that. Perhaps especially this year with COVID, and not everybody is willing to reply. And I think there's probably an age profile difference in that because of the gaps we had. I ended up doing 3 sessions of polling myself, so I was at the sharp end of it for a couple of hours. And yes, that was interesting. Some people will turn you down. And
what you got?
Yeah, come on, we all want to know now. We've been suspended for long enough.
I should sort of put some thanks in, enormous thanks to the schools who've been involved, to going round the schools to Ali Boyd and Paul Withington at Ballacameen, to Jodie Aston down at Castle Rush and Paul Hampson at QE2. Gwyn Davies up at Ramsey, Sarah Crisford at St Ninians, and the students from those schools, as I say, about 100, 110 of them, something like that. Enormous thanks to them. They've worked incredibly hard, sending me at the end of every session photographs of their summary sheets, as it were, and I've been translating those into spreadsheets. The word of warning would be, having been a candidate in an election where I sat through the count, having heard Manx Radio exit poll tell me that I had been elected, and then discovering that I hadn't been when the postal votes came in, my personal Trump moment really, when the postal votes came out, and I lost out because of that. So I would say these are not written in stone. They are what they are. You know, we've taken the answers from those people who were willing to give them, and we've got those.
We can't wait.
How do you want them? All right, I've built it up.
Alphabetical order?
Right, and what are you looking for? The percentage that we've got, or just who we think was elected?
Well, let's see who we think's elected. Shall we go with that? Everyone in the studio wants to go with that? Yeah, that's what we want to know.
Arbury, Castletown and Maloo.
Arbury, Castletown and Maloo are poll. It's quite a large poll that's gone into that one. We've got top of the poll Jason Morehouse at 33%. Simon Glover with 30%.
Tim Glover.
Timothy Simon Glover. It says here. Yeah, Tim Glover, of course. Which would mean that those two would be elected. Stephen Crowther would not be returned, and Graham Crageen would lose his seat. So that's what we've got from that.
Aaron Michael.
Okay. Aaron Michael, we large numbers of candidates, obviously. With the 8 candidates, we had at top of the poll Alf Cannon with 31% of the vote, and in second place we've got does he go as Timothy Johnson or David Johnson? David Johnson. Okay, with 28% of the vote. No one else had above 11%, so that would put Tim Baker out.
Okay, Douglas Central.
Douglas Central with 4 candidates. We've got from our poll Catherine Anne Corlett with 37% of the vote, and Chris Thomas with very nearly 28% of the vote. Okay. The other 2 candidates down with 16 and 18%.
Okay, Douglas East.
Okay, Douglas East.
we've got at the top of the poll Joni Farragher. Okay. And second, we've got an absolute tie between Claire Barber and Michael Josem.
Ooh.
Well, he'll be happy to know that because he lost Douglas South by, what was it, 5 votes?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it could be very making close. a habit of that, isn't he? Douglas North.
Again. Douglas North, we've got, we had smaller numbers there, so it's perhaps slightly less reliable, but we had David Ashford with 43% of the vote, so a very high figure. And in second place, we had John Wannenberg, so that would mean Ralph Peake losing his seat. But I know, I heard a flea in my ear, really, that the last exit poll predicted that Ralph Peake would not get in, and he did. So,
okay. Douglas South.
Okay. Douglas South, at the top of the poll, we've got Sarah Maltby, taking very nearly 36% of the vote, followed by Claire Christian. So that would mean Paul Quine losing his seat.
Okay. Garth?
If that was correct. In Garth, where there have been some difficulties, we had difficulty with our coverage of it, but we also were picking up, I was picking up at the end of the day, that there's been a degree of protest with people not voting, because I was covering the Garth polling station in Onchan, and these were people who live in Onchan and were most unhappy that they were being counted in Garth.
Because even of the constituency reaching.
That's right. So even those who had voted and were telling me who they'd voted for were having a flea in my ear about the fact that they wished they hadn't been voting, or wished they'd been voting in Onchan and not in Garth.
Well, Garth starts just by Ramsey and finishes at Howe Street.
The constituency.
Yes.
So who have you got?
So we've got Daphne Kane and Martin Perkins both returned. 29 and 27% of the vote. Next highest, Gareth Young at 18%.
All right, this is the one. Glenn Faber and Peel.
Glenn Faber and Peel, we've got Kate Lord Brennan topping the poll, 37.5%. And the others are then quite close, but Ray Harmer in second place, Tim Krukall just barely behind him, and Leo Cousins just behind them. Geoffrey Boot, compared with Kate Lord Brennan's 37%, is down at under 7% of our poll.
Okay, and middle.
Middle. Well, I just voted myself. We've got Jane Poole Wilson topping the poll with 40%. And then we've got a split down to 2 decimal places, both with 20.93% of the vote, Alison Lynch and Stuart Peters.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
That's one to watch.
Onchan.
Onchan, we had quite good numbers covering that. Rob Collister in the exit poll has topped the poll with nearly 41% of the vote, and Julie Edge with 33%, so that would be no change there.
Anybody anywhere near?
The next candidate after that 33 was 14%, James Cherry, so no.
Okay, Ramsey, a large field in Ramsey.
Okay, yes, again 8 candidates in Ramsey. Top of the poll was Alex Allenson, and very close behind Laurie Hooper. They were at 28 and 27% of our vote respectively. The next highest after that was Robert Cowell with 12%, so they appear to have a comfortable lead based on that.
And finally, Russian.
Okay, finally, Russian.
Miles is writing this down.
Right. Ewan Watterson appears to have topped our exit poll anyway, 39% of the vote. The next highest was Andrew Langan Newton, but he is only just barely ahead of Michelle Haywood. Andrew and Michelle, 25 and 23% of the vote.
Good. Okay. I just want to ask you 2 questions. What do you think the students got out of this?
I think they got a lot out of it. I've been talking to some of them in the build-up, spoke to some of them, spoke to a group specifically at QE2 yesterday. I've spoken to some of them involved in the polling today. They said it was just good for them to be involved in it. They'd enjoyed that. They said it was useful to get an insight into it and an insight into the Isle of Man through it. There were some other questions as well that they were asking in the questionnaires about what influenced the vote and a number of things which were these important to them and so on. So there's figures on that for each constituency too.
I've got all the data, but I haven't finished all the presentation yet. So I've got
and
some
just pass on, I mean, to anybody who did abuse any of them, then pass on our apologies as well. And that's not really on in this day and age.
Okay, thanks very much.
We can tell you that the turnout for Douglas South is estimated to be just over 47%. Last time it was 40%. We've got a studio full of guests. I just want to come to Kira Sowerby. Now, Kira, you are an astrophysics student. You're at Lancaster University. You took part in Manx Radio's election panel programme. And you are a member of the Manx Labour Party. We've just heard the predicted exit poll results. What's your initial thoughts on what you've heard?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I'll take it.
Joni Farragher and Sarah Maltby.
Yeah, it would be disappointing for Gareth. He's not massively far behind. Postal votes might go in his favour. And obviously it's just exit polls, so it might not be accurate. But if that does end up being spot on, then it'll be a good day for the Manx Labour Party.
We've got for now.
Yeah, I'll be super excited to see that happen. I think a lot of candidates that you said are likely to win according to the polls are quite progressive and will help Manx Labour and the Green Party as well in their agenda to help make the government a more progressive place.
We're also joined in the studio by Dewin Gregor. Now, Dewin, we talked to you, if you just come a little bit closer to the microphone, if you can lean forward a little bit, that'd be great. We talked to you, Dewin, for a feature called Access All Areas as part of our election coverage, because you are a guide dog user, and we were talking about the fact that when you went to vote, first of all, in the Isle of Man 2011, you didn't have a great experience. It was slightly better in 2016. I'm intrigued to know what it was like for you today.
It was a lot better today, obviously, because the Cabinet Office have been doing so much publicity and training about making this one of the most accessible elections that we've ever had. It ran a lot smoothly. I use a tactile voting aid, and that's just kind of a piece of plastic that gets put over the ballot paper with raised numbers for 1, 2, 3, 4 down the candidate list. So it's Boot, Cowan, Crook, Hall, Cousins in the order. And the only really hitch that went up today was that the tactile voting aid had been misplaced just very briefly, so it took about 5 minutes to find it. But after that, we were rolling with steam, and I had a fully independent voting experience, which was novel. It was lovely.
We are actually live on YouTube and Facebook, and we've got a tactile voting slip. Andy is just holding one here, just holding up to the camera. And I mean, great to hear that message has been taken on. I think accessibility has been a very important issue, really, for the Crown and Elections team this time. So, Dewin, a much better experience?
For me, yes. I've been connecting with some of the disability community, disabled community across the island, though, and I am getting some quite mixed results. I've heard from a wheelchair user in Foxdale, though, that he had very much the same issue that he had last time. This year a ramp was provided, but my understanding was that it was not secured very well to the church, and he couldn't get in. He's still been able to vote, which is nice, but yeah, he gave me quite a detailed response, and I think he's going to be feeding that back to Cabinet Office as well at the very, very unstable ramp that was not fit for purpose.
Now, I also spoke to Stephen, actually, Stephen Underwood, as part of the Access All Areas programme, so he did get in touch with me and relayed that experience as well. He contacted the elections team today. He says he's had 2 email responses from the Isle of Man government and a phone call, and as you say, Dewin, he's been invited to a post-election debrief to talk about and advise on this issue. Dewin, we've just heard the exit poll results from Paul Crane. You heard the Glen Faber and Peel result. That's your constituency. Yeah. Happy with that?
Yes, yeah, I'm quite surprised by Kate Lord-Brennan. I think she's very, very straight in what she says, and I kind of wasn't sure how that was going to rub people up, whether it was going to kind of surprise people a bit, but she's clearly done an incredibly good job, and I'm very excited to see what she's going to bring to the table.
Well, Paul Crane, thank you so much for piling those figures together for us. I have a team of people at the door who are waiting to whisk you away and have a look at all these papers, if that's okay. They're desperate to see them in more detail.
You could tell us, first of all, Paul, just finally on a personal level, how did it feel to be in at the exit poll and out at the proper poll?
Perhaps a gentle letdown, maybe.
And you're putting that very gently.
Right, yes.
Well, at least you know how people may feel. Thanks for being with us.
Paul Graham, thank you so much indeed. So, Miles Walker, you were scribbling down the exit poll results as they were given out there. Your overview of them?
Yeah, very, very interesting, and I accept all the provisos. But if it happens in the way that the exit poll showed, I don't think I would be surprised by any of the constituencies. And I haven't really been round them all by any means and thought about them, but just running through the names, it seems to me that, the ones I expected would be elected.
How much of an eye does a pioneering Chief Minister keep on current Manx politics?
Oh, I think
personalities aside.
Yeah, we're interested in it all. I'm sure that goes for the Chief Minister that followed me. Yes. I'm sure that they're all interested in.
We've been talking about engaging younger voters.
Yes.
I just wonder what's your secret?
Well, a younger voter in my time was 21. And I wasn't a lot older than that when I stood. So I think it's very much up to the candidates and their teams to get out and create some excitement around election day. And I don't think there was any there today. There weren't any cars sort of rushing around the constituency with vote so and so in the back window.
Did you have Vote Walker on a car?
I certainly did, and on a milk van.
On the milk van, I was going to say.
but yes, I mean we had teams of people working for us.
Yes, I'd forgotten you were very young when you became Chief Minister, comparatively. There were lots of much older politicians in Tynwald when you went in.
Yes, I was 46.
Which was very young.
Very young.
Yes. I was fortunate, I suppose, in standing for Rushen. I had two colleagues who were similar age, a little bit older than me, but Noel Kringle and Eddie Lowy, and myself, and we all went to school together. We all knew each other well. And I think our mission at election time was to get people to vote. Our individual missions, obviously, was to get them to vote for us. But there was a general feeling that if we got a good turnout at the poll, then we could accept the result. If there had been a poor turnout at the poll, we would have been disappointed at the result. And I think we had 74% turnout in our days.
Wow. We can only dream of that now, maybe.
Which is quite different now. Quite different.
Kira Sabi, you are a young voter. I'm guessing really engaged from a very young age. Is it a family thing?
Not really. Not with Manx politics. Only in the last sort of year I've really started paying attention and joined the Manx Labour Party. Before then I was interested in UK politics, and I'd kept an eye on certain events. Like I was quite I co-founded the Student Climate Network, so I knew a lot about Manx politics in the context of that. But I think the election has helped gather some interest, and also the local elections previously this year. I don't know what it is really. Everyone asks me like, how would you get young people involved with Manx politics? But I don't really know how I got involved with Manx politics. It just sort of took me by surprise a bit. Really.
Are you interested on an academic level? Is it emotional to you? I mean, what draws you to politics?
I think a bit of everything really. It's difficult to explain. I guess I kind of, like every politician really, not that I'm a politician, just wants to see the Isle of Man become a more prosperous place. I think wherever you sit politically, that's always your goal. And I guess I'd like to see my version of that happen.
Yeah. Who's your favourite politician?
Manx politician?
In general.
Anyone.
It can be Manx or...
Oh, I've never thought of that before. I'm guessing Manx one. And so probably in the current...
the past
administration. Daphne Kane was really good. She did some great stuff, and I'm happy to see that on the exit poll that she'll get re-elected. I think if I was, standing for MHK and was to be elected, then I think I'd want to see her run for Chief Minister. It would be great, but...
How important do you think it is for a politician to have a personality, an outgoing personality?
I think it is quite important to get people engaged, but also you do have people who are sort of quieter, more in the background, or not even in the background, just people who think more, perhaps, rather than talk more, and that's not a bad thing at all. They're listening, they're not necessarily talking.
I think they do have to be effective communicators, though,
in
order to
definitely.
get their point across in the House. I think they do have to be effective communicators, and I think that they do have to stand by those opinions and voice them. I think my question to you would be whether you're involved in student politics at Lancaster.
I'm actually not at the moment, but because...
Isn't that where you went, Dr. Glover? You've got a connection with Lancaster?
No, I was Aberdeen, Manchester and Exeter, but I was in student politics in Aberdeen.
Okay.
So it's one of those questions that ask students.
I think when I go back on Wednesday, I think I'll probably be joining one of the campus societies and getting more involved with it.
I just wonder, regarding student politics, one of the big things is debates in student politics and being able to see both sides. I just wonder how you sit with the cancel culture and no platforming people. Rachel Glover.
I think, obviously, I've in certain aspects...
It never happened when you were in student politics, did it?
No.
Did you ever ban people?
No. It was all... the student politics that I was involved in was in the early 2000s in Scotland. There was a lot of stuff going on at that point about student fees. They were just about to bring in student fees, so mostly we were involved in going down to London and protesting with signs, and to try and stop the UK government at that point in introducing fees for UK students. But I think that there has to be really kind of, you have to hear both sides of something. You can't just hear what you want to hear.
It has to be uncomfortable, doesn't it? Somebody has to be uncomfortable in the debate, and the cancel culture seems to be walking away from that and saying if you don't agree with somebody, then you can just no platform them. You just don't give them the opportunity to be uncomfortable.
But at the moment we are also surrounded on social media, Facebook, Twitter, by the news feed that we have trained it to give us those things. So, Facebook, Twitter, they know what we like, they know what we watch, but they know what we scroll past.
So it's Google's fault with the algorithms.
Well, no, we create our own echo chamber in a social media. So it gives us the things that we like to see, and it often won't get that other side and that other side of the discussion. So I think it can cause issues, but sometimes uncomfortable truths are what's needed.
And I think it's fair to say, Dr. Rachel Glover, that over the past 18 months you have been pretty out there on social media, not always very well receiving of when those stories are picked up. I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, I think Manx Radio have had a few critical tweets from me in the time for just taking tweets and putting it in
news. Seems to be late at night as well. Was it always late at night?
As when I've got any free time.
But there is the feeling, though, that if you put something out there in the social media world, it is out there for public consumption.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and that's part and parcel of being in social media. I think one of the interesting things about the Isle of Man is that TikTok doesn't seem to have arrived here yet.
It has.
Has it? Oh, maybe I'm getting old then. I know the Youth Vote have got a TikTok account, haven't they?
Yeah, there's, maybe not like politicians have got TikTok accounts, just some of them do in the UK, but it's definitely a thing in like high schools and like uni students and stuff.
I'm thinking like kind of more mainstream.
No, mainstream. No, it hasn't. Yeah, I don't think it's hit mainstream in the UK or anything like that. So.
Just want to go through the texts we're getting in this evening. 166 177 if you want to text. You can email studio@manxradio.com. Andy's been in touch to say, great coverage so far, thank you. Took part in the exit poll in Douglas South done by a very polite young lady. And he says, I'm shocked to hear they were getting abused. What is wrong with people today? And Jewin Gregor is with us, and we've been talking about accessibility to polling stations. And we've had a text in saying the access to the Centenary Centre in Peel was difficult for wheelchair users, had to get assistance. But on the other side, this lovely message from Baz, who says, when taking Brenda, who's 90 years old, to vote, she struggled to get in the car. She couldn't handle the queue in Peel, so the voting officials came out and let her cast her vote from the car. Baz says, hats off to them.
Manx Solutions.
That's it. That is it. Alistair Ramsey, political commentator, we're calling you now, former government media officer, is in the studio with us. How are you doing?
I'm not too bad. Not too bad.
And your overview, I suppose, of how things are today and how it's been?
I've got the impression for the past few weeks that this election campaign has been a lot livelier, more vibrant than maybe some of the predecessors. I think that's partly because of the media coverage, which is better than ever and more extensive than ever. All the media outlets really have stepped up. That's the kind of mainstream ones, the online ones, and I think that's created a degree of energy around it. But also, I mean, I hope that the turnout is higher this time, because if it isn't higher with the issues that we're now facing, then God help us, basically.
Do you think COVID has helped or hindered?
I would hope that it would galvanise people and make them appreciate that local politicians actually do have a lot of responsibility and power, and that having gone through what we've gone through and having to rebuild the economy and kind of find our way forward now, if this isn't the beginning of a new era, I don't know what is.
You feel
really.
the sense of a reset?
Yes, I personally do, yes.
But obviously, we don't quite know who's going to be where. We don't know who the Chief Minister is going to be, although one of the candidates is, from our exit poll, looks to have topped the poll in Aaron Michael in Alfred Cannon. But there are tough days ahead. There are decisions to be made, and obviously there's got to be a collegiate response to this. There's got to be a cabinet around all this.
There has, yes. I mean, the consensus is the key to Manx politics. I mean, there's always been a bit of theatricals for kind of local consumption on the sidelines, but I mean, it's the way our system is, and that will be the challenge for the new administration, is to build that kind of solid platform. But it won't be easy, because there are some inherently difficult issues to deal with.
Such as?
I personally think that funding climate change response, health and social care in the future, everyone's very keen on developing services, but it comes back to that: how do you pay for it? How do you get politicians and the public to swallow any increase in tax, and also maintain your economic
Did you just
advantage?
say increase in tax?
Well, I personally think that's inevitable, yeah.
Sir Miles Walker, would people have swallowed that in your time?
No, and I'm not certain they will now either. I think all our politicians, the politicians to be elected, have to bear in mind that we live in a very competitive world, and the competition between ourselves, the Channel Islands, the other low tax centres, is very real, and I don't think we can afford just to turn our backs on it.
Do you think we'll nod through the NI increase that they've had in the UK?
Probably. I think, yes, there's always been a relationship between ourselves and the UK on NI, and I don't see that changing, so I think that will be harmless. I think the more dangerous thing for us and for me personally is raising more revenue by rates,
right?
Which I think are fundamentally unfair. And as long as they're only used for street lights and bins and very local services, for me that's okay. But start chipping away and raising more revenue by the rating system, I think is quite wrong.
19 minutes before 9, you're listening to Manx Radio's Election Night Special. We've been asked just to run through our exit poll results for you quickly. So we're going to give you the results as predicted at our exit polls throughout the day. So Arbury, Castletown and Maloo shows Jason Morehouse topping the poll, with Tim Glover coming in second. Ayr and Michael shows Alf Cannon and Tim Johnston. Douglas Central, Anne Corlett and Chris Thomas. Now Douglas East, one to watch. Joni Farragher is shown as topping the poll, with Claire Barber and Michael Josem neck and neck. Douglas North, David Ashford and John Wannenberg. Douglas South shows Sarah Maltby and Claire Christian. Garth, Daphne Kane and Martin Perkins, so no change there according to our exit poll. Glenfaber and Peel shows Kate Lord Brennan topping the poll, with Ray Harmer in second. Middle, Jane Paul Wilson, and then again another interesting one, Alison Lynch and Stu Peters, with just a fraction between them. Onken, Rob Collister and Julie Edge. Ramsey, Alex Allenson and Laurie Hooper. And in Russian it shows Ewan Watterson topping the poll, with Andrew Langan-Newton in second, but Michelle Hayward very close behind.
That's an exit poll, so take it with however many grains of salt you want, because postal votes aren't counted in there. And as Paul Crane said, obviously there's a type of demographic that uses postal votes, more than others. Manx Radio's 2021 election coverage. Now is the time when the candidates, the prospective MHKs, are sitting nervously glancing at everybody else, glancing at the other candidates with a mixture of hatred and envy, and everybody's getting ready, and they're counting now. So we wish all of them well. If you're listening, if you're tuned in at the counts, then for heaven's sake, make sure you count properly, Beth.
Oh my goodness, definitely do. Talking about a lot of issues here in the studio. Ewan Gregor is with us, and Ewan, we've been talking a lot about accessibility, but you're also, I'm still going to call you a young voter.
Mm-hmm.
You're still fairly young, aren't you?
I'll take that. Yep.
But we talked a lot this evening, starting from 6 until 8, about engagement and how we try and make politics relevant to people. I mean, have you always been a political animal, if I can put it that way?
I've always been quite politically engaged, and I think when you asked Kira before about what it was about being politically engaged, for me it's very much an emotional issue, because as a disabled member of society, I'm obviously impacted a lot by the politics feeds into the regulations that the government then create. So for me, it's always been very emotional. And yes, even from quite a young age, well, I'd say early mid-teens, I was always very aware of who my MHK was, what the politics were, how the regulations were affecting me, as I said, as a disabled person, and therefore how these could be changed and how to engage my MHK or MHKs now to try and get those regulations changed to better my life and others on the Isle of Man who have disabilities.
Do you feel, though, well represented generally within the House of Keys?
That's always a really tricky one, because at the minute, to my knowledge, I don't think there have been many candidates with disabilities in the past or who are currently present. But I think representation isn't just about seeing yourself there. It's also about how well the MHKs can take on the problems that are brought to them by constituents. I've felt reasonably well represented by my MHKs. There have been a couple of blips along the way, but such is the nature of the beast, and you can't please everyone. But I do feel, I do feel quite well represented, and I do feel my MHKs, they do take what I say on board quite well when I have disputes with certain departments.
Well, that's positive to hear. You are listening to Manx Radio's election night coverage. We are online, on air. You can also watch us as well. We'll give the cameras a little wave here. We are on the YouTube channel and Facebook as well. Dr. Rachel Glover, a tweet that I did see, and this might have been a little while ago. Don't pull that face, it's okay. There was some indication that you would consider standing for MHK perhaps in the future. Is that still something you consider doing?
I think potentially in the future. I did seriously consider it this time round, but the problem is that I run a biotech company, and we're still a relatively new biotech company at 4 years old, so it's not the right time for the kind of CEO/chief scientist to walk away from the company. So for me, it's, there's a lot of issues that I do feel very passionate about, and I do think that could be improved on the island. I think one of them was actually touched on there about disabilities. I think that it's very, very difficult for a disabled person to become an MHK, I think, with the way that the system currently requires you to go and knock on everybody's doors. But I did consider it, maybe in the future.
Miles Walker?
Yes. June is much too young to remember, but Howard Simcox.
Of course.
Was the name, yes.
Yes, he was a valiant member of Tynwald, and he was still there when I was elected, but he'd moved up to the Legislative Council.
What was he like as a politician?
Wonderful. He had an eighth sense. He could read his briefs and remember them, and it was quite refreshing to have somebody standing up and not reading from a brief. And of course, that was Howard. He spoke from the heart. When he was canvassing, and he knocked on many, many doors along with his colleagues who sort of escorted him or kept him company, and in the House of Keys, he was very, very good. Member of the Legislative Council. He was chairman of the Water Board. I remember when I was in Tynwald, and it was he that moved the the Druidale Reservoir, that we should have a sort of a large reservoir to look into the future. And he was a person.
Does it surprise you that
many of us look up to?
That we haven't had politicians with disabilities in Keys? I mean, I can't think of any over the past 20 years.
No, I can't either, and it doesn't surprise me, because I guess it's pretty daunting.
Yes.
I mean, Howard was a political animal. He I think trained to be an accountant. Then he lost his sight, decided that a sightless accountant wasn't not much of a future, so he changed to law.
Yeah.
And he had a career in law, which was quite outstanding
and
as
yet
well.
We're always told to look past the disability to the person. So there are many people with disabilities who are immensely talented.
Absolutely.
I just wonder whether it's time for the political establishment to put some tentacles out to that.
Yes, well, the individuals have got to decide for themselves.
Hugh and Gregor?
Big commitment.
Is it something you'd consider?
It's not something I consider personally. Alongside my visual impairment, I have other disabilities that cause pain and fatigue, and I think just the sheer amount of work that MHKs have to put in for an able-bodied person is, I think, monolithic. I have a real respect for MHKs for the amount of work that they do, and I think anybody living with a chronic illness or disability has so many more added barriers that I'm not surprised that there haven't been more disabled politicians, but in the future I would absolutely love to see, now that we have equality legislation in, there should be the removal of some of those barriers, and hopefully we will see more disabled politicians in the future. And I just think how amazing it was that Howard Simcox was here pre-disability legislation, and he just cracked on and got on with it and was able to do it.
You're listening to Manx Radio's Election Night Special, 166 177 if you want to text us this evening, or you can email studio@manxradio.com. Good evening to Dave, who wants to know if Andy has a Manx Radio logo on his underpants as well as his tie and blazer.
That's between me and my tailor.
Leave it there. Nowhere to go with that, really. Alistair Ramsey. Say something.
How do I follow
Take
that?
us away from that.
I want to ask you, Alistair, just regarding and we talked about the temperament of politicians earlier on. We talked about the quiet politicians, and we talked about the outgoing politicians. Who do you think are the most effective? Is it there's the saying, empty vessels make most noise. We've had loud MHKs who don't appear to have done much, and we've had ones that are like an iceberg, 9/10 below the surface.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere in the middle. It's a rather boring answer, but you're right. I mean, you do get some very conspicuous, noisy politicians who quite often are just playing to the crowd and not actually doing an awful lot. And then you will get members who work very quietly behind the scenes, but unfortunately relating to the public and explaining what you're doing to the public is part of the job. So you do need to have a public profile. Not necessarily a kind of.
How long have you been covering Manx politics? What was the first election you covered?
I go back to Sir Miles's day. Really, I was a young journalist then. At the beginning of, I guess I started covering it in the early 80s. So I saw the development of the ministerial system. The first chief minister. I spent about 12 years solidly in Tynwald and House of Keys.
And what was the public appetite for politics like then?
I guess it was more traditional and more community based, and it was probably more kind of Manx in those days. But then it became more kind of adversarial as time went on, and you got the kind of beginnings of a sort of opposition at one stage. So it was evolving, and I think it's still evolving, actually.
Obviously, when we got into international finance, when the tourism trade finished, declined, we became an international island because of our international finance, and obviously we gained an international profile. And nowadays we're being asked to address international issues because of our international profile, i.e. climate change, i.e. 010, to take our place on the world stage. So we earn our money to a large part from international business. Do you think the Isle of Man should get involved in those international issues?
I don't think it's got much choice, really. I mean, we like to think of ourselves as an internationally responsible jurisdiction. That's a terrible word. But the outside world really started to intrude on our little domestic bubble here. Maybe, I don't know, late 90s or maybe even earlier. I can remember when it was very controversial that politicians would go to London just for meetings, because that was regarded as needless extravagance, very expensive. What do you have to go to London for? And in recent decades, we've got used to the idea that our politicians will go all over the world.
And do you think we've got anything to teach the world? I mean, we talk about our biosphere, and we're a biosphere nation. We talk about even going down to people like Bill Dale. He's got a worldwide profile by picking litter up on beaches, just because he needed something to do when he was walking the dog. So because of that international finance profile, I mean, there's something we can teach. There's something we can teach the world.
I think politically we're a pretty unusual model of a very small, semi-independent jurisdiction, where we don't have a party system. Politicians are very close to the people. I mean, incredibly close to the people. And this is a system that goes back over 1,000 years, founded by the Vikings. So I think politically we're more interesting than we realise, and maybe that's a story we can tell the world more loudly in future.
Okay, Beth?
No party system, but Kira Sowerby, it's fair to say this is something that you would like to see in the future. Would you? Party politics in the Isle of Man?
Yeah, I think that party politics is inherently a good thing, but I can understand the arguments against it. I just think that it also makes it more accessible for young people to get engaged, because it's easier for them to understand. If you wanted to get properly involved in this election, to the same extent that I've done, like, you need to know the names of 65 candidates. If we have party politics, you need to know the name of a handful of parties, and then maybe a handful of independents outside of that as well. It makes it easier for people to, have a good idea of who they want to vote for before manifestos come in. It also means that you're more likely to actually make meaningful change if you have a significant number of people from one party who are inherently bound towards the same manifesto and the same goals. Then you're more likely to be able to achieve those goals faster, because you have sort of like a block vote essentially of those party members. But yeah, I can understand the arguments against it. In a small community, people like having independence about. It's just something that I think
it would help openness about I think it would help openness about the election, because for me, I'm used to the UK style of politics. That's where I lived for 20 years. I'm Manx born. I grew up here, but I've been here for 4 years now, and this is my first Manx election. And I think it was very difficult for me to figure out, for a lot of the candidates, where they're left, centre or right of the political spectrum. And it's very, very difficult when people describe themselves as an independent, but what they really mean is very, very conservative or very, very liberal. And it's very difficult to figure that out.
Or no political complexion at all.
Yeah. So Miles Walker, has a time come for party politics, do you think?
Well, I was just reflecting, when I was first elected, the Manx Labour Party had a number of members of Tynwald, members of House of Keys. And I think there were 4 or 5 members. Eddie Lowy, of course. There was a Russian Labour Party that drove the political machine down south, and it had quite a lot of force in the community. That has sort of dwindled, and I know not why. I'm certain there are individuals in the community with such strong feelings as there were then.
Whose was the famous quote? 24 unguided missiles. There was a famous quote about the House of Keys. It was full of 24 unguided missiles.
Probably somebody who lost election.
That's probably so. Yeah. Oh, there was always sour grapes. Always sour. But it's interesting the point you make, the fact that party politics, or team politics really, one colour, one side, one colour, another side, that's never really taken off on the Isle of Man. Is it purely because of the size of the place? That everybody does know everybody?
Yes, I find it difficult to anticipate a party system. I don't know how you would have the discipline in a small community that you have in a large community like the United Kingdom. And if you did something the party didn't like and they wanted to get rid of you and so on, you would say, well, that's fine, fair enough, but come next election I'll stand on my own as an individual. And I don't quite know how it would work, and I understand those that think that it would move the island forward on a better pace, but I can't understand how it would work at this stage.
You're listening to Manx Radio's Election Night Special. Just a quick message for Uncle Miles from all in St John's. Dewin Gregor, Sir Miles Walker, Kira Souby, Dr Rachel Glover, and for the moment, Alistair Ramsey. Thank you very much. Alistair is going to stay with us throughout the evening, I think. He'll just give me a nod now as he takes a big drink of water. It is 9 o'clock. Let's join Sean Cowper for the latest news.
Fastamai exit polls are suggesting that 3 government ministers may have lost their seats in the House of Keys general election. Initial findings show that Infrastructure Minister Tim Baker could miss out in Ayr and Michael.
We had at top of the poll Alf Cannon with 31% of the vote. And in second place we've got, does he go as Timothy Johnson or David Johnson? Timothy David Johnson, okay. With 28% of the vote. No one else had above 11%, so that would put Tim Baker out.
Home Affairs Minister Graham Cregeen could see his political career ended in Albury, Castletown and Maloo.
We've got top of the poll Jason Morehouse with 33%, and Simon Glover with 30%.
Tim Glover.
Timothy Simon Glover, it says here. Yeah, Tim Glover, of course. Which would mean that those two would be elected. Stephen Crowther would not be returned and Graham Cregeen would lose his seat.
And in Glenfaber and Peel, Geoffrey Boot could lose his seat to Tynwald colleague MLC Kate Lord Brennan.
The others are then quite close, but Ray Harmer in second place, Tim Crookall just barely behind him, and Leo Cousins just behind them. Geoffrey Boot, compared with Kate Lord Brennan's 37%, is down at under 7% of our poll.
The exit polls were conducted for Manx Radio by Paul Crane, with help from students from the Isle of Man's high schools. Voters with disabilities have had mixed experiences casting their votes in today's House of Keys general election. That's according to a blind resident who used a tactile voting strip to make his picks. Dewin Gregor says he found the experience better than in previous elections, but he knows of a wheelchair user who was left unable to enter a polling station.
I am getting some quite mixed results. I've heard from a wheelchair user in Foxdale, though, that he had very much the same issue that he had last time. This year a ramp was provided, but my understanding was that it was not secured very well to the church and he couldn't get in. He's still been able to vote, which is nice, but yeah, he gave me quite a detailed response, and I think he's going to be feeding that back to Cabinet Office as well.
A strong political education programme is needed to engage young voters in Manx politics. That's the view of Archie Elliott from the Politibabble podcast, who has voted in a House of Keys general election for the first time. He and co-host Oliver Sykes have also been behind the youthvote.im campaign, urging 16 and 17-year-olds to use their votes. Archie says more needs to be done in school to get younger Manx residents interested in politics.
I don't think they necessarily realise what kind of political type of politics encompasses, and really what we need is especially in the next Tynwald, we need kind of through the Department of Education to have a really strong political education programme, which simply hasn't been kind of in place for students, and that's something which is maybe missing.
In international news, petrol stations are the latest casualty of the lorry driver shortages, with BP and Esso both having to close some forecourts. The UK government's insisting there's not a lack of fuel and drivers should fill up normally. Meanwhile, Tesco and Iceland have issued new warnings that the problem could lead to empty supermarket shelves in the run-up to Christmas. Police investigating the murder of a teacher are looking into whether she was killed by a stranger who's still at large. 28-year-old Sabina Nessa was attacked on a 5-minute walk to her local pub in southeast London. And British Airways has scrapped plans to restart short-haul flights from Gatwick. It says most will now remain grounded because talks with the pilots' union have failed. Manx Radio News at 3 minutes past 9, our next at 10 o'clock. It is General Election Day on the Isle of Man. You can keep up to date with our coverage by listening live, going to our social media pages or at manxradio.com.
Manx Radio, General Election 2021.
Good evening. It's 3 minutes past 9 o'clock. I'm Andy Wint, live with Beth Espey tonight for Election 2021 in the Isle of Man. Just over an hour ago, the polls closed at the polling stations. The votes are now being counted, and the political future is being decided for the next 5 years. There's 24 MHKs. We'll get the seal of approval from the public, and we'll find out between now and whenever we finish tonight. Beth Espey, we have a brand new studio full of guests. Who have we got?
We certainly do, and you can watch us live as well on Facebook and on the Manx Radio YouTube channel. I'll ask all the guests to give a little wave to the camera. Donald Gelling looking very excited about the prospect in the corner there. Good evening, how are you?
I'm very well, Beth.
Have you had a good election day so far?
Yes, excellent.
And did you hear the exit poll results?
I did indeed.
Happy with them?
No.
Oh. Are you going to elaborate?
Do you want me to elaborate now?
Do we want him to elaborate now? Is it too soon? Will we peak too soon?
No.
Well, on a downer, I would say that listening to your programme so far, it's been better advertised and all excited and all this. But in actual fact, out on the ground, certainly in Sampton, we found it the other way round, because how can I put it, communication of advertising was very, very poor. In fact, you had a situation where a family just living 100 yards from Mount Murray didn't even know the requisition meeting was on. And then we had people coming into the Mount Murray saying, do we need a ticket? See, they were getting confused with Manx Radio's coverage of their own programme. And I thought that was rather a disadvantage, because the 5 years before, if you remember, we didn't have any captains of parishes involved, and that there were always complaints about that. This year they involved the captains of the parish, but then the advertising was left to the Cabinet Office. And we had a change of officer in there at the same time. Richard left and a new chap came in, and I just think it was just a little bit not as I would have expected to arrive there to have a well-advertised... Let's face it, it's our government. It's our Isle of Man. We're unique. That's what worried me. But
were there adverts in the paper?
Too late. There were two... You see, the trouble was that I was going to bring a poster with me, and my wife said, no, don't do that, because I rang up the Cabinet Office saying, for goodness sake, where's the posters? And when they came out, the print was about half an inch. In other words, if you were standing in a bus shelter or outside a shop, but not for out on the road for cars or people seeing it. So there wasn't anything on the ground. That's what I'm saying. It was a shame, because I thought we'd done well to have 100 people, at the meeting. And it was a good meeting. But I just think there could have been more.
So these were the pre-election meetings organised by the Crown and Elections team, and it is, as you said, Donald Gelling, a different approach this year. We've talked so much already throughout the evening about political engagement. We're just welcoming Barry Lawson from the Chamber of Commerce into the studio. Good evening. We've talked so much about engagement, and I suppose some people would say, that the Crown Elections team have really tried to take the bull by the horns. They've tried to do things a little bit differently.
Absolutely.
Not everything's going to work, I suppose.
No, and I think you've got it absolutely right. We didn't know, well, I certainly didn't, as the captain of the parish of Stanton, who was invited to chair this meeting, whether we should have been still doing the advertising as we would have done 10 years before, because it was a requisition meeting where the people of the parish signed for a meeting to take place. This time we were waiting for the Cabinet Office, and basically they booked the halls. But as I say, I just hope that won't tarnish the election, because it's so important.
Well, let's meet some of the other guests that we have in the studio. Debbie Holsall is the Regional Officer for Unite the Union Isle of Man. Lovely to have you here with us, Debbie. Thank you so much. Okay, so you have called for proactive, not reactive MHKs this time. How hopeful are you about that?
Well, I'm really thrilled to hear that the Manx Labour Party at the moment have got the 2 females gone through.
According to our exit polls, we should say.
Yeah, and I think one of the great things about that is we endorse the policies that they stand by. I think it's about time that the Labour movement got back in touch with everything, and there needs to be a certain aspect of looking at the minimum wage, which is not fit for purpose anymore, and start looking at a living wage and basically bringing that up to standards.
Something you have said, though, you do talk about politicians needing to engage better with unions. You've been reported as saying Unite hasn't always seen progress after meeting with elected officials. You feel perhaps they've been in talk shops with nothing going forward and no progress. Very easy, is it, from your point of view, to always put the blame on the politicians? Could you think the unions can take any of the flack there, maybe?
As regards to what we want to
end up, not engaging?
No. I think we engaged from the beginning. Last week we had a Zoom meeting and we invited the prospective MHKs. I think 17 responded, 10 done a submission in paper, and the other ones didn't engage at all. So when we're putting the hand of friendship out and we basically are not getting anything, I think that's really difficult, because what we need to know is there's going to be full engagement with unions. And when you look at it, I am the president of the Isle of Man TUC as well, so representative of over 11,000 people. That we also represent private and public sector, and yet there is no engagement there. So what we're saying is, moving forward in the new incumbents that's coming in, we want to work in partnership with them and basically encourage that dialogue, and that's the thing that has been missing.
And how hopeful then are you?
We'll see at the end of this.
Okay. Let's meet some of our other guests then. Rachel Ranson from Ballykelly. Good evening. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
So you were on the Man, and that wasn't that long ago, I don't think. Was it down at the Royal Show, talking to Andy?
It was, in Knockalo.
It was, yes.
Just really interested from your view as being so integral in the farming industry and what you're hoping will happen after tonight's results are in.
Well, picking up from the Royal Manx, as I was discussing there, food, for the first time ever, is coming really high up what's important to the Isle of Man. And as I said to you guys then, I think the finance sector and the food industry, for the first time ever, are going to have to start being more side by side.
Do you think the incumbent? Let's forget the incumbent, the incumbents. Let's concentrate on the new ones. How much notice do they have to take of the agricultural lobby, the farmers?
What do you mean by this? The new politicians coming on?
The new politicians.
I think they have to. Well, we've obviously got one farmer within who we're voting for in Ayr, and a lot of our logic of voting for him is that it is so important for us to have a farming brain in there, because it is one of those things that's such a lifestyle thing, that to actually understand it and have a passion about it. And I do think they are going to have to take on board, like you were talking about when I was driving up here, the whole green word.
Yes.
I think the farmers are going to be very closely linked with this whole green word.
We talked at the Royal Show about the fact that farmers, on the one side, of course, there's food that has to be produced. There's farmers who are finding it difficult to make a living, and there's also the fact that farmers are not just farmers, they're custodians of the countryside we look at every day. So there are more prongs to the agricultural world than often people see, and politics has to take notice of that, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's really this, especially COVID, has helped sort of bring all this into the forefront. But when you go on courses at the moment about the top 10 things that we can change for our environment, our green, but also all links back to the economy as well, and top of the list was food, and we were the only farmers in the room. And so to me, if that is one of the biggest influences we can have on our environment, the way we live, our health, and food's up there, well, who creates food? The farmers.
And do you think voters have joined the dots between the fact that people bang on about carbon food miles and this, that and the other, and we have some of the shortest journeys from farm to fork anywhere in the world, and yet people continually buy the cheapest, which comes from across?
And I do think it links back to something else you were talking about, which is the younger generation. it was really interesting at the food festival this year that we had a lot more younger people coming and buying our produce and talking to them as to why, and they weren't scared by the prices, which is often what we get criticised for. And a lot of what they were talking about was their food miles and wanting to know where their food came from. And I do think if you talk to like a lot of my children's like classes and stuff like that, the next generation are getting a lot more passionate about their environment and what they're doing to the world, and they've quite closely realised that farming is going to be at the forefront of this.
You're listening to Manx Radio's election special programme. We're online and on air. You can watch us on YouTube and Facebook. We have had our exit poll results. If you missed those, the story is up online at manxradio.com, so you can catch up with the expected results, perhaps. We shall see how accurate they were a little bit later. Also joined in the studio by Kat Jenkins. Now, Kat, would it be fair to call you a campaigner? Does that sum it up, would you say?
That's some of what I've spent my life doing, yeah. Generally around environment and social justice, yeah. But I have proper day jobs as well.
What are you hoping then from this new administration, these 24 MHKs that we're going to wake up with tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm really hoping and praying that we get some new faces and some of the existing ones in with a heart for those whose voices often aren't heard, so the more vulnerable. And often those are people that don't vote, people who are on very low or no incomes, although I think also the pressure's starting to be felt by people who were until quite recently more comfortable, so the pain's starting to travel up a little bit, and who also put the environment and our general well-being and high up on the agenda. We get a lot of talk about the economy and growth in the economy, but you have to remember what an economy is for. An economy is there to benefit the people who live in that place. And so often I think we let numbers like GDP growth and the like kid us that things are going well when inequality is rising, environment is degrading, and some people are struggling.
The reality is, and this is a question we put to would-be politicians time and time again, aspirations for what people want and what people need are very, very high.
Yeah.
They have to be paid for, though, don't they?
They do have to be paid for, although a lot of the things that people want are not monetary. A few years ago, when I was joint coordinator of a partnership called Ecovanin, which was a joint venture between DEFA, Manx Utilities and DED and 3 green groups, we had an exercise, Week of Wellbeing. We asked the Manx public at various workshops, what did they want, what did they really value, and what did they want more of? We got 500 responses. Not one of them mentioned money, except for the one that said an economy that's geared towards well-being, not growth. They were things like somewhere that we can congregate, town halls, safe streets, renewable energy, the ability to share meals with people without it costing a fortune. They were really community-hearted, environmentally hearted things. And you might say that would be quite there'd be a selection bias in the people that you were talking to, but we had an absolute range of people there, all ages, all demographics.
Really want to bring in Barry Lawson from the Chamber of Commerce, the chair of the Chamber of Commerce's think tank. Some really interesting things that Kat is saying here. I'm guessing you have your own views on the importance of the economy?
Well, yes, absolutely. I mean, the economy is a thing that kind of makes everything work. Without an economy, you have practically nothing, because there's no money generation, there's no healthcare without an economy, there's no jobs without an economy. So certainly from an economic point of view, you need a good, sustainable economy that is there to certainly serve the people, but actually provide the life things that we all need. Money is one of the biggest things that we actually need from the economy itself, and actually to buy the things that we want, to buy the things that we need, certainly when it comes to growing crops, for example, that we mentioned earlier, whether it be social care. These are the things that the economy generates for the public at large. And that's the thing we need to get onto a really good, sure footing. Certainly doesn't help when the economies are in debt or bad policies come in, which actually can harm the economy, because they're very much like the economies are like an ecosystem. They can be fragile in one degree, and then if you go too far on certain policies, they can be completely ruined, and people could be out of jobs for a very long time. And those are the things that we need to try and make sure that don't happen.
Are we going in the right direction?
Are we going in the right direction? The Isle of Man economy, that is? I would say to a degree, yes, because we've got record low unemployment. I say record low unemployment. We've got, I think the numbers came out the other day, and I think it was something like 300 people were unemployed. And for an island our size and percentage of that population to be unemployed, that is incredibly good. Because I would say that very low number, especially with the number of jobs available. There's about something like 1,000 jobs were posted to the board to say we've got this amount of jobs available. That's a very good position for economy to be in. The only issue with that having that many jobs available and not that many people is that you're losing companies' ability to actually grow and prosper because they can't fill those jobs, or the candidates that they're getting for those jobs aren't necessarily the best qualified for those jobs.
How do you feel about the work permit system?
The work permits. At the moment, I would say it could probably be flipped for the certainly vital services or vital skills that the island has.
No work permit for vital
I would
workers.
say so, yes. Yeah. I mean, there's certainly aspects of the economy in terms of the work permit that would protect. But by and large, we should be removing certain aspects of the work permit system to allow more people in to actually take up these jobs that we need filling.
Donald Gelling, a little while ago, I asked Sir Miles Walker for his overview, I suppose, of the past administration, and he suggested that wasn't a very fair question. Naturally, then, I'm going to ask you the same question. Just looking overall at the past administration, where we are now, what's your thought?
Having now been retired, believe it or not, for 15 years, sometimes I don't comment, but I listen carefully. And I think there's nothing wrong with going back and looking at what perhaps did happen before, but that seems to be something that isn't thought about now. And I'm just looking here now at Chamber of Commerce and the Labour Party unions. Now, you see, we always had every quarter a meeting between the Chamber of Commerce and the unions in the Chief Minister's office when all these things would be talked about, argued about, and let's face it, Mr. Moffat was the spokesman, and they were good, lively meetings. But I always found that they actually appreciated each other's arguments, and we got a resolution out of it. And this is coming back to what I was saying about communication. All I'm hearing now is online, do it this way, do it that way, when in actual fact, I don't think the communications are working as well, because unless you're in that particular group, you don't get the communication.
Do you think there's less consensus?
I believe so, personally. You see, just following on from that, if you went back and looked again, you would find, as I heard as I was coming in the car, about communications with the media. Every Monday morning, 9 o'clock, we had a meeting when all the media, newspapers, radio, came in and were told what was happening. They then had half an hour of questions. You always had a minister of a department with you as Chief Minister, and they would then be able to question them. So you were getting that first-hand communication that, in fact, they didn't feel that anything was being hidden. But when I hear it now, it's as if everybody is suspicious that something is being kept under cloaks and it's been hidden and we won't hear about it. And I can see Beth is anxious here.
Well, we will carry on that conversation. I just want to tell you that we have heard from Chris Cave in Onken. The official voter turnout in Onken is 45.05%. That is down 4.15% from the last general election in 2016. So the official voter turnout in Onken, 45.05%. That is down 4.15%. That'll be a disappointing turnout result because everything really has been geared, Andy, to getting more people out.
Well, and I was going to ask Donald Gelling about the idea of consensus and the fact that people have to engage with politics from both sides. The voters and the new voters, the young voters, have to want to get involved in politics. And do you think in any way that we're in danger that we're in the wrong direction with this, that we may be losing people?
I can only comment again on what I hear. And
well, you hear everything.
Can I go back to the meeting? We had a very good meeting, and we had questions from the floor, all covering every aspect, and all the members that were there, the candidates, could answer. And at the very end, a lady at the back of the hall said, the civil servants are getting hammered at the moment. It's all the civil servants' fault. And I said, well, can you not tell us first of all, are you a civil servant? Yes, I am. And you know, she said, the members of our department, they come in and go to the meeting and go out. They never talk to us. We never see them. Now, that was the communication in our day, and I know Miles Walker has just been on. We would go down the corridor and we'd be talking to our staff. But latterly, I would say 2006, it was getting that somebody in the next door office would be sending a message to the person, instead of popping their head round the door, asking the question, getting the answer, and perhaps saying, no, that's wrong. But you see, it's all messages. And as I say, it's all good stuff. It sounds great, but it doesn't always work. And again, I'll just give you one more example. A young lady living in Douglas Central. I was talking to her today, and I said to her, have you been to vote? Well, I don't know whether I'll go or not. This was a young lady with young children. And I said, why ever not? You've got to. It's our national government. Do you know, she said, we're living in a street, and not one candidate has come to our door. She said, we've had things posted to us. Now, that was the difference again. Our communication in our day, we jolly well had to get round on the doors. And I think that's the difference. There is, as you just said, I think, something just missing in the middle, where before we transferring to all this modern technology, you must continue with the other if you want to be re-elected. Because you've got to work hard. You can't get in and stay in if you don't work hard. And of course, that is, I think, where there are still a lot of us of my age, believe it or not, in the island who are not technically minded, and they haven't got all this. And I'm not saying this is the government's fault. Everything's the same. The banks, you can't now go and talk to your bank manager. That's it all. You can't go and talk to your GP. You know what I mean? You've got to ring them up first, tell them what's wrong, and half the time you're through to Jersey. Right?
Debbie Halsall, I just want to talk to you. Donald Gelling's putting a compelling argument of getting, in his day, getting unions, getting workers' representatives, getting the Chamber of Commerce and government and central government together. Do you think we're missing a trick here by everybody not just chatting to each other?
I think one of the things is that's been lost, isn't it? The art of communication, because it's easily to do a ping-pong email rather than address something. And I think that gets lost, and it gets lost in the abyss. And what Donald's making reference to is the Manx National Economic Development Forum. That was actually in situ, and that was a good thing. I was in there as well, obviously a couple of years ago when it was resurrected again by Chris Thomas, when he changed and it was Policy and Reform Minister came in, it was Ray Harmer, that basically ceased. Chamber of Commerce were in there, and then they started to sit in the Department of Enterprise, so they didn't really want to engage with unions anymore, which I thought was a really good perspective to actually sit and listen. So when people talk, and I know you made reference about there's only this amount of people who's unemployed, how many people are employed and actually claiming benefits because they're not on a living wage, because they are poor and they are working people, and there is no middle anymore. So I think when people talk about labour movement, the labour movement on the Isle of Man and what is in UK, the amount of vacancies in the UK is probably more easy to actually migrate to from the island, because you are not putting things in place to safeguard. And I think when you look at the likes of your policies, they're not fit for purpose. There is lots and lots of things this government can do, and they can future-proof this service and future-proof the Isle of Man, that it will be the place to freedom to flourish. But if you don't do it, you will lose all the young people and the incentive to actually stay.
We're going to come back to that in just a moment. I just want to tell you the turnout for Douglas South. The number of votes cast, 2,299. The turnout, 46.95%. The count is underway there. In 2016, the turnout was 40%. So turnout up in Douglas South. Debbie Halsall made some very interesting points there about engagement with the Isle of Man Chamber of Commerce. Barry Lawson, did you have a response to that?
Yeah, I mean, there are some very good points there that I actually do agree with. Certainly when it comes to the Chamber of Commerce, I've actually myself been there for a year. So in terms of a lot of the other groups that are involved with it, I'm not fully sure on that. So I'm just working with primarily the think tank side of things. But I just want to touch on some of the things you mentioned about people being employed and being on benefits. I agree that that's one of the issues, and I see it. And some of that I see down to policy. So in terms of policy, you've got to try and look at, okay, well, what works in terms of policy. So, for example, there's been, over the last few years, there's been talks about a UBI, for example, so Universal Basic Income, or even something like what the economist Milton Friedman used to say was a negative income tax, whereby if you are earning minimum wage or a certain low level of salary, then your income can be supplemented through a negative income tax, meaning that your wage would then be supplemented from the government to everyone else paying taxes. It would be a wealth redistribution, would be the best way of saying it.
Barry, I mean, anecdotally, we've all heard of dodgy employers on the Isle of Man paying minimum wage because they know full well that people can apply for supplementary benefits. And there are certain employers who employ on that basis. And surely government should, I mean, if they're having to run a business on that basis, surely they've got no business being in business.
Well, minimum wage, we've got to remember, is also a policy. And so Sweden is a very good example. So Sweden itself is usually regarded as being a very wealthy, well-to-do nation. They have no minimum wage laws in Sweden. They do it by free market enterprise. So the issue with minimum wage laws, and I understand the need for it, but also one of the issues with it is all companies need to do is pay the minimum wage. There's no actual competition between companies when they only need to meet is minimum wage laws. Whereas if, for example, you've got 5 companies and there were no minimum wage law, suddenly they're like, ooh, what do we need to pay? If I pay this amount, is that other company over there going to pay a different amount to what I'm paying? Therefore, I need to try and up my game to try and retain the staff.
So scrap the minimum wage then?
It's an idea that may be worth looking at, but you would if you were to do something like that, which I recognise would be quite a drastic measure, you would have to bring in something else, which would be a negative income tax or a universal basic income, as what seems to be gaining.
What level of skilled worker are we talking about?
Generally the level of skilled workers, those who are very unskilled.
Manual workers.
Manual worker. Well, not necessarily manual workers, because your manual workers can be skilled in themselves. But it'd be the low wage workers. So I would also look at a lot of the low wage jobs that have been sent out to other countries, for example. We could, by introducing something like a universal basic income or a negative income tax, you could bring a lot of those low salary positions back and give them the actual dignity of having good paying jobs again.
Kat Jenkins, is that an idea you think we should move forward with?
I think the dignity of a job that allows you to work and care for your family is absolutely absolutely what we should have. The experiments that have been happening around the world in terms of UBI over the recent decade have not all been a success. But what has been really heartening to hear is that when people get UBI, they don't not work. They want to work. Sometimes they want to do something more creative than they'd otherwise do. The problem with the problem with tinkering with minimum wage or removing the minimum wage is that there are people who can reasonably work for a £5 an hour. There are people who can do voluntary work. There will be people who will take those jobs, but there will be people who will be exploited as well. And increasingly, we've got not just people who are struggling, as Debbie said, on low wages that aren't enough to keep them going, but also precarious jobs as well, or juggling multiple jobs. Plenty of people that are juggling 2 or 3 jobs to get by. So it's that balance between a decently paying job that gives you enough to live comfortably on, but not to be hanging on by your fingernails.
Rachel Ranson, do you have a decently paying job?
She's a farmer, of course she doesn't.
See, we often find the other side of the fence, as in, because I came from the professional world originally, one of my dreams for the farm is to start being able to offer what you would call more like a salary to work on a farm, to try and encourage people who it's a job you're proud of. It's not that you see that you're a minimum wage worker. Now, the farming industry is the worst for the minimum wage payment, and that's because as an industry we don't have oodles of cash to spend on staff, and so as we were discussing at the show, most of our workers tend to be family people or people who come from farming backgrounds. Most successful farms, they also have a trade, so they're also plumbers or electricians, and that is the only way a farm can survive, is you have 2 jobs. But my dream is to start having that you can offer someone a wage that they can be proud of and support their family on. Why shouldn't a farmer be paid the same as a doctor, a teacher, a nurse? We are as important, as we've discovered in lockdown, and so I think it's the whole job world industry that needs to be looked at. And I agree that you have to be careful if you take away minimum wage, because then you could end up with people having to work 3 times the hours to get the same money. But I would say, as a farming industry, we all come from family backgrounds, and we wouldn't be guilty of purposely underpaying our staff. So, Kat?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Rachel was saying there. Actually, lockdown itself did highlight who the real key workers are. And very often they're the guys that keep our bins emptied, keep the food on our shelves, keep the food growing in the fields, stack the shelves, give us our vaccines, nurse the people that we care about but we can't look after ourselves. And those are the people that are very often limping along on inadequate wages, often with inadequate hours. And they're also, if what I heard at the tail end of, I think it was Sir Miles was just saying as he left, that I think you asked whether we're likely to see those NI increases that are happening in the UK. That is such a brutal approach. I really hope that doesn't happen, because that's an increase in tax that hits the lowest paid, hits the working, those who live off work for their incomes, as opposed to those who might earn it from income or rents. So NICs aren't charged on capital gains or dividends or rents. It's a real kick in the teeth for people who have diligently gone out there, quite often with inadequate PPE, and done what's needed to be done to keep us
encourage us
going.
not to work again, which is
absolutely.
Debbie, I'm going to come to you in just one moment. I just want to keep you up to date with what is happening in Douglas South. We heard the turnout just a short while ago, 46.95%. There have been 9 rejected postal ballots in Douglas South, and a second count has started. So, which will be the first constituency to declare?
Well, if you've got 30 seconds, I'll run through the the exit polls. Arbury Castle Town and Maloo returned Tim Glover and Jason Morehouse. That's the exit poll. For Ayr and Michael, Alfred Cannon and Timothy Johnston. For Douglas Central, Anne Corlett and Chris Thomas. For Douglas East, Joni Farragher topping the poll. Dead Heat, Claire Barber and Michael Josem. These are all, remember, just the exit poll. They may change, possibly could change. Douglas North, David Ashford and John Wannenberg. Douglas South, Claire Christian and Sarah Maltby. In Garth, Daphne Kane and Martin Perkins. In Glenfaber and Peel, Kate Law-Brennan topping the poll. Raymond Harmer close by, but also Leo Cousins and Tim Crookall not far behind. So remember, with postal votes, this could all change. In Middle, Stuart Peters and Jane Poole topping the poll, but Stuart Peters and Alison Lynch neck and neck. In Onken, Rob Callister and Julie Edge. In Ramsey, Alex Allenson and Laurie Hooper. And in Russian, Joan Watterson topping the poll, Andrew Langan Newton and Michelle Haywood close by. But remember, they are exit polls only. For illustration, they don't include postal votes.
Debbie Halsall, I wanted to come back to you because you wanted to react to some of the things you've been hearing.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's a bit like the elephant in the room, the 0-hour contracts. I think through lockdown it showed the unscrupulous employer who basically based their working practices on people who are on 0-hour contracts. Once the lockdown came down, there were some who cried poverty, who come and do representation in the minimum wage and say they can't afford to pay their staff, but they keep these staff on prolonged 0-hour contracts, which basically is an abusive position anyway, and which we do not endorse. And through somebody being on a 0-hour contract, they're not entitled to claim benefits, they can't basically, and when you're looking at future-proofing things, if you're on a 0-hour contract and that is the way to go and move forward, where does their pension come from when they retire? When do they get on the housing property ladder? When do they do all these things? They are basically penalised constantly while they're on a 0-hour contract. And I think if this government that comes in needs to do something, they already had a 0-hour committee which was chaired by the Minister of Health at that time. We done representation there and it needs to be abolished. Now, 0-hour contracts should be used for specific times, whether that be motorcycling events or basically trying to build up a business, and then you start providing substantive posts. There's one particular group who actually work in Strand Street who have employed 3 substantive posts and the rest of their staff are on 0-hour contracts. Still, they came from the UK, and that needs to be abolished because it is not fair for the young people coming through the ranks to basically endorse any kind of good practices within the Isle of Man unless they get rid of all them things.
Donald Gelling, the Isle of Man has, since the mid-1980s, there's been non-stop growth. Things are a lot better than they used to be. And the Isle of Man was always based on social cohesion. People rubbed along together. People got along well. How do you think things are nowadays?
Well, this is what I say. You think back. Don't comment because you're not in the position now to know what's going on totally. However, I'm being told off by Beth, not near enough the mic. I can recall coming in 1986, the unemployment was 16%. That was when we had winter work schemes, right? There were lots of winter work schemes that proved to be very, very useful, very, very nice, handy and so on. But basically, under Miles Walker as Chief Minister at the time, and I was in Treasury, we had the slogan which was a prosperous and caring society. And that is what we preached all the time. Taking the Chamber of Commerce, you've got to be prosperous to be caring. And of course, that was everything we did. Even, when I think back what you've just said about people coming across, we used to have a scheme whereby if you put a quote in for a job, the Manx company that quoted, if they were within 10% of the lowest, they got the job because it kept the work. We had to have the work here to have the people employed. And of course, it doesn't do any harm to look back at these. I'm just picking up now on points that my friend alongside me here has said about housing. We had first-time buyer schemes whereby the younger people could buy the house, but the government still left an investment in there. And if they wanted to sell it, it went back to the government for them to sell to another first-time buyer. I look around the island and I see an awful lot of first-time buyers that I remember that are now all in very nice houses, thank you very much, because that is how they could improve themselves by getting a start. And it goes back to what everybody said, getting their first foot on the bottom rung of the ladder. And it is difficult, I know, but without the prosperous and the caring, I think this is where we fall just a little bit shy.
You sense an uncaring attitude?
Not an uncaring attitude by on purpose. It's just we seem to fall into the situation which I said before. Lockdown brought in a situation where people suddenly found we don't have to see people now, we can do it all by phone. And of course that will continue because it's been found to be a lot easier. Now, I'm not saying that doctors aren't overworked, but however, you know, as I say, the thing that I worry about is not me. I've had my day, you know what I mean? It's been wonderful. I've enjoyed every minute of it. I worry about my, not just mine, but grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and what are they coming into, and what are we going to leave them? We are only custodians while we're here. Taking the point about farmers. Farmers are custodians of the countryside, but on the other hand, some of the technical things that they've got to handle. I watch with great interest some of the country programmes that are on television. Buying a piece of equipment to cut some hay or silage, £80,000, and the technology you require within your head to make that work. You would have to be something like a doctor or a dentist to make it work. And this is where we don't seem to have a level playing field. And I'm not saying that doctors should be paid less. What I'm saying is we should be able to get a situation where we can make everybody communicate, get our communities back. Because I think that's what we're losing. We're losing our communities. Now, again, I can only comment about if you take the parish of Santon, we were in a good position. The school was shut, right? The school was shut where the election took place today, which is now palatial. Beautiful new windows, carpets. It was shut because they couldn't afford to repair it, right? That split Santon community. Half of the kids went to Quegg, the other half went to Pallasala. The shop shut, the post office shut. And this is where it starts, you see. These actions at the time don't seem to be that important, but it's the very, very start of something then that gathers and gathers, and before you know, you've got a problem which is very, very difficult to actually turn back. And if you take Santon Parish again, we were in middle with Onken. And Onken put 3 candidates in every year, every time we had an election, because the voting power, right? So then they put us with Maloo, a more fair countryside. So what do they do now? They pop us back in the middle, where we're with Crosby and Union Mills. And then you wonder why people in Santon, as I say we never see they get elected, and then we never see them. And that, it causes problems within our society. And I think the community is the important thing, as far as I'm concerned, is our community should all be working for each other. Not there's this kind of aggression and aggressiveness and blame everybody else. And as I say, that's why I highlighted the point about the civil servant who got upset at my meeting. You know, because they don't go and talk with the ordinary people in the department.
Well, Donald Gelling is the second of our former chief ministers. Tony Brown's going to be with us later on tonight, and we're getting. Well, you can make your own judgments, of course. I'm not going to say anything, but listen and learn. Beth?
I can tell you that the result is expected within the hour for Douglas South, and the count has started in Garth, so we shall see what happens.
Who's going to be first, do you think?
I don't know. We should have a little... No, maybe we shouldn't. Barry Lawson, Chamber of Commerce and the think tank chair. Now, interestingly, you compiled a manifesto, the Chamber of Commerce compiled a manifesto this time, sort of setting out the Chamber's thoughts on what needs to happen in the future. You had a set of questions that you asked all the prospective MHKs. I'm just really curious to know what sort of reaction you had. Did everyone come back to you?
Yeah, so one of the things for the think tank this year was to try and engage with our members within the Chamber of Commerce itself, of which is about 500 or 600 companies as far as I'm aware, to try and see what their issues were, but then also try and increase the actual turnout, to try and get people engaged in politics. So we went and had a chat with various groups, whether it be in the government itself, MHKs. We had Chris Thomas come in and have a good chat to us about the process that he went through in the last election. We also went out to youth as well. So it was the University School Group. I've said that completely wrong, but you get what I meant. But we went and spoke to them about it to see what the issues were in terms of trying to get them to turn out. And a lot of the disengagement from politics, particularly on the youth side of things, was that it didn't really matter to people, but also no one had been taught a lot of these politics either, about Manx politics itself. So I think, but it wasn't just the youth I was finding as well. There were people who were in their 40s, 50s, who have lived over here their whole lives, never voted or had no interest in Manx politics. For some very, very odd reason, had a big interest in American politics and the twitterings of their leader, and seemed to think they knew everything about American politics, but knew nothing about Manx politics or even the difference between MHK and commissioners, for example. And it was really odd. So we went out to chamber members to try and canvass them from a chamber perspective, from an economics perspective, to see what the issues were for them. And the responses we got were a whole variety of issues that we've touched on tonight, whether it be skilled workers, wages, regulations. And from that, we then went out to the 60-plus prospective MHKs, and we asked them, I think it was 5 or 6 questions, if I remember rightly. We gave them 10 minutes to do a video. And in terms of the response, we had, I think it was just shy of 20. So that wasn't a particularly great result in coming back. I mean, we're certainly happy for the ones that did. Some did acknowledge our request for information from them for the videos, for their questions, but they said they just didn't have time or something else came up for them. But yes, we got less than 20, and that was from the Chamber.
I want to ask you about the survey that Chamber did. They were talking about non-university students. Basically, the standard of education of non-university students was quite poor, and they were concerned about the level of non-university students' standard of education. Yes,
so it's equipping the kids with the tools that they need. So you're not making the road for kids. You're equipping them with the tools so that they know how to navigate the road once they're on it, because the road can go anywhere. You don't know where it's going to go. But if they've got the right tools in their toolbox, then they'll be fine and dandy. So that was something that was coming back, was that kids just weren't ready or didn't have the right work ethic.
So the ones who were going to university, they were fine because they were brainy enough. But the kids who didn't have all the tools in the toolbox, if you like, or maybe needed vocational training, or just weren't academic, a lot of those were being left behind and weren't going to get the best out of the employment opportunities the Isle of Man can offer. Yes, precisely. I mean, I suppose in 2021.
Yeah. I mean, there's lots of aspects to it. I mean, I've spoke to electricians, carpenters, for example, and some of their big issues in terms of taking on young people is that they're not interested. They're always playing on their phones, and they have to be told, stop playing on your phone. Do the job. This is how you lay a cable. This is how you build a wall. But they're constantly on their social media, and it's not just kids either. There's a hell of a lot of adults that I know who are, again, 40s, 50s. They're always non-stop social media. It's like why are you on social media so much? Your life isn't in a computer. It's here on the island. And I take Donald's point in that we should actually be communicating more and creating more communities here on the island, rather than looking to every other country in the world, particularly the one that seems to make the most noise at the moment, being the USA.
On a farm, we obviously come across often young kids who aren't necessarily academic, and I've come across a few this last 10 years who, if I could have persuaded the schools to even let me write them a report of the skills they did have, could drive a tractor, reverse a trailer, could fix an engine, but because they couldn't get their English and maths, they couldn't get a mechanic in apprenticeship. Now, I would happily have written them a CV that would have outdone them to most of the wealthy kids who are going on to university, as a whole, the ones I come across, they're the ones that play on the phone.
So we're missing a trick.
Don't want to be educated, and they're the ones that I actually find harder to employ than the ones who are super practical but don't necessarily fit in at school. And we have them on day release.
I think it's very disappointing that you could make that and basically tar people of the same. If somebody has and has not, that's not the community or the island should be. It should be joined up and it should be cohesive, and that's not fair, because what you're saying is how many people have the ability, or who haven't got an income, has the best phone, who sit and want to play on the phone. They want to go out and they want to better themselves, because that's the drive. The drive is good pay, good job, and trying to get a qualification. And if they're not academic enough, then basically they're looking for an apprenticeship. Manual workers are not just somebody who basically doesn't have a skill and doesn't have a qualification. And through all of this, how many CEOs have sat at home through a pandemic and lockdown, and it's been the worker who has gone out, and you fall back to social policy time and time again, because it's them who's basically kept this island at that time in this wonderful bubble we had.
So Debbie, who's going to solve that problem? Who's going to make sure that the children, the young students of the future of the Isle of Man, that we can get them skilled properly so they can get a high-paying job and enjoy their life?
I look at the fact that people, when they say, oh, what is a trade union, what have you done? Well, actually, you've got maternity, paternity, you've got 37 hours, you get bank holiday pay, and all these different things that have been strived by trade unions shouting and squealing and saying this is what it should be for a fair, equal day pay, fair pay for equal day work. You don't get that, and you don't get that built into the curriculum at school. What is it that your vision is going to be? Why can something not be built into the curriculum on basically your basic life skills? What is an expectation when you leave school? How do you earn money? How do you become a valid person within the community? It's all them things that need to be built in. And once they have that, we did the skills exhibition from a trade union a couple of years ago. We met with lots of teachers and lots of pupils, and they're saying, we're in a trade union, this is what you need to do. Didn't understand. It was quite ironic that the private school came in and said, oh, we know what yous are about, and walked away. There was no engagement, because what is enforced or built in because trade unions are a waste of time? No, they're not. You need engagement to understand where you have, what you have got. There has been a big momentum and a build-up of workers' rights that has actually come through from the lockdown, and I think that momentum needs to build and need to understand that young people have rights. They are scared to actually come forward. They are scared to basically come through the door. Any of our members, and we are the biggest trade union on the Isle of Man, they come through the door when they are in desperation. That's what they do. They come through because they are subject to bullying at work, because the youngsters, because they don't fit the criteria, because they haven't got a qualification. And is that fair in this day and age? I don't think so.
Well, I heard that, but you didn't answer my question. Well, who can solve that? Is that the Department of Education?
I think it could be built in. It could be across board. I think from education, from starting school, there's the fact that teachers build a massive big repertoire and they have good communications with their children. Also, parents have an understanding and speaking to the children. What is their understanding when you leave school? The employer, more apprenticeships. They could be shown. They're missing a trick, the Isle of Man, I think.
Okay, Beth.
Kat Jenkins, you wanted to come in there?
I think sometimes, to answer your question, it's about having the wrong metrics. So just as in the same way that relying on nothing more than GDP growth is dumb last century metrics for how's the economy doing and is it serving us, so how many academics, how many university students have we got is dumb metrics for how are our children doing. We need to be more qualitative. We need to think about, and we need not just the educators who very often have that passion for teaching and bringing out the best in a youngster, but also the people who mark their homework, who tell us how well a school's doing, the managerial aspect. We need them to be thinking qualitatively. How many people are we putting into jobs that they're going to love, jobs that are going to be, even if they're just content at it, but they're doing a good job serving the community and being able to look after a family.
Picking up on this again,
I sat in a school meeting with one of these kids who, doesn't really do school but has amazing skills. They didn't want them to sit their exams because it would have got badly on their results thing. I was absolutely appalled. I said, I would much prefer to sit here and say that I helped this child end up with a job that they're more than capable of doing.
And how could you do that practically?
If they broke down the rule that you need English and maths, like surely if you could get 3 professional people to write you a CV that you are capable of driving things, help someone get through a test so that they don't have to sit that online thing that terrifies them. All of these things, I mean, these people are more than capable. They're better drivers than most of the people on the roads, but because they were bright, they could sit their thing and pass it.
How old was this particular student?
14, 15, 16, have had all variations, terrified of school, but it's just because school
So they can drive a combine?
Oh, yeah, as well as my husband can, do you know what I mean? And more than employable, reliable, turn up on time, saving their money for the latest thing. If I haven't paid their wages on a Monday morning, they're on my case, and that's because he wants to go to the bank and save it for his next thing that he wants to buy. And it's an inspiration because I also work with some very educated, wealthy kids, and they don't have the same morals.
I think what I'm hearing is largely about inclusiveness. It's about including people who don't want to be academic. It's about including people who haven't had that excellent start in life. And we're not great at that. We can congratulate ourselves on having full employment, but actually maybe there are people in those numbers who are underemployed. We can congratulate ourselves on the face of it, good growth, but we have increasing inequality and excluded people.
Okay. Pleasure to chat to everybody.
It really is. Debbie Halsall, Rachel Ranson, Kat Jenkins and Barry Lawson, thank you so much for being with us. Donald Gell, I'm going to keep you for a moment because Tony Brown's looking forward to having a chat with you, apparently. We understand the the Douglas South count is imminent, so we shall keep abreast of what's happening there. You are listening to Manx Radio's Election Night programme. It is now coming up to 10 o'clock. Let's join Sian Cowper for the latest news. Faster my, Sian.
Faster my. Exit polls are suggesting that 3 government ministers may have lost their seats in the House of Keys general election. Initial findings show that Infrastructure Minister Tim Baker could miss out in Ayr and Michael.
We had at top of the poll Alf Cannon with 31% of the vote. And in second place, we've got, does he go as Timothy Johnson or David Johnson? Timothy David Johnson, okay. With 28% of the vote. No one else had above 11%, so that would put Tim Baker out.
Home Affairs Minister Graham Crageen could see his political career ended in Arbury, Castletown and Maloo.
We've got top of the poll Jason Morehouse with 33%. And Simon Glover with 30%.
Tim Glover.
Timothy Simon Glover, it says here. Yeah, Tim Glover, of course. Which would mean that those 2 would be elected. Stephen Crowther would not be returned and Graham Crageen would lose his seat.
And in Glenfaber and Peel, Geoffrey Boot could lose his seat to fellow Tynwald colleague MLC Kate Lord-Brennan.
The others are then quite close, but Ray Harmer in second place, Tim Krukall just barely behind him, and Leo Cousins just behind them. Geoffrey Boot, compared with Kate Lord-Brennan's 37%, is down at under 7% of our poll.
The exit polls were conducted for Manx Radio by Paul Crane with help from students from the Isle of Man's high schools. Meanwhile, turnout in Onchan was 45.05%. That's down 4.15% from the last general election in 2016. Turnout in Douglas South was 46.95%, with 2,299 votes cast. Turnout in the last general election in 2016 was 40%. And we can now go back to Beth for the first declaration.
Well, yes, we can, and we are heading down to Douglas South and Simon Richardson. Simon.
Yes, very good evening once again from Skull Valley Gilt. The count has been completed, and I can now hand you over to the presiding officer, Mr. James Quinn, who will make the declaration.
I, James Brian Sebastian Quinn, returning officer for the constituency of Douglas South, hereby give notice that the total number of voters voting at the election excluding rejected papers, was 2,295. 4 ballot papers were rejected as being unmarked or void for uncertainty. The total number of votes for each candidate is as follows: Christian, Claire Sarah Beverley, 1,242. Higgins, Gerard Peter, 552. Maltby, Sarah Louise, 1,244. Quine, Stephen Paul, 1,094. Therefore, I give notice that Claire Christian and Sarah Maltby are duly elected as members of the House of Keys for the Douglas South constituency. Thank you very much.
Well, there we have it, folks. It's been an incredibly close contest. Just 2 votes separating Sarah Maltby and Claire Christian. It couldn't really be any closer. I'm just moving across the hall now to speak to Sarah. Sarah, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That couldn't have been much closer.
No, it couldn't really. If I was 10 years younger, I'd do a cartwheel. I just can't
don't let me
believe
stop you.
Yeah, I'm not usually speechless, but that's amazing. Thank you so much for everyone who turned out today, for all my helpers, for the cats at the polling station that all kept us entertained today. It's been a fantastic day, thank you.
You go home and have a really good party.
Yeah, I just need to go and rest, to take my shoes off. My feet are killing. I haven't stopped walking around the constituency for the last 9 months, so yeah, a day of rest maybe for 10 minutes tomorrow, an hour or so before taking the children to school in the morning.
And then back to reality.
Yeah, back to reality, yeah.
For a short time, anyway.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah, no, thank you.
Well, very many congratulations.
No, thanks. Yeah, again, I just want to say thank you to everyone in Douglas South for voting for me, for believing in me, for listening to me for hours on the doorstep. I really appreciate all your support, and this won't be the last you hear of me. Obviously, we've got a lot of hard work ahead of us now for the next 5 years, and please get in touch with me. Ready to hear any more concerns.
Okay, Sarah, thank you very much. Well, I'm now moving across the hall, and I'm heading for Claire Christian, who we can hopefully speak to in just a moment. She's talking to one of the journalists from one of the other newspapers in here this evening. In the meantime, I will just go to the unsuccessful candidates. Paul Quine, bitter disappointment, so close.
Yeah, but I'd just like to look at, on the positive side, I'd like to thank every voter who had the faith in me to vote for me. I think in the year that I was representative of the constituency, I like to think that I rolled my sleeves up and worked as hard as I could. I don't think I could have done any more, so I'd just like to congratulate Sarah and Claire, who obviously fought a good campaign, as well as Gerard Higgins as well. So I think it was 4 good candidates in the race, and democracy's spoken. So I wish them all the best.
Is there anything you could think of that you could put down to that maybe cost you this election?
No, I worked as hard as I could. I tried my best for the constituency and the wider Ireland whilst I was in post. I couldn't have done any more. And like I said, I'd just like to thank all those voters who had that confidence in me both last year and at this general election.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Gerard, a gallant effort, in fact, a very good 550 plus votes. You must be disappointed but also satisfied.
Disappointed but very pleased to have done this on my first attempt. Congratulations to Claire and to Sarah. Disappointed for Paul as well, because I think he's made a massive contribution to the constituency in the short time that he's been there in MHK.
Are we likely to see you back having another try?
Oh, I think it's very early to say that, but 5 years is a long time off, but I've really enjoyed it. It's been a fantastic experience, and I would just like to thank everyone who voted for me today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Simon.
And finally, we've moved back, in fact, and hopefully we can now talk to Claire Christian in just one moment. Lots of photographs being taken here, so hopefully we can now... Claire, congratulations.
Hello. Thank you.
Wow, that was an incredibly close poll.
Really close. Two votes in it, and I wasn't going to do a recount on that because actually
it's just such a momentous moment that two females have got into, as you know, in a constituency as MHKs for the first time in history. Is absolutely phenomenal. I absolutely would like to just say I'm so sorry that there wasn't enough positions for all of the candidates of Douglas South, because everybody was very good. Paul has put his heart and soul into being an MHK over this last year. He's been professional, he's been absolutely diligent, and I'm very sorry that he's not coming forward. Gerard Higgins has been an excellent first-time candidate. He's probably one of the best manifestos I've ever seen. But they've been very good. It's a really hard night. It's hard to celebrate when you're saying goodbye to a colleague, and that's.
But you are back in, and that's a full term for you now to look forward to. What's your priority? What's your first thing to get your teeth into?
Well, we've got to remember that we aren't out of the pandemic yet, so we know what we've got to do is balance, obviously, getting the economy back on its feet. We've got to deal with emergency, the housing situation. And also mental health. So those are my top three priorities, but whilst obviously managing the safety of the island, and absolutely that's the most important thing.
Well, the first thing tonight, go home and have a few glasses of champagne.
Well, I think I said to you earlier, I don't bottle at home. This has to be the first time in my life. I just wanted to get past today, and
anyway,
that was it.
Many congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Simon.
Well, that's the situation at South Douglas, and an incredible, very close battle. I'll hand you back now to the studio and to Beth.
Simon from Douglas South, thank you. So your MHKs in Douglas South: Sarah Maltby topping the poll with 1,244 votes. Claire Christian, a very close second, 1,242. Paul Quine, I have to say, Andy, very magnanimous there in defeat.
As you'd expect from an airline captain who's seen rough skies and has landed safely. It may not be the last we've heard of Paul Quine. He's put his heart and soul, as everybody said, into the past year, and a very diligent MHK. I know for the Snaefell surgery thing, he moved heaven and high water for that.
And I know this was the result that was predicted in the Manx Radio exit poll. So the first one down, and we got it right. So we wait to see what happens in the other 11 constituencies. It is 10:10. Paul Moulton is back with us now. First time in history, two female MHKs in a constituency, a landmark moment.
Yeah, and it shouldn't actually matter, should it? It should be absolutely just as women getting in, men getting in, whatever. It's interesting, though, isn't it, to see how that's planned out. I think it's going to be very interesting now that Claire will definitely be looking for a ministerialship, I think. She's very determined. I got the impression that she really, business-wise, I can see Department for Enterprise, even actually, she'll be looking for. And, of course, we've got Manx Labour Party, right?
Yeah, MLP,
so this could be a very interesting night. And obviously her Halifax will just be amazing, because obviously she's picked up traction from her dad.
You can mention the elephant in the room.
We can mention it now.
Mention the daughter of David Cretney.
Yeah, I know.
Again,
that shouldn't matter, should it?
No, but I mean, Sarah Maltby, she was the first to declare she has worked that constituency. She has put her heart and soul into this campaign, and it just goes to prove what Donald Gelling said earlier: going round and knocking on doors is what counts. And Tony Brown, former Chief Minister, hello to you.
Hello.
And this is something you passionately believe in as well, isn't it? You have to get out there, you have to meet the people.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, social media has a part to play, but you will never beat face-to-face discussions, whether they're aggressive, friendly, or whatever they are. People in the Isle of Man still like to meet people and talk to them. And a lot of the candidates, they just like to talk to them, and by doing that, they find out what they're like.
You didn't have any aggressive conversations on doorsteps, did you?
No, only if I did it. No, not really. But you certainly, on an odd occasion, you get shortchanged. They didn't really want to talk to you. And that's fine. That's what it's all about, really. If people don't want to talk about it, and they're not very political, some people, you just respect that and moved on. You'd often ask for a cup of tea, but it just depends how it went, really.
So it's all happening in Douglas South. Who's going to be next, we wonder? They're racing around, so congratulations to James Quinn and all his team, Douglas South. That will have flown around the island straight away. Everybody will be trying to get in next. We've also got with us Manx Care
Teresa Cope, CEO of Manx Care. Lovely to have you with us. Your first experience of a Manx election?
It is, absolutely. Yes.
Have you bitten your nails down to the quick yet?
That's why I've got the false ones on instead, yes.
Teresa, we're going to speak to you throughout the evening now about Manx Care. And I just want to start really with how well you think the Manx public understands Manx Care, understands what it's all about.
I think it's fair to say we've got work to do to be able to get the message across about what we're trying to achieve with Manx Care, what's different from what's gone before. Obviously, there's a huge amount of effort put into getting Manx Care Bill through and getting the organisation established from the 1st of April. And we did our baseline assessment work, but we also really wanted to engage with our staff first. But 6 months in, I think we are now ready to broaden out those conversations with the public so they understand what's different.
What's the difference between DHSC and Manx Care?
So we are an arm's length organisation, so we should be free from political involvement. We are constituted slightly differently with a board. We make our own decisions. And we are mandated via the Department of Health and Social Care to deliver against a set of objectives which all link back to Sir Jonathan Michael's independent report of 2019. So 26 recommendations in total, of which number one was to separate the legislation and strategy work, which is DHSC's responsibility now, from the operational running of health and care services, which is now what Manx Care is responsible for. So that's the fundamental difference.
And to the customer, if you like, to the client, or as we used to be known, the patient, how will that be any different? What will be better?
Well, I think we can focus on transforming our health and care services and be more responsive to our patients, our carers and our service users. And I think it's very difficult to balance doing the strategy and the legislation work, which is so desperately needed, along with running operational services. So that's something Manx Care can absolutely focus on. And I think we've set 3 very clear priorities and are looking for a more transparent, more open relationship with the public.
It is 10:15. Just want to remind you that you can watch us live on Facebook, Manx Radio YouTube channel, and live on manxradio.com. Everyone give a wave to the cameras.
Onken isn't far away.
No.
They're jumping up and down in Onken and they're getting ready to open the bags of crisps.
Can I just ask a question here?
Yeah.
How much is this bureaucracy costing? How much money is it going to cost to have Manx Care? And at the end of the day, the Minister is still in charge of both, isn't he? It's just get my head around this whole thing.
So the Minister is not in charge of Manx Care.
But he's responsible in the end, isn't he, for everything that's said about health, isn't he?
Well, he is from a sort of a strategic perspective in that DHSC direct what Manx Care should focus on through its mandate. But I think it's really, really important to establish that Manx Care has its own board and will make its own decisions.
How much is it costing?
So there's a transformation programme which is overseeing all of this. And that transformation budget is around £3 million, but that covers all of the 26 recommendations.
Who and when will it be decided whether it's been a success?
I think we have a set of objectives. So at the end of the first year, there will be an assessment about how well Manx Care has done against the 12 mandate objectives. Time will tell whether we achieve everything we've set out to do. We've set ourselves some very clear ambitions for year one. And the test will be whether we really do make those improvements, and ultimately the transformation team and the independent advisors like Sir Jonathan come back and say, actually, you are doing what you said you would do.
I mean, the Isle of Man is not a place to be anonymous. Everybody knows everybody, as you're probably picking up by now. And healthcare is something that's central to everybody, because everybody will know somebody who's been in hospital, to Ramsey Cottage Hospital, in a care home, GP problems, can't find a dentist, anything like that. So, I mean...
And there's 2 sides to that, isn't there? There's the side which says everyone knows each other, but there's also the side that gives you a really good opportunity to get feedback from the people who use services.
And you value that?
Absolutely, and that's why we set up the Manx Care Advice and Liaison Service as one of our key priorities from August, to be able to ensure we get that feedback and actually make sure we engage our patients, the public, and our service users in the transformation programme. We've got a great opportunity to have people who really care about health and care involved in leading and contributing to the work we are doing.
We've had a message from Martin. He's messaged through the Manx Radio website. You can also text 166 177 or email studio@manxradio.com. He wants to know who's on the Manx Care Board.
Okay, so the board is led by Andrew Foster, CBE, who is the chair, and obviously I'm the chief exec, and we are supported by a team of non-executive directors, who are not employed, and they all have their own areas of expertise, but they are lay people, and they're there to hold the executive team to account.
And how much is that costing? How much are you costing a year to run this extra layer?
So I don't have the exact numbers.
Ish will do.
So
I'm not obsessive, but I do like to.
You are obsessive.
Okay. So it's all encompassed within the overall cost of around $3 million to develop the
per
whole.
Year.
Yes, to deliver the whole of the transformation.
But you're charged with making some savings within that.
Absolutely. So for the first time ever, Manx Care has to work within its budget and also has to deliver a saving of 2.7 million, a 1% CIP on its total budget. And that's really important because, again, one of the recommendations of Sir Jonathan, which was the driver behind separating legislation from operational delivery, was that there's been historic overspending year on year and additional investment which wasn't really delivering the outcomes for patients. So it needed to be separated and done differently. The net cost is around the transformation, and that's really, really important because that will deliver the year-on-year savings.
It's still relatively early days, obviously.
It is.
The quick wins so far, what have they been?
So I think we've managed to get some additional funding from Treasury and put plans in place to reduce our waiting list post-COVID. As I say, we are all trying to recover from COVID, and we've put some really clear plans in place. One of the big things for me, which was really, really important for me, is listening exercises across all of our staff so I can understand how our staff feel about the services they provide, how our patients feel. So an extensive listening programme. And I think the Manx Care Advice and Liaison Service is one of those really quick wins where we are becoming more transparent. We are holding our board meetings in public.
Will you be in charge of the private patients unit?
I will be, yes.
When's that contract going to be awarded?
So we are looking and doing all the scoping work as it stands at the moment. We are hoping to have that up and running from early next year.
Okay.
And I've asked you about what the quick wins have been so far. I'll ask one more question and give you a break for a minute, Teresa. I suppose I just need to ask what hasn't particularly gone to plan. What do you think, shouldn't have maybe tried that?
I don't think there's anything that, I guess we set ourselves some real ambitious stretch deliverables because, for me it was really important we start to really get some traction on these changes. And I think there's always something which says, we look back and say we haven't done quite as much as we'd have wanted to. But I do think some of the fundamentals we've absolutely achieved. I would have liked to have done more on our waiting list, but COVID has got in the way.
What's morale like with your team? I mean, not the coalface.
Yeah. So, I think everybody's had a really tough...
Just going to have to interrupt you there, Teresa, because we can now go to Onken and Chris Cave for the result there.
We're here at the Hub Community and Youth Centre on School Road in Onken, where the returning officer, Jeremy Callan, is about to make the official declaration.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm able to confirm that the total number of votes cast this evening is 2,346, which is a percentage turnout of 45.05%. There were 11 spoilt papers. The number of votes cast for each candidate is as follows. Collister, Rob Edward, 1,600. Cherry, James Alexander, 570. Edge, Julie Marie, 1,363. Leather, John Michael, 177. Willers, Peter Allen, 433. And I accordingly declare that Rob Edward Collister and Julie Marie Edge are duly returned to serve a 5-year term in the House of Keys. Thank you.
And there you have it. The voters in Onken have decided to stick, not twist. Let's get a word now with the man who topped the poll here in Onken, Rob Collister. You've improved your results from 5 years ago. You've topped the poll once again. You must be incredibly happy with how the night's gone.
I'm over the moon. I mean, it's been a very long day for everybody. I want to take the opportunity to thank the returning officer and his staff for doing a wonderful job. I want to thank my colleague Julie. I look forward to working with her for the next 5 years, but I also want to take the opportunity to thank the other candidates for a very fair contest. And I'm under no illusions the next 5 years are going to be incredibly difficult, but I'm ready to start work tomorrow morning on behalf of the people, and I thank them so much for putting their trust in me once again. I will work tirelessly for the people of Onken and this island. It's really going to be a difficult journey, but I'm prepared to work as hard as I have to get over these hurdles, these challenges this island's going to face, and I'm looking forward to getting back to work tomorrow morning.
More than 1,600 votes. How were the nerves this evening? Did you feel that there was a groundswell of support for getting you back into the House of Keys to serve for the next 5 years?
I mean, I'd walked the village, I spoke to a lot of people. When I arrived this morning, I felt reasonably comfortable, as you do in these things, and they're always tricky, they're always difficult. But throughout the day, I got more nervous. I mean, obviously, there's a few people who are going to lose their seats tonight, and they're classed as very good friends of mine. I've worked very closely with them over the last 5 years, and new people will come into the House, and I look forward to forming those relationships, because we're going to need a team Tynwald. We're going to need a team House of Keys for the next 5 years to overcome the challenges this island's going to face in the next few years. What I do ask is patience from the people of the island as we navigate our way through these challenges, but at the end of it we will come through it stronger and better.
We've said that your results here tonight, the number of votes that you have got has increased from 2016. However, the overall voter turnout here in Onken has actually gone down. So whilst that's a pleasing night for you and you'll celebrate this success, do you feel that overall voters may have become a bit disenfranchised with politics here in this particular part of the island?
No, I don't think it is the case. I think what's happened is the fact that politics in general on the Isle of Man has been in everyone's face for the last 2 years, and I think you could see that from the hustings. The turn down was down, but that doesn't mean the passion wasn't there. Yes, 4% down, that needs to be reviewed. But I think at the heart of it, the people of Onken actually want two strong candidates to represent them over the next 5 years. And I know myself and Julie do things slightly different, but that could be the positive in many ways, because we'll come through things at different angles, we'll look at things differently, and as I say, we'll overcome those challenges. And I look forward to working with the people of Onken and representing them as strongly as I can over the next 5 years.
You hear all the time that people in elections always advocate change and a change of the system, but that's not been the case here. It has been the two serving MHKs for the last 5 years who have been returned. You've been asked this question a number of times throughout the election campaign, but tell the public of Onken, the voters who have placed their trust in you, what your priorities are for the next 5 years.
Well, my priorities, the list is massive, and I think that the agenda for the next government is already, the inbox is already full. So one, I need to make sure that we look at our working population. We've got to increase that. We've also got to retain more of our students on the island. You're losing 50% of them. That's got to be resolved. We've got to look at housing. We've got to look at climate change. We've got to look at the economy. As I say, the inbox of the next government is already full. And I'm not afraid of the task that's in front of us. But as I said, I will work tirelessly, and I'll work as hard as I can on behalf of the people of Onken who've put their trust in me tonight, but also on behalf of this island that we all love so much. And it's going to be a difficult journey, but I'm looking forward to starting that journey tomorrow morning.
Rob Callister, who has topped the poll here in Onken. Congratulations. Let's go and have a word, if we can, with the other successful candidate. It is Julie Edge. Julie, first of all, congratulations. Is this vindication for you on a personal level, because you were elected last time out as a Liberal Vannin candidate? You quit the party in 2017, but you have been returned here with more votes than last time as well.
I think that proves, and I thank all the people of Onken for putting their trust in me. I think it proves that I still delivered on my manifesto pledges to them, and just really thank everybody for coming out today and voting. I wasn't the first to leave Liberal Vannin, and I probably won't be the last. So.
You say you fulfilled many of your manifesto pledges last time around. What do you hope to build on when you continue work again starting from tomorrow?
So I'd love to really build on some of the work that I've already started with regards to the structure of the civil service. There's a couple of reports due back in the next administration from the Policy and Reform Minister. I'd like to really make sure that we push forward with our mental health services, housing. There's many challenges and it is going to be tough, but I think foremost we need to be looking at our taxation policies because that's going to be key to drive the island forward for the future.
Elected once again with Mr Callister. Now, we don't have an established party political system here on the Isle of Man, but do you feel you work together well to serve this constituency?
Yeah, I think it's proven today, from the number of votes that both of us got on the ballot paper today, that the people of Onken recognise that we've both done a good job for Onken, and I'll continue, and congratulations to Rob, and we will continue to work for the best interests of the people of Onken.
Julie Edge, elected to serve Onken for the next 5 years. Congratulations to you, but commiserations to James Cherry, a first-time candidate in a House of Keys general election. James, just sum up your feelings at this moment, if you would.
Can I go to the pub? Absolutely, it's shattered, to be honest. It's been a bit of a roller coaster after the last 6 to 8 weeks, so, it's just getting out there. First time, as everyone said, I'm young. If there's a next time, let's see what happens then. There probably will be, but let's see what happens, I had nothing to lose, I had something to gain, but I've not lost anything. So I've gained experience. That's all.
What have you learned from that experience?
I think it's like a lot of people have said, it's hard to knock out 2 incumbent MHKs, and they were. I just think you need to start a bit earlier maybe on the campaign, Maybe I declared a little bit too late. Who knows? So I think it's have a rest, have a rethink, and see what goes next.
With 500 or so votes, though, do you think you have given the 2 successful candidates this evening food for thought that there are people out there who wanted you to serve them in the next House of Keys? They've actually won the seat, so it will be them who attend the House of Keys. But do you think that you have given them food for thought?
Possibly, I don't know. I mean, I understand that certain candidate was running a very plump vote campaign. If it's true, then I don't feel that's right. Everyone has 2 votes, and it's up to them if they want to use it. There shouldn't be.
Just elaborate on that, if you would.
So plump voting is basically you only vote for one candidate. I understand that is what someone has done on the doorstep, advising people that's what they think they should do.
Well, we'd have to put that to the candidate. I have to say commiserations to James Cherry, 3rd place in this Onken constituency here for the House of Keys election in 2021. The result, the headline here, is that it has stayed the same as 2016, with Rob Callister topping the poll. More than 1,600 votes. That's an increase on the result that he got last time out. And likewise for Julie Edge again in 2nd, but it will be Julie Edge and Rob Callister who will serve Onken from 2021 to 2026 in the House of Keys. And I will hand back to you in the studio, Beth.
Chris Cave in Onken, thank you very much. Rob Callister and Julie Edge, no change there, but the turnout down from 49% in 2016 to 45.05%. A reminder that Douglas was the first to declare this evening. Interestingly, little fact for you, it was also the first to declare in 2016. It was actually 5 minutes slower this time.
Spooky. 10:30 it is, Max Radio's live 2021 election reports. We've had 2 in. They're all sweating right across the island. Another 10 to come in. Tony Brown, what do you make of it so far?
Well, I don't think anything massively changes in terms of the timescales for when the results come out. So I think we can basically, to use a term, set our clock to that. Only time you have a hiccup in the delay is if there's a recount. And it'll be interesting tonight whether or not there are any recounts. You remember Castletown, I think it was last time because there was a recount. And so, generally it's flowing fine. I mean, it's a straightforward count, really.
Well, 2 sitting MHKs back in Onken. What does it take for a sitting MHK to get re-elected?
Well, the sitting MHK always has the advantage that for 5 years he's been serving the people who he's seeking to get their vote on, and if they work hard...
So it's theirs to lose?
Yeah. So if they work hard, if they are supportive of the community, they do they get involved in their community properly, and then they are likely to get good support from the electorate. And of course these days it's so much easier for them to correspond with people through emails, through letters and so on, than it was when I first got in, which was you had to get a letter typed up by a secretary because none of us had computers, including her. And it used to take, a few days because one secretary for 33 members, so life was slightly challenging back then.
Oh, look at Donald Gelling sniggering there.
Well, he came in way after me, so he doesn't know all this.
Worth pointing out that the Manx Radio exit poll predicted this result as well, so we've got 2 out of 2 so far.
Don't get smug.
I'm not. I'm just saying Paul Graham's done a fantastic job coordinating the exit polls, and thank you so much to all the schools involved. It's a daunting thing, I think, having students standing outside polling stations and trying to get people to speak to them. They've done a fantastic job. I'm just saying it's 2 out of 2. That's all I'm saying.
Alistair Ramsey wanted to say something.
Did I?
Yes.
What's interesting, we were talking about parties earlier on this evening. The Douglas South result represents the return of the Manx Labour Party to the House of Keys, a once quite strong tradition now resumed. And of course, David Cretney was a great advocate of that years back. In Onken, there was a Liberal Vannin candidate who didn't succeed, Peter Willers, and Julie Edge, who got back in, of course, was elected last time on the Liberal Vannin ticket. So,
how much currency do you give political parties in the Isle of Man?
There was a time, I believe, and I defer to the elder statesman on my right here, that in certain areas the Labour ticket was almost a guarantee. Certainly North Douglas, South Douglas, around the big estates there, Pulrose and Williston and so on, there was a very strong Labour tradition, but also in Rushen as well. So it used to be quite a salient point. Whether it will be again, I'm not sure. We'll have to see.
Paul Moulton?
Can we talk about the elephant in the room on this one?
Oh, go on.
Well, the two of them don't work very well together. That's no secret. Every time I did an interview with them on their yearly report, tensions are there.
It's not compulsory for MHKs to get on, though, is it?
No, but it's interesting because you listen to coding that was going on there. We looked to working together and we're hearing these things, and yet clearly they don't necessarily read off the same hymn sheet.
Tony Brown, is that important?
I think it's healthy that they don't just work together. If they just work together, what happens if you disagree with that member and then you can't go to the other because you know where they're going to disagree as well? I mean, I'm not a big fan of the 2-seat constituencies, and that view is well known. I think it's a disaster for the Isle of Man, and it needs sorting out, but we're not going to see it happen at least for 10 or 15 years because nobody actually knows why it's not right, but people who've been there do. The point about it is that when you've got two members together, yes, they have to work together for the good of their constituency in a general term, but they are very much independent to represent the people individually. And, you can go to one member who doesn't agree with them, and you've got the option of going to another who might agree with them. Now, just because they work together in certain aspects, it would be a disaster if they only did what both of them agreed on. I mean, that's not democracy. So, yeah, they can all be friends if they like until the year before the election. Then they'll go hammer and tone because, you've got to get back in. So let's be realistic about it. And I think the public understand that.
It is 25 to 11. We've had 2 results in so far. Keep up to date with all the details on manxradio.com and our social media pages. Just want to tell you the turnout for Arbury, Castletown and Maloo. It is 56.4%. That is down from 60% last time. So the Arbury, Castletown, Maloo turnout, 56.4%, down from 60% last time. Donald Gelling, that's your patch, isn't it?
No, it was.
Well, no, but your
area. Maloo was in a better situation before when it was.
Oh no, I've started that one again. Oh, I forgot.
Could I just comment on what Alistair said there? But you see, if you go back again, as you say, it doesn't do any harm to go back and have a look. You had Labour Party members, Eddie Lowy, David Cretney, and Bernie May, all were in the cabinet. Well, the cabinet today, but the chief ministers at the time, they were in where the decisions were being made. And I say again and again, that's the place where you want to be. It's all right saying, I'll be on the back benches asking questions forever, but you're not being constructive. And, I to see this happening again, now just coming around, it could be a start of something that might happen, but it'll be very, very difficult now to reinvent that, I would suggest, because it was very strong in our day, very, very strong indeed, especially in Russian and that area. The Labour Party movement was tremendous.
And you found that constructive?
Well, you again had in your cabinet, I keep calling it cabinet, I hate it. It's the Council of Ministers. There were, as I say, the Labour Party were there. You had very, very strong conservative type, right-wing people, but you got a very good consensus of opinion. That's before it actually went out into Tynwald. In other words, you'd done your consultation first, brought it to the Council of Ministers, sorry, Tony, and basically, hopefully, that when you went to Tynwald, you had a fair, good idea whether it was a runner.
Yeah.
You see, I can well remember this man here sitting. Every time we criticised him because he was spending money.
Investing.
And yes, you see, it comes out just like that. It was always, I have never wasted money in my life. I always invest in something. That was Tony Brown, you see. You remember these things because you always knew what he was going to come up with. But we all, although we were perhaps yards, miles apart at times, but you must remember, my word, in them days, I'm sorry to harp on about this, you had Edgar Mann, Edgar Quine, Dominic Delaney. All these people were very, very anti and, questioning. It wasn't an easy ride, so you had to have it right. And if you didn't have it right, you would lose it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what will happen in this election is no different to any other. The people of the Isle of Man will elect 24 MHKs, and then they're thrown into this melting pot called Tynwald. And because, thankfully, we don't have party politics dominating our parliamentary system, they have to actually work together. And, you work with people who you've never met before because, and I saw this, Leonard Singer, when he first got in, was from Ramsey. I heard his name, but I didn't know him, never met him. He comes on my department. And you build up a relationship to work for the good of the Isle of Man. And when you're in Council of Ministers even, it's compromise government. Well, compromise sometimes isn't a bad thing because we live in a society where a lot of people expect us to talk through the problems and get the best for the island and not be focused on what's best for the party. And I think that's one of the big and strong advantages for the Isle of Man. And it continues. And our biggest critics about that are people who don't understand the Manx political system.
Teresa Cope, you're getting a sort of thrown in headways here, aren't you, into the Manx political system. As we said earlier, it is your first experience of a Manx election. And a very different world, really. And I'm guessing you're sort of getting to grips with that, the fact that the politicians, it's a personal relationship almost.
It is, and I think that is the big difference that I've noticed from when I worked across. So having spent sort of 30 years in the NHS in the UK, coming across here, that was very, very different. And that is possibly why, it is one of the reasons why Manx Care is trying to be different and trying to be separate from the DHSC, free from political involvement, and we have that relationship with politicians, but it is at arm's length. And what we want to be able to do, and it's not eroding that MP constituent relationship, but it is recognising that we want to have our own relationship with the public. So one of the first things we did was establish a working document as how we work with elected members. And that was really, really important to reset those boundaries and that framework in which we want to work. And they have been hugely respectful of that. And I think that's one of the key things which has landed very, very well. But we need to continue doing that work in order to ensure that we can continue that work and be free from direct political involvement.
And I guess now the thing is to try to get the public to understand what it is you're doing.
It is, and that's why that sort of big conversation with the public is our next big piece of work. So they understand what Manx Care is all about, and they know they can come direct to us. They can still go through their MHK as a constituent, but they can still come direct to us and have that conversation with us about their health and care needs.
You're listening to Manx Radio's Election Night Special. We've had 2 results so far, Douglas South and Onken. Arbury, Castle, Tanamalu could be in by 11 if there isn't a recount, perhaps around 30 minutes or so for Douglas North. Just a reminder, you obviously can hear us online and on air, and you can also watch us as well. We are on Manx Radio YouTube. You can watch us via the website and on Facebook too. It's all getting a little bit tense now, isn't it?
I'm just trying to think, maybe this is throw it out and have a bit of a game of guessing where these people are going to fit in. Because both of them, no doubt, could be ministers. Now.
Yeah,
Julie's
true, yep.
definitely fitting for it. I know Rob's desperate, I think, without being... He's really wanted to step up.
He's worked hard, hasn't he? I think it's fair to say, and, he's had his blog, which I think...
Well, that's gone now. He said
it has gone now.
That was a bane, wasn't it?
Well, it must have been, but he committed to it, and you know what?
He
kept it up. And, just to give people a sense of what actually goes on day to day in the life of an MHK. And Alistair Ramsey, I wonder how important you think it is that the public understands what being an MHK is actually all about and the sort of things you have to deal with.
Yes, I think that was an interesting experiment. Possibly shared a bit too much detail, but well intentioned, I think. I think there's a lot of kind of popular myths about politicians. One is that they're just in it for the money and they don't actually do much work. In my experience, they all work very, very hard. Sometimes possibly in questionable directions, but sometimes all over the place. But they work extremely hard. They're on call 24/7. They can get a phone call from a constituent in the middle of the night and not tell them, as we would do, where to get off. So I think people need to appreciate that. It is a very hard job when it's done properly, and also very, very important.
But it's very rewarding. I mean, if you're effective in Tynwald, you can achieve so much really relatively easy. You would never achieve things you can achieve here in either in legislative terms or in Tynwald. You could never achieve that in Westminster. You just wouldn't get past the system. It would be blocked and controlled. The freedom that MHKs and MLCs have within our system to do anything lawful and to promote and try and get things changed is actually very, very easy and very strong. It's a very, very good system in that way.
Is it very easy, though? Because
yes.
You are only one voice among 24 in Keys or 30.
I was one of 33 and one of 24. That's an excuse. I hear people say, but I'm only one of 24, so what?
But you do have to have everybody else on side with you.
You've got to work at it. Nothing's easy. In business, nothing's easy. You don't just say, I want this, and it happens. You've still got to persuade people. And Tynwald is about its name parley. It's to parley, it's to talk. You get people together. You try and persuade people.
But some people say one thing to you and say, yeah, I'm for you, and then behind your back they aren't.
Well, and so be it. That's politics. What matters is the vote at the end, not what they say about you. I mean, what matters is, can you achieve? Can you get things done? And you can do things as a minister, you can do things as a member. It depends on what commitment you put into it, how thorough you are in your research. And to be honest, the most important thing, which I think has been lacking in the last House, is members understanding their political powers given to them in legislation. They don't read the legislation, which makes it clear. We keep hearing them saying the chief executives are running the Isle of Man. No, because the ministers can actually give direction. Coming back to Manx Cairn, I wish you well, and I hope it all goes very well for the people of the Isle of Man. But at the end of the day, you can be directed by the Minister, you can be directed by the Executive Council. I've read the Manx Care Act. We used to have a body similar, and it was done under regulations, not under primary legislation. So the principle's fine, and the challenges are there for you. I hope you make changes. The thing to watch is Treasury. You might want to do things, but if they cut your budget, you can't achieve. And you mentioned the point where you said the DHS, or DHSC, is, as it's now called, is underfunded. It was deliberately underfunded, budget after budget after budget, so the budget could balance. And then, once the budget's approved by Tynwald, you could come back for a supplementary vote to put everything right. That's the system in the Isle of Man, how it works. It won't change. What does worry me is when you say you're being told you've got to make savings. I hope you make savings, but I hope they're in the right area, because the savings that need making from the public perspective is in efficiency over bureaucratic systems and duplication. Yeah. So the great challenge for you. Hope you do well.
Teresa Cope, could you have coped with Tony Brown?
Oh, absolutely. And I don't disagree with anything Tony's just said. I mean, we are directed in some areas, and COVID response, the decisions coming out of Comyn are just one of those examples where, we have to just do what we are instructed to do. But I guess on the wider issues about what's in the mandate and the bill and how Manx Care operate, I see it much more as a partnership dialogue. So we have the partnership board with the DHSC, and fundamentally the more we can keep it as a partnership and agreed objectives between us both, and we're all pulling in the same direction, the better it will be. We'll get the legislation right, and we'll get the operational delivery of service right.
Absolutely, and if the department does its job right, which is to set down the legislation, the regulations, the policies, the strategies, the way forward, and get the right funding for you, then it'll make a difference. And if the department and the board work together well, everybody will, in the end, succeed.
Okay. Yeah. All right. It's 12 minutes to 11, Manx Radio live from the Isle of Man for 2021, the election. We've lost Donald Gilling, and we're joined by Chris Robertshaw. Why didn't you stand in Douglas East? Aren't you missing it?
Well, I'd had enough of politics, and I think politics had enough of me, actually. So it was, I'm getting on. It's time to... You've got to know when your sell-by date has arrived, and mine has. So it's over to younger people now.
Just want to butt in here and tell you the turnout for Eyre and Michael. Registered voters 5,127. Total votes cast 3,204. So the turnout 62.5%.
Well
Let's compare that to last time, though. It's down. Last time it was 65%.
My word, even in the rarefied heights of Eyre and Michael. So yes, Chris Robertshaw, what are your thoughts so far today on an election day?
Well, surprised by some of the results at exit poll level, and if you continue to be correct, then there are some surprises there. I don't think I was surprised to see Tim Baker struggling in Eyre and Michael. I think he took too much on.
And it's a poison chalice, wasn't it?
Well, it's a permanent. It has to change. They have to find another cup and another mixture altogether for DOI. He had too much on there. I expected Jeff Boot to lose his seat. I'm delighted that Kate has done, on the exit poll, has done so well. Disappointed that Stu Peters is struggling in middle. He may still get it.
It's actually very close between him and Alison Lynch, according to the exit poll. So.
Yeah, I mean, I support. I'm in the middle constituency, and I voted for Jane because she's done a superb job. And I voted for Stu because he'll call out the emerging woke agenda in a bold way, and the Isle of Man is not a woke area, and we don't want it to end up that way.
And do you think that's, that woke agenda, do you think that's an international agenda that doesn't fit the Isle of Man?
It doesn't fit anywhere. It's just unfortunate that it's emerging. Life can go on perfectly well without the nonsense about losing freedom of speech and identity politics. It has no place on the Isle of Man, and there's a place for somebody like Stu Peters, one member in 24, to call the matter out. So I'll keep my fingers crossed for him. You were extremely energetic in Tynwald in trying to, with your force of will, you try to get your agenda across. How important is it that an MHK retains that integrity of purpose? Well, I mean, everybody should answer in the positive to that. I certainly tried to do it.
You never got battered down?
No, but I didn't get as far forward, and this is where Tony and I will have a battle at this end of the table at any moment. I can feel it coming. But I fought hard for government to be restructured. It is in a hopeless state at the moment, with the bureaucracy dominating the ministerial process to the extent that it does. I think that's extremely unfortunate. But where I think I disagree with Tony, where I'm sure I do, is that I've heard him say recently that the single legal entity is not the way forward. Well, it is. It absolutely is, and I think he's misunderstood and doesn't quite grasp the importance of it. Strategic decisions should come from the upper echelons, and the time after time after time over this last administration and before, strategic decisions have emerged from operating divisions, and CEOs should be COOs, not CEOs. And the political process, in conjunction with the best possible advice available, should make the big strategic and policy decisions across government, and it's not happening.
Are you sure you wanted to leave?
Absolutely, yes. No,
Teresa Cope, do you have a thought on what you've just heard there?
I guess I do partially agree. I joined Manx Care as an operational chief exec because that's my background, that's my expertise. I'm here to deliver health and care services for the island. I want the ability to influence and inform the strategic elements. But actually, I probably do agree with you. That's probably because I've been used to working in the NHS in the UK, where that's how it happens. But I do absolutely see that Sir Jonathan Michael was absolutely spot on in his recommendations that you cannot combine strategy with operational delivery and do them both justice.
Well, you've got that in the Beaman's report on Department for Education.
Mm.
You've got a sort of an indication of that on Beaman's report, which was faulty on DOI,
Yeah.
and it's almost emerging by the back door. But I think the current relationship between DHS and the Manx Care is not quite where it should be yet, because in the mandate, Section 6 and 8 are biased towards the DHSC itself, and I think there's more work to do there. And I do worry, and I think I'm trying to agree with Tony here, if it's something he indicated earlier, that we are in danger of too much bureaucracy existing in DHSC. It's got to be slim right down.
I'm just going to have to interrupt you there, I'm afraid, because we can now go down to Arbury, Castletown and Maloo and join William King.
And I am live on the roof of Castletown Civic Hall with the returning officer, Lawrence Vaughan Williams. Lawrence.
As returning officer for the constituency of Arbury, Castletown and Maloo, I declare that the votes cast in the 2021 general election are as follows. Crogene Graham Derrick, 730. Crowther Stephen Raymond, 1488. Glover Timothy Simon, 1818. Morehouse Jason Robert, 1988. Accordingly, I declare that the said Jason Robert Morehouse and Timothy Simon Glover are elected to represent the constituency of Arbury, Castletown and Maloo.
There we have it, the results from the returning officer. Now, Phil Gaughan, former MHK and a candidate in this election 5 years ago, is going to interview the candidates.
Yes, indeed. And here we are on the roof, under the moonlight. And Minister Crogene, you are still Minister. You'll be obviously disappointed.
Yes, it's disappointing, but it's been a good campaign, and it's been a very exciting 15 years that I've had. So, and congratulations to Tim and Jason.
Proudest moment over the last 15 years?
We've got Castle Rushen High School started. We've got a domestic abuse legislation through and sexual assault referral centre. There's lots of stuff that you can go through, but it's been a very interesting and exciting 15 years.
And you're off camping tomorrow?
Off camping tomorrow.
Tim Glover, surprised with that result?
Well, it's a heck of a job application, isn't it, to be tramping around a constituency like Arbury, Castletown and Maloo, all together crossing a box. But there was positivity out there all the way, right from the start. So obviously that's got to be converted into votes, and I'm delighted it has. But just thanks to the returning officer as well for organising, and the team as well, and for my team of tellers and helpers that have been invaluable throughout this campaign.
And in 5 years' time, assuming you decide to stand again, what are the things that the people of Arbury, Castletown and Maloo should hold you to account on?
Well, I think
two MHKs have got to be dedicated to working together. I think that gives Arbury, Castletown and Maloo a much stronger voice. I think we've got to bring the constituency together because we do look in different directions historically. Rushen with Arbury, Stanton with Maloo, and Castletown, I feel still a little bit sore about not having its own MHK. So I think we need to bring the constituency together. I just want government to be held to account a little bit more with the money it spends, be less wasteful with it, and act as one unit rather than several departments at times. Let's have some joined up thinking and some common sense.
And last, but absolutely in this case not least, Jason Moorhouse, you must be delighted with that result.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. Just thank you to the people of Arbury, Castletown and Maloo for voting for me and really helping me achieve this. Thank you very much.
And what do you think has resulted in such a significant showing in the polls?
I think I've tried to be that link between local people and national government, and I think that's really crucially important, and I want to be approachable and help move things forward.
And same question I asked to Tim. In 5 years' time, if you're standing again, what are the things that people should be looking out for to hold you accountable for that you hope to achieve over the next 5 years?
I'm really hoping that the island can go forward. We can have a stronger economy. Local businesses will be doing really well, and we've got progress with the new school at Castle Rushen.
Excellent.
Thank you very much, Phil, and thank you, Jason. Steve Crowther has not joined us on the roof this evening, and it's back to Beth at Broadcasting House.
Thank you very much to William King and Phil Gaughan there in Arbury, Castletown and Maloo. I'm just going to point out that the Manx Radio exit poll once again did predict that result, Andy. So Tim Glover.
Don't get smug.
I'm not, because it wasn't me who did it. I'm just saying, it's it's just interesting.
Well, they're all warming up at Douglas North, and hopefully we'll be there soon. So let's hope that happens. But in the meantime, I just want to remind you, we're live from Douglas Head in the Isle of Man to all the listeners around the world, Exile Manxes right across the globe. We've been hearing from tonight. This is Manx Radio's 2021 election coverage. I'm Andy Wint with Beth Espey in the studio tonight with us. We've got Teresa Cope, we've got Paul Moulton, Alistair Ramsey's with us, Chris Robertshaw, former MHK and former Chief Minister in MHK, Tony Brown with us. And stay with us as we go round all the constituencies yet to come. We have Ayr and Michael and Douglas Central and Douglas East and Douglas North. We've got Garth, we've got Glen Faber and Peel, big one there as well. We have Middle to come, and Ramsey and Rushen. And right now we've got the news at Manx Radio. It's 11 o'clock, and Faster Mai to Sean Cowper.
Faster Mai, as we've just been hearing in the last few moments, the Home Affairs Minister Graham Crogene has lost his seat in Arbury, Castletown and Maloo. Topping the poll was Jason Moorhouse, elected for a second term alongside newcomer Tim Glover. The full results from Arbury, Castletown and Maloo are available at manxradio.com. Meanwhile, Claire Christian and Sarah Maltby have topped the polls in Douglas South. It's the first time in history two women have taken both seats in a constituency. Mrs Christian received the most votes with 1,244.
It's just such a momentous moment that two females have got into, as you know, in a constituency as MHKs. It's the first time in history. It's absolutely phenomenal. I absolutely would like to just say I'm so sorry that there wasn't enough positions for all of the candidates of Douglas South because everybody was very good.
Also elected was Manx Labour Party candidate Sarah Maltby.
Wouldn't really. If I was 10 years younger, I'd do a cartwheel. But I just can't.
Well, don't let me stop you.
Yeah, I'm not usually speechless, but that's amazing. Thank you so much for everyone who turned out today.
Turnout in the constituency was 46.95%. The result means previous Douglas South MHK Paul Quine lost his seat, but he was gracious in defeat.
I think in the year that I was representative of the constituency, I like to think that I rolled my sleeves up and worked as hard as I could. I don't think I could have done any more, so I'd just like to congratulate Sarah and Claire, who obviously fought a good campaign, as well as Gerard Higgins as well. So I think it was four good candidates in the race, and democracy's spoken. So I wish them all the best.
In Onchan, there was no change as Rob Callister and Julie Edge have been re-elected. Both have been returned for a second term in the House of Keys, having first been elected in 2016. Mr Callister's topped the poll with 1,600 votes, but we can now cross back to Beth.
And we are going to go straight down to Rushen and Mark Tiley for the result there.
Thank you very much indeed, Beth, and thank you everyone in their broadcasting house. Returning Officer Mark Humphrey will now give us the results for Rushen.
As Returning Officer for the constituency of Rushen, I hereby declare that the total number of votes given for each candidate is as follows. Michelle Elena K. Haywood, 1,386. Mark Ian Kemp, 1,163. Andrew Thomas Langan Newton, 1,109. Juan Paul Watterson, 2,384. I therefore declare that the candidates elected to the House of Keys for the constituency of Rushen are Juan Paul Watterson and Michelle Elena K. Haywood. The total number of voters voting at the election, other than voters whose ballot papers have been rejected, is...
Just moving across to get that confirmed.
6,042. The number of rejected ballot papers under each head is, for want of official mark, 0. For want of more candidates than vacancies to be filled, 2. For writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 0. And for those unmarked or void for uncertainty, 6. Thank you. I'd now invite the successful candidates to address the audience. Thank you.
And we'll hear first of all from Juan Watterson.
Thank you very much. Can I first start off by thanking very much Mark and the team here tonight who have run a really successful election in terms of the process, make sure it's all run really smoothly and the votes are being counted very effectively and efficiently. So thank you to them. Can I thank also all the candidates who have made this a real contest and a real battle for ideas in Rushen. And it would be remiss of me not to thank all my friends and family who have put up with me for my entire time in politics, but especially the last 10 weeks, which have been particularly trying. Final thank you is obviously to the people of Rushen for putting their faith in me for a 4th term. I look forward to working with Michelle for their greater good over the next 5 years, and the work starts tomorrow. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Juan Watterson. And now we'll hear from Michelle Haywood.
The thing about coming second is you get to follow on from somebody who's just said what you would have said anyway. Thank you to everyone tonight for the count, and thank you to Mark and the team. Thank you to all of my team that did the stamping, the stickering, the flyers. Thank you to the fellow candidates, and mostly thank you to my family and friends who've been so supportive through this process. And the hard work doesn't stop yet. It starts tomorrow. We're on to that. Thank you.
Congratulations. Ben, are you staying with us or are you moving to another count? Okay, let's have a word with Juan now.
You just had a word with
We'll have another word.
You want another word? You're greedy, you are, Mark.
So, what's on the agenda for this next phase?
Well, it's now onto the decision-making treadmill about we've got swearing in on Tuesday, with then election of Speaker on Tuesday afternoon, the Chief Minister on the 12th of October, and then October Tindall, when all the committees are decided and that sort of thing. So it's going to be a non-stop process. You get elected tonight, you step onto that treadmill, and you'll be blinking, and it's Christmas.
Do you get the feeling that the faith in you, as well as what's been going on, is very much in evidence from that result?
Yeah, I do think so. I mean, I know that we've had a growth in population in Rushen over the last 5 years, but my vote's gone up by at least that proportional amount. And I'm honoured and I'm humbled to once again be representing the people of Rushen. There is no greater honour than to be a member of the House of Keys and represent people, to have their best interests at heart and to have them put their faith in you not once but now 4 times, and I'm greatly honoured.
Well, congratulations again.
Thanks,
it's a fabulous night. I will just have a little word with Andrew, if I may. Andrew, can I just grab a quick word with you? Obviously disappointed. I saw you marching around here tonight. You were obviously a man thinking this is going to be close.
I think I'm really grateful for the support that I've received and the faith and hope that people placed in me and in my vision that I had, but not mine, the Isle of Man Green parties. And so I think gratitude. I mean, there's a resolution now, and the team have been amazing doing the counting. But really, I think this just opens the next chapter for the Green Party, the next step forward to a sustainable future for the Isle of Man. It's not about me, it's about the mission.
You're coming back?
The Green Party's coming back. I'm still the leader of the Green Party. I'm still leading the mission of the Green Party. This has just been an opportunity to share that mission with so many people in Russian, and that's been a great opportunity for the Green Party. And yeah, I mean, the candidates who got elected, yeah, they said really important things that similar to what the Green Party is saying, and I hope they take this forward and really deliver those messages.
Thank you, Andrew. Beth, we're going to hand back to you because I think you may well have another result coming through.
We will have one very shortly, I'm sure. Marked highly in Russian, thank you very much. So Juan Watterson, a landslide victory there, 2,384 votes. Michelle Hayward, 1,386. Not a great deal between those. Paul Crane is back. Paul Crane coordinated our exit polls, which correctly predicted Juan Watterson would top the poll. Did suggest Andrew Langan-Newton might be in second, with Michelle very close behind Paul.
Yes, actually, two of the exit polls that we've produced since I left home and arrived up here, I've got additional information through. So I've actually revised the exit polls for Onken and for Russian. And in the revised version for Russian, which had an extra set of data come through from Port St Mary, Michelle Hayward was on 24.2% and Andrew Langan-Newton was 23.3%. So I'm claiming
we would have got it right.
8 out of 8.
Any others have changed at all? Anything else?
The other one that changed was Onken. It didn't change the order of events, but we had extra material from one of the Onken constituencies. It still puts Rob Callister on 42% and Julie Edge on 30, way ahead of
Tony Brown, any thoughts on your oil patch?
Well, I don't think it was a big surprise. I mean, we knew that Graham Crageen was struggling a bit in terms of people's views, and I think it was expected that Jason Morehouse would top the poll. What we didn't know was who was there, but it was often said. I mean, there's only 4 were after the 2 seats anyway, but it was between, people thought, Graham and Tim. And it wasn't, in fact, but they were the 2 that people thought would struggle. And Tim's now got that position.
Chris Robert Shaw?
Yeah, about Albury, Castletown and Maloo, yeah. I think it was somewhat expected that Graham might lose his seat, but I do hope he considers the upcoming vacancies in Ledgeco.
If there are any, I suppose we should say still at this
point. On the very accurate exit polls,
glad you said that.
Being adjusted as we speak, in accordance with the actual result. I do expect a couple of vacancies, and I think Keys was relieved to see the gender balance starting to change recently on Ledgeco, and now we're seeing it happen in Keys as well. But what I think Keys became aware of as the new Ledgeco team developed was that the link between Keys and Ledgeco was beginning to get lost, and that we perhaps were making a mistake not having 1 or 2 more ex-MHKs on Ledgeco. And Graham is a listener, and I hope that talent that he's got finds a new home in Ledgeco in the near future.
And when did you spot that sort of schism was starting to appear between Keys and Ledgeco? I
wouldn't say it was a schism. Well, yes, I suppose it is to some degree a schism, but it was a rebalancing process, and I think we have to, ideally, from a personal perspective, and I think it's a view a number of members shared in the last House, was the right balance is a number of outsiders and a number of ex-MHKs, and that ensures that the link and understanding necessary is retained.
But what that throws up, though, is the question that people have about the way Ledgeco members are elected, and the fact that they obviously are chosen by people within the Parliament. And if they don't have a public mandate, which is clearly what has happened in this case, then why should they be in Ledgeco?
Well, I mean, that's a popular view from the outside, but once you get into Tynwald and Keys and you understand that very, very subtle balance that the Isle of Man has achieved, and I think was set up by Lord Macdonald in 1919, that LegCo is a different body. It holds back the keys on occasion just a little bit, saying, hang on, do you think you need to consider that matter a little bit longer? You get the combined votes things, and it's a lot more subtle than people realise, and I would hate to see it go.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the point that people miss is that Legislative Council can't stop anything. Ultimately, as we've evolved, they can delay it, but ultimately, even now if they sit on legislation, the keys can just go ahead and pass it in Tynwald, just as the keys.
It's a check and balance.
It is a check and balance, but the other thing is, there's lots we could talk all night about LegCo, and I'd be happy to. But one of the problems with LegCo over recent decades has been it's been seen as more of an equivalent of the Keys members. LegCo, the principle of the House of Keys electing people to an upper chamber is not a big issue, I don't believe personally.
I agree.
What should be changed are the powers they have and the authority they have. And they shouldn't be paid the same as an MHK. They shouldn't get the same expenses. They should be limited on what they get. In other words, taking a person who's been an MHK, wants to become an MLC, well, with that, instead of a salary, you get an honorarium, and it's not a full-time position like an MHK can be. There's lots of things you can do. Southern Ireland Parliament, they elect a second chamber, and people, they have this balance. Chris says you'd have to put it in law. There has to be so many MHKs and so many from the outside. And they actually have the union elect somebody to be a member of the upper chamber. The union elect them. And Commerce elect someone to be in the upper chamber. Not the legislature, but people, groups, organisations.
Well, as somebody who sat observing this, Alistair Ramsey, what's your view?
I think the point about the relative salaries of the members of the Legislative Council, I think that is changing.
It is now.
Yeah, so it will be lower. This perception that if you're defeated at the polls, you shouldn't be able to get into Tynwald by the back door is quite a persistent one, I think. But I suppose you could turn that round and say that at least in this case the person's got several hundred votes, whereas other members of Legislative Council haven't got any direct public support.
But to be fair, if Graham did decide to stand, what he will bring to LegCo is a long experience of being elected by people.
15 years.
And that will bear fruit in the future.
So indeed, he's not discredited, he's just defeated.
Yes, and I think also while people get excited about the Legislative Council being none, as they say, non-elected members, they are elected but by the Keys as Electoral College, we have far more people appointed by Tynwald and by government working on boards such as Manx Care who've never been elected by anyone. So the Isle of Man criticises itself in a really bizarre way. They see the MLCs, or they're bad because they're not elected by the people. But you go to, numerous bodies, the MUA as it's called, the Post Office, there's people all over the place from society who are appointed to do jobs in there for 5 years. And they're only answerable, because they're statutory boards, to themselves. And the only person who's answerable to Tynwald is the chairman and vice chairman, who are members, if they are on there, if there's political representation. So, there is a contradiction in how we see it. I think the issue is that there needs to be a clear and understandable distinction between members of the House of Keys and members of the Legislative Council, and an acceptance that Tynwald is our Parliament.
Going to have to stop you there. 11:15. Let's go down now to Douglas Central and Lewis Foster.
Fastermy, welcome back to outside All Saints Hall in Douglas Central, where candidates and those inside the hall now are just making their way out. Returning Officer Tim Swift is preparing, standing in front of me now. And if you're all ready, Tim, after you.
Yes, I'm making the formal announcement as Returning Officer for the constituency of Douglas Central. I hereby give notice of the election of 23rd September 2021. The candidates elected are Anne Corlett with a number of votes of 1,400, Chris Thomas with a number of votes of 1,319 votes. They are accordingly the candidates who have been elected. The other candidates were Damien Cippelli with 951 votes, Sarah Hackman with 369 votes. The total number of votes cast was 2,282 votes, a turnout of 42.8%. There were 13 rejected ballots, 0 for want of official mark, voting for more than 2 candidates 4, writing or mark which was couldn't identify the voter, 2, unmarked or void for uncertainty, 7. So that is the result, and I accordingly declare Anne Corlett and Chris Thomas are the candidates elected for this election. If the candidates want to say a couple of words, I shall hand it over to them.
So familiar faces here in Douglas Central. Very quickly, Anne, if I could just get your reaction.
Well, I'm just overwhelmed, totally humbled, and committed to work hard with integrity and honesty for the next 5 years.
Second time lucky, a different world we're living in now from 2016. How are you approaching it this time?
I think we have to really move quickly, get on, do what we need to do, and be collaborative and cooperative with each other.
Okay, and I'll quickly come over to Chris Thomas. Congratulations. Yourself, third time lucky.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd like to thank all of the returning officers. They've worked really hard today. I'd like to thank all of the other candidates for their contribution to a fair and reasonable election, and look forward to the next 5 years.
And as I say, third time successful in an election. When does the celebrating end and the work begin?
We have to turn up tomorrow to begin the process, and I think the 28th of September is when we're sworn in, and the first sitting of the House of Keys in substance will be on the 12th of October as currently scheduled.
And who's going to be Chief Minister in a few weeks' time?
Anne's a good candidate.
Anne, how do you feel about that?
No, I will not be putting myself forward for Chief Minister.
No worries. Well, there you go. I'll stick around and get some more interviews with the other candidates shortly. But for now, there you go. Familiar faces. Back to you in the studio.
Lewis Foster for Douglas Central, thank you so much. Paul Crane, I'm just going to throw to you there. Just remind us what the exit poll result was for Douglas Central.
For Douglas Central, it was Anne Corlett topping the poll and Chris Thomas also being elected. So we've got 10 out of 10 so far. I'm sure that won't last, but yeah, so far so good.
And we just want to say again, thank you to the students who took part in doing this. It's not an easy job. They've done a commendable thing here, and it's given us a great insight into the voting patterns.
That's right. It is difficult when you get to the polling stations, you're outside, and there's quite a gathering of people, tellers and one thing and another, and the confidence you need to go and tackle somebody, and knowing that some of them will say no thanks, or just brush you off or whatever. So yeah, they've done really well. I'm really pleased with what the schools have done and the students themselves.
Chris Robert-Shaw, your reaction to that result? It's as it was. Is it a bit of a shame Anne Corlett is ruling herself out of Chief Minister job already?
Well, I don't want to. I don't think so. No. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So, Andy?
We're standing by the way. They're sweating in Middle at the moment. Middle is imminent. And Douglas North. Well, let's go straight to Middle. Simon Clark is live in Middle. Simon.
Yes, thank you very much. We're live from the Memorial Hall here in Union Mills, and I'm going to hand you over to the returning officer, Stephen Quayle, with the results for the election for Middle.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can now declare the results for the House of Keys election for the constituency of Middle. The total number of votes cast for each candidate are as follows. David Anthony Fowler, 163 votes. Kieran Francis Hannifin, 553 votes. Alison Ruth Lynch, 792 votes. Stuart Gordon Peters, 965 votes. Jane Poole Wilson, 1,788 votes. I hereby give notice that each of Jane Poole Wilson and Stuart Gordon Peters are hereby elected. The total number of voters voting in the election, other than voters whose ballot papers have been rejected, is 2,410. The number of rejected ballot papers under each head is: want of official mark, 0. Want for more candidates and vacancies to be filled, 1. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 0. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 6. Thank you.
There we are. That's the results here. We'll get a chat with the two successful candidates. Jane Poole Wilson topped the poll. A difficult one for you. Some said you were hedging your bets a bit with the MLC thing, but you've proved that the people supported you.
I'd just really like to thank the people of Middle for putting their trust in me, and I am looking forward to serving them and the island for the next 5 years.
And of course, been in Legislative Council for a few years now, 2017 I think. Has that stead you in good form to know what the MLC's and what's expected of them from the general public?
Well, I think so. It's become clear to me that it would be even better if we could share more of what Tynwald does and what each branch does and brings to it. But from a personal point of view, I definitely feel like I am experienced now in how Tynwald operates and the workings of government. And yes, I think it does put me in a strong position to start this period as a representative of the House of Keys.
Well, many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, Stu Peters, we've been waiting years to say this. Good result for you, Stu.
Fantastic result, Clarkie. Absolutely exceptional result. Yes, I'm absolutely pleased to bits.
Of course, when you decided you were going to go for the MHK, did you think long and hard before you actually made that decision?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is something that's taken 15 months of thinking about. People have suggested over the years that I ought to consider it, and it never felt the right time, but this time it did. So I started thinking about it the middle of last year, kind of firmed up on that at Christmas, and declared in June. I was going to leave it later, but a pal of mine who's an MHK said that it might be better to go sooner, so I declared at the end of June, and it's been a very, very busy 12 weeks.
Quick one just before we finish. Of course, the radio put you in good stead for it, and of course, always good for a point of view, and you're hoping to carry that on into the Keys?
Absolutely. Well, I'm standing for common sense, and I'm standing for accountability. Those are the two things that I'm promising to the people of Middle and to the wider Isle of Man over the next 12 months. I'd like to think that I'm going to be the voice for the silent majority who feel alienated by politics.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Stu.
Thank you.
There we go. That's the two successful candidates. Jane Poole-Wilson, top on the poll here at Middle. Stu Peters, the other one elected. And good turnout here at Middle as well. So that's the result of Middle. Thank you very much indeed to Kiri as well. And back to you, Beth.
Thank you very much, Simon, in Middle. And we can head straight now to Douglas North and Christy de Haven.
Yes, we're here in Douglas North, and I have the returning officer, Jeff Cameen, with me, and he is now ready to declare.
I, Geoffrey Quayle-Cameen, the Deputy Returning Officer for the constituency of Douglas North, hereby give notice of the result for the general election to the House of Keys 2021 in the constituency of Douglas North. The total number of votes given for each candidate is as follows. David John Ashford, 1,567. Kevin Oliphant Smith, 492. George Ralph Peake, 682. John Charles Warnenberg, 753. I therefore give notice that the candidates elected at today's election are David John Ashford and John Charles Warnenberg.
Thank you very much. So quite dramatic here in Douglas North. I'm going to speak first of all to the man of the moment at the top of the polls here. We have David Ashford with us. David, clearly a good result. I mean, you have become a very popular household name over the past couple of years with everything that's gone on. Do you think, I mean, your own merchandise and everything, do you think this was a given?
Well, no, it most certainly wasn't. No election as a given. Can I start by thanking Jeff and his entire team for the way they've run this election? As always, they've done it absolutely superbly and efficiently, and I want to give credit to them. It's been a hard-fought election. All of the candidates have worked very hard in this election, and here we have the results. I'm honoured and privileged that the people of Douglas North have put their trust in me for a second time, and that just under 80% of those who came out to vote today cast a ballot for me. I'd like to also pay tribute to the outgoing member for Douglas North, Ralph Peake. Myself and Ralph have worked very closely together over the last 5 years, particularly on constituency issues, and I wish him well for the future. And I also look forward to working with John Warnenberg over the next 5 years just as closely to resolve the problems we have up here in Douglas North.
And obviously, it was unprecedented what's been happening over the past couple of years. No one could have predicted when you were elected that you were going to have to be dealing with what you dealt with. So we know what you've been able to bring to the party over the past 2 years with regards to the pandemic. What can you bring to the table outside of that now?
Well, I think I bring with me 5 years of experience in a Tynwald that's had to deal with major international issues, from Moneyval to VAT renegotiation, worldwide pandemic, and Brexit. Remember that, when we thought that was the biggest problem we faced. So I think I've got a wide range of experience over the last 5 years. I've also worked hard in the constituency to try and resolve people's local problems. So I think I'm a much more matured member than I was when I came in 5 years ago. And hopefully that will benefit not just the people of Douglas North, but the island as a whole.
one last question before we speak to the other members over there. You have previously said you weren't going to stand as Chief Minister. Things could change. Would you put yourself forward?
I'm a politician of my word, and the answer is no. I ruled out very early on, before the campaign even began, me being a candidate for the next Chief Minister. We have plenty of other able members, I'm sure, who will be returned tonight who can actually undertake that role, and I'd be proud to serve under any of them.
Well, thank you very much and congratulations to David Ashford there. We need to speak to the number 2. We have John Wannenberg here. How do you feel?
I feel good. Absolutely, that's it.
So what are going to be your priorities once you do get in there?
I'm going to deliver as much as I can on everything in my manifesto.
And there were quite some points in that manifesto. I know that some of the things that you were keen on, you were talking about the economy, that was very, very big on your manifesto radar, bringing new business in, diversifying the economy. We need to reinvent ourselves. I mean, these are big things. How are we going to do that?
We're going to do it collectively as 24 members. It's the right thing to do. We're going to take this island forward. We're going to drive it forward in a positive and compassionate way.
And what do you think are your main points that you're going to bring in now to the House of Keys?
I'm going to do everything to stop wasting money on vanity projects. It's got to stop immediately.
Well, those are some strong words there from John Wannenberg. Congratulations and all the best for the future. We do, of course, we must speak to Ralph Peake here. I mean, Ralph, obviously a disappointing night for you, and it was quite tense here before, obviously checking a very close call this evening. I mean, I have to ask, how are you feeling?
I'd just like to thank all the constituents of Douglas North who came out today and voted. It was a nice overcast day, but it was nice to see so many people out. The turnout was a little bit lower than it was before, but I want to thank everyone for turning out and thank you all for voting. You've all done their bit. Thank you.
And what are your plans now?
Well, I can go to bed and release to my obligations.
Well, it's lovely to speak with you, Ralph, and all the best for the future. We can now hand back from Douglas North to the studio and Beth.
Christy, thank you very much. The result in Douglas North, David Ashford topping the poll, and John Wannenberg, who is a man, Andy, of few words, it seems.
His father was a heart surgeon in South Africa, actually helped Dr. Christian Barnard. And obviously his brother is quite well placed within the establishment as well. But John Wannenberg is a man of great fortitude as well. And when we did the program, the outside broadcast from University College Isle of Man, John Wannenberg told me he'd walked every inch of Williston and knocked every door and got lots of positive reaction. He walked all over Tremode and Williston and didn't stop until he'd spoken to everyone, and it seems that's worked out for him.
It really does. It brings us back to what we were talking about earlier with Tony Brown and how important that contact with your constituents is. Kira Sowerby has just rejoined us. You've been downstairs listening to the results as they come in. Obviously, a member of the Manx Labour Party. We've already had some good news on that front this evening so far in Douglas South. Quite a few women so far standing. Does that make any difference to you?
It's good to see them get elected, but you like to see them get elected on policies as well. I don't believe in voting for someone just because they're a woman. But it is great to see that more women stand, and it gives you more choice. And I think that's where the problem with the gender balance previously has been, that women don't feel comfortable standing even when they are strong candidates. There are a lot of strong female candidates this year, and Claire Christian and Sarah Maltby being the first two women in the same constituency to get elected was awesome. I'm really glad to see it. It's been a long time coming.
Teresa Cope, how important do you think that gender balance is?
I think it's really important, and I think we see it across all of the professional groups. And just in Manx Care, we're just about to announce that we have 2 female advanced nurse practitioners who are about to join the Snaefell practice as partners. And that's important.
Crikey, Snaefeld's going to be fully staffed.
Yes.
For how long?
Well, we hope this is a sustainable future for Snaefell. It's had its ups and downs, but the fact that we have appointed 2 new partners, 2 great advanced nurse practitioners to support Stefan in his role is important. They just happen to be women, but they happen to be incredibly strong partners, and hopefully a brighter future for Snaefell practice.
Okay, Chris Robertshaw, how do you feel about the voters of Mendel?
Well, absolutely delighted. I mean, I think one of the things that disappointed me at the outset of the new house in 2016 was we had, if you recall, 12 new members, and the new members were very slow and very courteous, and we didn't really kick off as a vibrant house until, I hate to say it, about the third year. I found that very frustrating, having had the cut and thrust of previous houses. I suspect, and I'm sure I'm right here, that Stu will fire from all cylinders from the beginning and perhaps encourage others to speak their mind, as you should in politics.
Absolutely.
Do you know what is
Oh, and also delighted for Jane, of course.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I worked with her.
Well, that's one vacancy
and
already.
It is, yeah, on the
yeah. I mean, she did a great job, worked really hard, and I'm sure she'll deliver brilliantly as an MHK. I have every confidence. So a great team in middle, a really great team.
Somebody has suggested Jane Paul Wilson for Chief Minister, actually. What is slightly disappointing that we're seeing this evening, it seems, is lower turnouts.
Well, who knows?
Yes.
We'll find out at the end. Nobody can complain about the weather. The weather's been absolutely fine. It's something that we obviously have to look at, because if it's reducing election by election, then we're heading in a dangerous direction.
But there were reports earlier of queues outside polling stations, so that seemed to indicate that things were slightly more positive.
Alistair's got the answer.
One point is that the total number of registered voters this time is up by about 5,000. So that could affect the actual percentage. Be interesting to look at the actual numbers who are voting. I mean, I know nothing about statistics, so that may be a totally invalid
Well, Paul Crane
point,
is our man. He's probably whittling away at them as we speak.
Dr. Numbers downstairs. Who's next? Who's imminent, by the way? Did we find out?
Say about, sorry to see Ralph go. I mean, he's been a quiet member, but an excellent one, and has got progressively better. And good luck to John Wannenberg, but sorry to see Ralph disappear from the scene.
Just tell me what you mean by, what did you say, the House needs to be, lively, combative?
People need to have the courage to stand up in Keys and Tynwald and say what they believe. And the last House was slow to do that, got there in the end, but Stu Peters will be the man who will speak his mind from the get-go and encourage others to do the same.
Absolutely.
Do you think that is what the public wants to see, though? Do they perceive it as progress being made, or do they just see people having spats almost?
Well, I don't think I was inferring, Beth, that people should have spats. But I think in a world where we seem to have to be ever more careful about words we use and how we speak, I think Stu Peters will encourage us to have the courage to speak our mind, sometimes when what we're saying is a little bit unpopular, but that's what politics is all about.
Tony Brown?
Yeah, it's important. I mean, the chambers are there for a purpose. They're very well controlled, but it allows members to fight for what they believe in, verbally I'm talking about, and to challenge people and to be aggressive and to push. And after that, when the chamber session's finished, whether it be lunchtime, whether it be tea break, everybody goes out yapping to each other. It's not personal in that aspect. The job is you've been elected to represent all of your constituents, and there's all sorts of extremes, and you have to judge what's the best way to do that. And if being pushy makes things happen, then that's what you're there for.
And maybe
what
that's
you can't have is a complacent Tynwald.
And maybe that's why there's almost a disconnect, is that some people don't understand that the combative nature of the chamber is merely an element of the form. It's what the chamber is meant there to be. You're not arguing for the sake of arguing. No. You're putting across points. You're battling for policy. You're going through a particular procedure. And maybe it's the fact that there is that procedure, the standing orders, everything happens as it happens. And sometimes the public just don't understand the procedure. They don't get the technicalities or the mechanics of it.
Absolutely. And I mean, that's why the President of Tynwald and the Speaker of the House of Keys have so much authority given to them by Tynwald or the Keys in standing orders. So, yes, you could have a Barney, but it's a controlled Barney. If it gets out of hand, you can stop it. The President can stop it, the Speaker can stop it. But it's much better than people fighting on the streets, because sometimes they want someone to say what they think and what's annoying them.
Chris Robertshaw?
Yeah, and good debates when they occur, you can actually feel and see the mood change, opinions change. And we can start from one position and one presumption and find ourselves moving because we follow and agree with the debate. But it needs to exercise itself with as much vitality as possible. I mean, I think Tony's described it perfectly.
And you can feel when the mood of the chamber changes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. It was interesting when we were on Zoom and Microsoft Teams how we lost so much. It was awful. It was just awful. And we were all so frustrated. But as soon as we got back in, there's all sorts of things happening beyond the verbal expression. Body language, gestures, mumblings, I mean, everything. It all feeds into the mood of the House.
And the other thing is, because we don't have party politics, it's not false.
Yes.
Because what happens is, Chris and I could be battling away against each other on one subject.
And did.
And you move on to and did. And sometimes quite aggressively.
Yes.
But then you move on to the next subject and we'd be on the same side.
Yeah.
And then you go to another subject and we'd be split again. That's great, because what it means is that the members who are elected today by the public of the Isle of Man are independent, most of them, and free to say what they believe is right for their constituents. And the only people that hold them to account are the electorate.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a good democracy.
It does work. It really does.
Alistair Ramsey?
Yeah, well, I can't disagree with any
well
of them.
Well done,
Alistair. I think that there is an issue in the Isle of Man about holding members collectively to account, i.e. the government, as opposed to individual members.
No. Holding parliamentary members to account is a different matter to holding the executive to account.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the question is, how do the public do that? But that's a whole other debate. And that's around.
But that's not what a parliament does. The parliament holds the executive to account, not the public. The public ultimately do because they elect them.
Yeah.
But once they've been elected, yet there has to be a trust to let them do their job on their behalf as representatives. And then the people who need to, and Tynwald has all the amount of committees and structures it wants to control the executive and make them answerable. What often happens is they back off, sometimes making the real decision because, oh well, maybe we shouldn't say it quite like that. And I've seen that happen. And in my early days, when Charlie Crush was in there and he was chairman of some of these select committees, he came out and he'd come back with all guns blaring and absolutely nail people.
Yeah, but if I can challenge you there, Tony, I mean, the policy review committees have gone a long way to develop themselves over the 10 years of their existence, and
absolutely,
and they have.
Well, I brought them in.
Yeah, and they have been doing some really key work, particularly in the last few years, and the public have been engaging in a new way with policy review committee reports, some of which have been. I mean, I think you had a guest here earlier on, Rachel Glover, who was. Ended up being a subject of one of our examinations, and that went out into the public arena. So, I mean, the Policy Review Committee is doing a more in-depth, continuous job looking at departmental work than select committees which shine a light on a specific issue.
Which is why we brought them in, because we were conscious that in the Isle of Man structure, there was a lot, I was Chief Minister, there was a lot of freedom for the executive to do lots of things. And it was easy for the executive to fight off a select committee. And the only way to stop that was to structure and put in place these policy committees, who then had clear responsibilities to examine the work that was going on in the departments and make the ministers and their chief executives answerable. The biggest problem, I suspect, is the whole thing is so complex, even in Isle of Man terms, that most of the public don't know how it works. And in fact, I would suggest some of the members don't know how it works. And it's not being rude, they are complex.
It's 12 midnight on Manx Radio, live for our 2021 election coverage. Retiring MHK Chris Robertshaw is with us. Did we mention he was a former Chief Minister? Tony Brown is with us as well. Alistair Ramsey, we're saying hi also to Teresa Cope, the boss of Manxcare, and Ciara Sowerby and Beth Espey.
Hello. Just interesting note talking about people understanding the system. So when you are a new MHK, what happens once you've been elected, you're sworn in? Do you get any sort of, I don't know, apprenticeship training?
Well, I worry about what happens. I mean, I don't know whether you're goading me on purpose just to kick off here.
I wouldn't.
But I do worry, and again, Tony and I might disagree on this one, but I do worry about the idea of new members coming in, immediately being allocated to a departmental role with a small delegation, because too many of them begin to think that that is their role, to, as it were, sit on the side of the department and protect the executive. That is not the role of a politician. No. And that's why I was never a departmental member. I on occasion was a minister, but not a departmental member, because I think that trains new members to act and think in the wrong way. My ultimate hope is that eventually there will be ministers and deputy ministers and powerful policy review committees, and members should ideally sit on a department on one side and a policy review committee on the other, and they get a much broader depth and view. Anyway, enough from me.
Yeah. To me, the most important thing any member, new member or even one returning who's maybe only done one term, is to look up and read up on the legislation, what powers the legislation gives them, what powers it gives the executive, what powers it gives the chief minister, what powers are given to departments. You don't have to do a lot of research, because actually, forget all the guts that are in the bill, the powers are usually laid out in a single or two clause stage. But also learn how the budget works so you can deal with Treasury, and learn how the legislation is put together and how it's developed. If you learn those skills, it makes it easier when you're in departments, because you can challenge executives or senior officers who tell you you can't do that. Because you can say, hang on, I'm sure I saw something in the legislation. Can we check that? It's amazing what you actually remember when you're doing it all the time, no different than professionals. You remember stuff. And they need to learn the grounding of what their role is, and their standing orders are critical to enable them to be successful.
Teresa Cape?
Yeah, so Manx Care spent a lot of time in those first few weeks making sure we reframe that relationship with politicians, and we will have to go and repeat that work just to ensure that Manx Care does remain consistent and true to its arm's length status. So we know we've got work to do with whoever is elected, so they understand how Manx Care is different from what's gone before.
Worth noting at this point, actually, a little earlier in the evening, Home Affairs Minister Graham Cregeen lost his seat. He will, and I think I'm right here, Tony Brown, he will stay minister until a new one is appointed.
Yes, absolutely.
That must be quite a difficult thing to do.
Well, it has to be. I mean, if you don't, you've got no one to appoint a minister, because you haven't got a chief minister. And the chief minister, whoever it is, once they're appointed, they can have a new cabinet in place, a new council of ministers in place in a day. I mean, it's just something you have to do. You see it happen in the UK. Same principles here. You get on with the job. It's not it's not an easy go job. Sit back and just take our time, trade a lure. When you're in there, you've got 5 years. 5 years goes quick. If you don't pull your finger out and work hard, that 5 years will be lost, and you'll have wasted a lot of time. So the main thing is to get the team in place, and then the issue you say about Graham, doesn't matter whether it's Graham, whoever the minister is, they then cease to be minister. But they are minister's caretaker, although they still have the authority of the minister in totality.
You're listening to Manx Radio's Election Night Special. It is midnight. We've had a text into 166 saying, when is the Douglas East result? As long as a piece of
when
string.
When they finish counting.
Yeah, I think that's... is that the one you're waiting for, Kira Sowerby?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that one.
and Chris Robertshaw, you might have an interest in that one, actually.
Huge, yes. I'd be very disappointed if Claire doesn't get over the line. She's done a tremendous job. I had the privilege of working with her, of course, and think highly of her. So I do hope she makes it.
If you want to get in touch with us this evening, 166 email studio@manxradio.com, or you can get us through the website as well. The full results list on there. And you can watch us live. We're on Facebook, YouTube, and through the website too.
What a joy. Still to come, Ramsey. We'll see what's happened. We're projecting, or the exit poll said, Dr. Allinson and Laurie Hooper to be returned. Aaron Michael is still to come, and our exit poll projected Mr. Cannon and Timothy Johnston. Our exit poll in Douglas East said Joni Farragher topping the poll, Claire Barber and Michael Josem with a fag paper between them, and also still to come Garth and Glen Faber and Peel, which will be more than interesting, Beth.
It really will. And this is the point of the evening where it's just the waiting game, isn't it? And Alistair Ramsey, when you were in your former role, when you had a connection to those people who were elected in, how closely were you paying attention and sort of keeping your fingers crossed at points?
I think it just was one of those every 5 years. It was a big thing, you know. When I worked in the media, it was. When I worked in government, it was.
Were you detached from politicians, or did you get to like them, or did you have a personal relationship?
We'll go to Tony in a minute and get his view on that.
You're not. It's supposed to be a detached and professional relationship. Inevitably, there are people you get on with, people you don't get on with, and you do. You're only civil servants are only human, believe it or not, and they do. Like some people and dislike others, and it works both ways.
So you take it as a badge of honour that they've had to appoint 10 people to replace you?
Well, I'm not sure if that's strictly true. That team was building all the time when I was there.
And you can't get interviews now, is that right?
I could pretend it's true and take the glory of that, but no, I think that comms team has been centralised and developed, and that was happening when I was there.
We talked about this earlier on in the evening, didn't we, about the fact that it does seem sometimes a little more difficult to get interviews. I mean, Tony, you're sort of joking there, really, but do they close down now? Is there something that I don't know, are they more worried, do you think, about the messages that are getting out? They have to make sure they're right before the public get hold of them?
I don't know, really. I'm not there anymore. I get the impression that there has been a different approach.
Are they more risk-averse?
Possibly.
But I think the point is it takes away from the natural politics. I mean, we all live in small communities, and you know from when I was an MHK, Chris was an MHK. I mean, you could always just approach us, and even when I was minister, even when I was chief minister, you'd ring up and you say, "Can I speak to the chief minister? We've got an issue." "Yeah, tell him to come in the next half hour. I've got time free." Yes, we take guidance on major stuff, clearly, if we're making statements. But a lot of them were about everyday stuff that people would raise, and the press, wanted an answer to it. Well, the ministers would know what to do. But, we've gone through phases like this before. I can remember a situation in the 80s, in the late 80s, when we had the first ministerial system come into play. And ministers would always sit with their chief executives when being interviewed. And basically, am I all right to answer that? And eventually people learned that wasn't the way forward and got into the issue of saying, I'm the minister, I'm responsible, I have to answer for what's going on. Now, you can't know everything because that's not your job, you're looking at the policy, but the actual administration is with the staff. And you can be briefed before you come in, you can understand what it is if the subject matter there. If they come to the office, you'd call staff in, or you'd often say, Alistair, can you get Alistair in because we've got an issue here and I need his advice. It didn't mean I always took it, but at least I got some indication of direction, maybe, Chief Minister, that's what you want to just cover. But it seems now there's less coverage from ministers, they're less answerable on the radio and in the papers, and everything seems to be organised. It's not real. It might be all right in Westminster, where they got a big population of 55 million, but not in the Isle of Man, where you walk down the street and you can see the Chief Minister and say, "Hello, Chief Minister, how are you? You're going for a pint." I mean,
that's exactly what I'd say.
Let's be realistic. And people want us to be that close.
Teresa Cope, from your point of view, you knew I was going to ask you this. From your point of view, CEO of Manx Care, that communication, that relationship with the public, getting the messages out, what's the future for that?
So whilst I don't want to detract and for the public to have a relationship with their MHKs and reps, I also want our population, our public, our patients to have a relationship with us. So I wouldn't want them to go to their MHK about something which we can answer.
Absolutely.
And I think it has to be a balance. So I would want us to be the first port of call and be able to answer the majority of those queries. And if they don't get the right response from us or it's not timely, then that's the point at which they go to their MHK and seek their support.
Absolutely.
And I think that's how it should work. And the sort of the Manx Care Advice and Liaison Service was the first of our steps in putting that in place, just so the public have one number, one email address, to contact us about any query about any of the health and care services delivered by Manx Care. And if we are not able to answer, then that's where they can take it further.
And do you think maybe then, and I suppose this could be a question for any of you really, that the public almost forgets that sort of protocol in place because, as we've talked about, our politicians are so approachable and so easily accessible generally. Phone numbers in the phone book, if anybody still uses a phone book. You kind of forget to go through the process. You just go straight for the top person.
Every politician's going to deal with it differently. I often would say, if constituents came up to me, one of my first questions, if I couldn't answer the question or if it was an issue, hospital or wherever it was, I would say, have you been in touch with them? And if the answer was no, say, well, give them a ring, and if you don't get anywhere, then come back to me. And often you only got involved because either somebody was not doing their job properly or they were being awkward. And we couldn't resolve everything because sometimes the law didn't allow us to, and fairness didn't. So it's a balance of all this put together. And to be honest, the more professional services the public have, the better it is for the public because the politicians don't need to get involved. I used to often think in my first 5 years, which is a long time ago now, we acted nearly like social workers because we didn't have any. So the politicians were drawn in because they were the only people who would go in and help. So that world's changed, thank goodness, and we've put, as an island, and been able to invest in our systems and structures, which does, I have to say, increase the amount of public servants we have, because you can't provide services without staff, but it gives people a greater range of access to services with the professionals, hopefully, being able to answer them. What's critical is training. They have to know what they're doing so they don't waste people's time. So people don't ring and they get passed from this phone to that phone to that phone and they still don't get an answer, because what they do is they put the phone down and say, it's a waste of time.
We've had a text from Matt this evening. This is for you, Tony Brown. Who do you consider the most viable candidate for the role of Chief Minister? Obviously, all the results aren't in yet, but have you got a favourite?
No, I don't have a favourite. I think, look, I've been out 10 years now, so some of these people I hardly know, some I don't even know. I think what matters is what they say, whoever they are that put their nominations in, and what they actually put down as what they hope to achieve. I have a bigger concern, which is the constitutional change that was made, that the Chief Minister is now only going to be elected by the House of Keys. It's really not good news. The Chief Minister has to be elected by the Parliament, and our Parliament is Tynwald. The House of Keys is only a branch. Now we can get a Chief Minister elected with 13 votes, whereas you used to have to get 17 votes minimum. And the point is, whether they like it or not, MLCs are part of our Parliament. And I hope there's an early move to change the law back to how it used to be.
Chris
so
Robertshaw?
They're elected by Tynwald.
Well, I think we all understand why the change was made. Why
I don't.
Legco. Because Legco dominated the election of the last Chief Minister.
But that's because they changed some of the rules. In the other one, the Keys and Council, Legislative Council, voted as one body. They changed that so that you saw first what the Legislative Council saw first what the Keys would vote and then make their decision. But it's nonsense.
Yeah, but the outcome was that Keys felt in the end that Legco was dictating a vote which was never quite decided in the Keys, and that was the problem.
It might be, but it was a misconception, and the point is, a lot of them, with the greatest respect, had only been in a year or 2 years, I think it was, when that change made, or 3 years. They had very little experience. They don't understand the Constitution, or didn't at that time, certainly. And the other thing is, they compare the House of Keys with the House of Commons. They are totally different animals. The House of Commons is a parliament. The House of Keys is not. It's a branch of a parliament.
I think we don't agree because tonight is we're coming to the end of a general election, and 24 people will have been chosen by the electorate of the Isle of Man, and it's only right that 24 decide who the Chief Minister is going to be. The Legco body is effectively elected by the last House, so no. Anyway, let's helpfully disagree at last.
Yes, but Chris Robertshaw, who's your tip for Chief Minister?
Oh, Alf Cannon.
No one else?
No, Alf Cannon. I voted for Alf last time. I think in the last House as Treasury Minister, he's matured significantly. if you recall, even within the realm of Treasury, he had the wisdom to have a member from the left-leaning side, from the right-leaning side, and the centre. And as such, he got a balance there, and I'm sure that he would replicate that once he became Chief Minister.
We have had a text in actually saying Chris Robertshaw for Chief Minister, please, he makes so much sense. Unfortunately,
you only told you make sense once you've left.
Exactly.
Because I had the same problem. I mean,
yeah,
you know, I mean, we're wonderful once we left. It's when we're in there we're a problem. But I mean, we jest a bit. But taking Chris's point, the point is you cannot ignore our constitutional structure, and that is what's been ignored. If you don't like it, change that. Don't say only one part of our parliament has a say over such an important matter.
Alistair Ramsey, did you have some thoughts on this?
Just that, I mean, I guess that having the MLCs detached from the vote for Chief Minister, actually that detachment assists them in their scrutiny function, perhaps.
I agree.
We've had a text in from James Cherry just want to say thank you to all the 570 people who voted for me today and to the election staff. It has been an eye-opener, and he says, I wish Julie and Rob all the best. So that was a lovely message to send in there. Thank you very much to James. And lots of people getting in touch, 166 177. You can email studio@manxradio.com. We are Facebooking live as well, and we're on the Manx Radio YouTube channel. I'm just commenting now on this. It's been mentioned to me about that you're all wearing similar shirts. So Chris Robertshaw, Tony Brown, and Alistair Ramsey.
Yeah, but mine's more worn because I'm older than Chris.
We had to, Beth. We had to agree on something. You know?
We're going line down.
Don't you think they look like a country music reunion?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, the singing won't be good.
Beth, can I ask, Andy, are we on a recount in Douglas East? This is strange that we're so late.
No, apparently
reports
not.
Of anything.
We haven't had any reports of recounts. So, why was Douglas East fairly prompt last time?
Well, it should be earlier than this being a town constituency.
Yeah, I'm just getting that no recount has been confirmed. So
seven candidates, I suppose. Quite a bit of voting, was there?
A lot of the ones left over, actually, I've got lots of candidates. Like Aaron Michael's left over, Bjorn Glenn Faber's left over.
Yeah, but they're rural.
Yeah, they are rural.
Yeah.
If you look at the ones declared, usually only have 4 or 5.
So we wait to see which is going to be the 8th constituency to declare. It has been an interesting evening so far. Lots of you getting in touch to say, and lots of congratulations for Stu and some suggestions that he should be Chief Minister. I think maybe he'd need to serve a little bit of time first, but you never know.
And also, I think we've not mentioned it tonight, but I think we all should wish Howard Quayle a full and speedy recovery as well.
Absolutely.
And what a job he's done. Nobody would have guessed which hand of cards he would have been dealt 18 months ago. The government has done, by all accounts, a very efficient job, and let's wish our outgoing Chief Minister all the best.
You're listening to Manx Radio's Election Night programme with Andy Wint and Beth Espey and the guests in the studio. It is approaching midnight now. Let's join Sian Cowper for the latest news. Moramai, Sian.
Moramai, Home Affairs Minister Graham Crogene has lost his seat in the House of Keys. He failed to be re-elected in Albury, Castletown and Maloo, coming in last with 730 votes. Jason Morehouse topped the poll with 1,988.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. Just thank you to the people of Albury, Castletown and Maloo for voting for me and really helping me achieve this. Thank you very much.
And what do you think has resulted in such a significant showing in the polls?
I think I've tried to be that link between local people and national government, and I think that's really crucially important, and I want to be approachable and help move things forward.
Manx Radio's former news editor and political newcomer Tim Glover took the second seat with 1,818 votes.
Well, it's a heck of a job application, isn't it, to be tramping around a constituency like Albury, Castletown and Maloo, all together crossing a box. But there was positivity out there all the way, right from the start. So obviously that's got to be converted into votes, and I'm delighted it has.
Claire Christian and Sarah Maltby have topped the polls in Douglas South. It's the first time in history 2 women have taken both seats in a constituency, Manx Labour Party candidate Sarah Maltby topped the poll with 1,244 votes.
Wouldn't really. If I was 10 years younger, I'd do a cartwheel, but I just can't.
Well, don't let me stop you.
Yeah, I'm not usually speechless, but that's amazing. Thank you so much for everyone who turned out today.
She was closely followed by Claire Christian, who was just 2 votes behind.
It's just such a momentous moment that 2 females have got into, as you know, in a constituency as MHKs. It's the first time in history. It's absolutely phenomenal. I absolutely would like to just say I'm so sorry that there wasn't enough positions for all of the candidates of Douglas South, because everybody was very good.
The result means previous Douglas South MHK Paul Quine loses his seat. David Ashford and John Wannenberg have been elected as MHKs for Douglas North. The Health Minister topped the poll with 1,567 votes.
It's been a hard-fought election. All of the candidates have worked very hard in this election, and here we have the results. I'm honoured and privileged that the people of Douglas North have put their trust in me for a second time, and that just under 80% of those who came out to vote today cast a ballot for me.
He was followed by newcomer John Wannenberg, who received 753, and his message to his constituents was simple.
I'm going to deliver as much as I can on everything in my manifesto.
Former Douglas North MHK Ralph Peake lost his seat, coming in 3rd place with 682 votes. A member of the Legislative Council and a former radio presenter have been elected to serve the constituency of Middle. Jane Poole Wilson comfortably topped the poll with 1,788 votes, creating a vacancy in Ledgeco. She says her experience as an MLC will help her make a strong start in the House of Keys.
It's become clear to me that it would be even better if we could share more of what Tynwald does and what each branch does and brings to it. But from a personal point of view, I definitely feel like I am experienced now in how Tynwald operates and the workings of government. And yes, I think it does put me in a strong position to start this period as a representative of the House of Keys.
Stu Peters claims the 2nd seat after securing 965 votes and says he'll represent the silent majority.
Well, I'm standing for common sense and I'm standing for accountability. Those are the 2 things that I'm promising to the people of Middle and to the wider island over the next 12 months. I'd like to think that I'm going to be the voice for the silent majority who feel alienated by politics.
Both Middle members elected in 2016, Howard Quayle and Bill Shimmons, decided not to stand this year. Dewan Watterson has been elected with a large majority for a 4th term representing Rushen in the House of Keys. The former Speaker of the House of Keys, who is now the longest-serving member of the House, received 2,384 votes. He says he's humbled by the support.
Yeah, I do think so. I mean, I know that we've had a growth in population in Rushen over the last 5 years, but my vote's gone up by at least that proportional amount. And I'm honoured and I'm humbled to once again be representing the people of Rushen. There is no greater honour than to be a member of the House of Keys and represent people, to have their best interests at heart and to have them put their faith in you not once but now 4 times, and I'm greatly honoured.
He's joined by newcomer Dr Michelle Hayward, who picked up 1,386 votes.
Thank you to everyone tonight for the count, and thank you to Mark and the team. Thank you to all of my team that did the stamping, the stickering, the flyers. Thank you to the fellow candidates, and mostly thank you to my family and friends who've been so supportive through this process. And the hard work doesn't stop yet. It starts tomorrow.
There's no change in Douglas Central. The 2 MHKs who've represented the constituency since 2016 have held on to their seats for another 5-year term. Anne Corlett topped the poll with 1,400 votes.
Wow, I'm just overwhelmed, totally humbled, and committed to work hard with integrity and honesty for the next 5 years.
Chris Thomas took the 2nd seat with 1,319.
Thank all of the other candidates for their contribution to a fair and reasonable election, and look forward to the next 5 years.
There's also no change in Onchan, as Rob Callister and Julie Edge have been re-elected. Both have been returned for a 2nd term in the House of Keys, having first been elected in 2016. Mr Callister topped the poll with 1,600 votes and is calling for all elected members to work together.
We're going to need a team Tynwald. We're going to need a team House of Keys for the next 5 years to overcome the challenges this island's going to face in the next few years. What I do ask is patience from the people of the island as we navigate our way through these challenges, but at the end of it we will come through it stronger and better.
Meanwhile, Mazedge was second with 1,363.
I think it's proven today, from the number of votes that both of us got on the ballot paper today, that the people of Onken recognise that we've both done a good job for Onken, and I'll continue. And, congratulations to Rob, and we will continue to work for the best interests of the people of Onken.
And female politicians on the Isle of Man have made history. 6 women have been elected as MHKs so far tonight, the highest number in the House of Keys history. Anne Corlett, Sarah Maltby, Claire Christian, Jane Poole Wilson, Julie Edge and Dr Michelle Haywood have topped the polls. 15 women stood for this general election, the highest ever recorded. Manx Radio News at 7 minutes past midnight, our next at 1 o'clock. Today is the Isle of Man's general election. You can keep up to date with our coverage by listening live, following Manx Radio on social media or going to manxradio.com.
Manx Radio, General Election 2021.
7 minutes past midnight. We are still waiting for 5 results, Andy. Shall we run through the results that we have so far? Douglas South, as expected maybe, was the first to declare, and as Sian was just saying, in Douglas South, 2 women for the first time in a constituency. It's been described by some as a landmark, but other people suggesting that actually we shouldn't make such a big deal of it.
Claire Christian and Sarah Maltby, of course. Then we had Arbury Castle Town and Maloo, Tim Glover and Jason Morehouse returned at Arbury Castle. I have to say, on Smug FM, our exit polls have predicted most of this. By the way, in Douglas Central, Anne Corlett and Chris Thomas, sitting MHKs, both have been returned. In Douglas North, David Ashford returned, and John Wannenberg has defeated Ralph Peake, the previous sitting MHK. John Wannenberg has been elected. Let's see, we had Middle, Jane Poole Wilson topped the poll, and Stu Peters came second, so they're back in. In Onken, Rob Callister and Julie Edge both returned as well. We reckon, and in Russian, Juan Watterson topped the poll. Michelle Haywood came second, 1,385 votes. We're being told Ramsey may be in the next 10 minutes or so, hopefully, but obviously a big panel of candidates. But the exit poll there predicted that the 2 previous sitting MHKs, Dr. Allinson and Laurie Hooper, would be returned, but we wait to see. Obviously, then to come, Aaron Michael with the exit poll predicted Alfred Cannon, and Timothy Johnston, the NFU president. Douglas East, of course, a big panel there, but our exit poll predicted Joni Farragher of Manx Labour to top the poll with Claire Barber and Michael Josem. They said, Paul Crane said it was almost a dead heat between Claire Barber and Michael Josem, so we'll wait to see that one. And then in Garth, the exit poll predicted Daphne Kane and Martin Perkins to be returned, and in Glenfaber and Peel, our prediction was that Kate Lord Brennan, the MLC, will top the polls, and then Ray Harmer possibly in second, but also Leo Cousins of the Green Party and former MHK and MLC Tim Crookall there as well. So interesting, and hopefully we'll get it all sorted out between now and about 3 o'clock.
Kira Sowerby is still with us. I know you were going to go home earlier, but you are just desperately waiting for the Douglas East result. You have been supporting Joni Farragher, a member of the Manx Labour Party. How many steps did you do in a few hours the other day?
Yeah, I went out from 3 yesterday, so quite late, and we did 22,000 in 5 hours, so it's pretty.
I wish I'd given you my Fitbit to wear.
Yeah, it just pointless. It's outdoors is just so much that you don't even realise. But
what were you doing? Were you just posting stuff or just knocking doors?
Yeah, we were just posting stuff like the day before the election.
Because Douglas East often is quite a low turnout. What's the electorate like there?
So it's about 40% turnout. Well, it was 40% turnout in 2016, lowest on the island.
But is it houses or apartments or what is it?
Yeah, it's a big mix. Yeah, but it's quite a transient population. Like a lot of movement in and out of the area.
not so much now. The prom's being dug up, but
can't get it out.
Chris Thomas, I mean, does everybody get on the electoral roll in Douglas East? Chris Thomas, Chris Robert Shaw. It's very
nearly
late.
got away with that.
Nearly got a long answer.
Yes, there we are. Yes, policy and reform, you see, just sticks around, doesn't it? Yeah, does everybody get on the polling on the electoral roll in Douglas East?
No.
So I mean,
there's a number of lots of apartments with addresses of people who are away for part of the time, for example, and as has been indicated, there's quite a movement in the population.
Yeah.
It's a very different constituency.
Always has been.
Yeah.
Way back.
Yeah.
And how do you become? I mean, how do you, as a constituency MHK, what's the task like?
Well, this is why I'm so concerned about Claire, because Claire, out of the two of us, Claire was a better constituency MHK than I was. I was more looking at national issues and government structure. Claire did a huge amount of work in the constituency. That role is the same as any other constituency.
We've got a question in for Teresa Cope, CEO of Manx Care. This is from Paul in Douglas, and he wants to know if you're permanently based over here, Teresa.
Yes, I am. So I moved here in December, and I've just found my house in the UK and just bought a house in Douglas. So yes, I am here permanently. Douglas East, yes.
Oh.
So I am here permanently on island, yes.
Councillor Crellin has been in touch to say congratulations to Claire and Sarah in Douglas South. Lots of messages of congratulations coming in for the candidates who we know have been successful so far. 166 177, or you can email studio@manxradio.com. You can also find us through the Manx Radio website and on social media as well. Tell you what, the hours are dragging on now. We just need another result, Andy, to keep us going a little bit.
I think I want to talk to Alistair because he's got experience of the press, and a lot of people conflate press and media together. But obviously, press is newspapers, and I just wanted you to kind of what's your view of the role of the press in an election like this?
Well, I think the role of the press is probably the same as the role of the media generally, which is to support the democratic process and be that channel for what the candidates want to say, but also to raise wider issues that sometimes the candidates may not want to talk about. So, for example, the newspapers did a quite interesting questionnaire to the candidates, which included all sorts of apparently wide field questions, which I think some of the candidates weren't very comfortable with. But that was them kind of being quite challenging, but at the same time giving the candidates an opportunity to show what they were made of.
We're asking you because we really wanted Richard Butt to be here tonight, because obviously Richard's got a wide experience, and I mean the role of the newspapers, particularly as we've talked about the fact that younger people are difficult to get to, and unfortunately younger people don't buy newspapers.
No.
And it's interesting, I'm just reading between the lines, perhaps a Manx way of solving lots of these things. Donald Gelling was talking about, perhaps not doing things in a very Manx way, getting away from solving things with Manx solutions. And it would have been interesting just to talk to Richard as to how the newspapers saw this, and what they thought they could have. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Richard, if you're listening, we love everybody at Manx Radio has been using the pull-out of all the information, because it was fantastic that everything could be put together. And we really wish the newspapers well, because obviously all newspapers everywhere are having a tough time. But we've all got a soft spot for newspapers. We want newspapers to prosper, because more media is good media.
Yeah, and I think the media all complement each other. There are some things that the newspapers do best. There are other things that the radio do best. And now you've got all this online stuff as well. So I've thought it's been really engaging, actually. You've also got the kind of non-mainstream satirical anonymous sites that actually are quite entertaining. And that just adds to the mix, really.
Are you on social media?
Up to a point. I'm a bit of an old fogey.
Are you on Twitter?
I follow tweets. I don't actually tweet myself. That's a big step for me, because it's a bit like being in some kind of cage at the wildlife park, and I'm not that comfortable with Twitter, to be honest with you.
Kira, you wanted to make a point about the newspapers.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I bought a newspaper for the first time in, well, I genuinely have no idea when I last bought a newspaper, to get the election poll out. It was really interesting. I love the questions that they asked. I think it got like a really good answers out of a lot of them. Like with independents, sometimes you don't really know where they stand, but I think you got the idea from that really well. But yeah, I bought 2 newspapers last week, and it was like first time in literally years. So, you know, it's
how about
content
you going to continue?
They are quite expensive, and I'm a student.
Compared to what? It's £3 for a cup of coffee.
Getting the news on, I don't drink coffee. Getting the news on my phone, it's free. Just Google it.
There we are. There you have the future of the media in a nutshell.
And this brings us right back round again. I know we talked about it earlier in the evening, but about the future of voting, I guess. And this is a conversation to be had further down the line, probably when we know the full turnout figures. But, you know, Tony Brown, Chris Roberts-Shaw, do we need to change the way that we allow people in the Isle of Man to vote in general elections?
Do you spot any appetite for electronic voting, Chris Roberts-Shaw, Tony Brown?
I think it's going to change. It'll evolve. I think people, new generation, will just expect it to be that way, and it will potentially increase the vote numbers, because I've got 2 adult young children. If it's not on an app or it's not on the phone, it ain't happening. And, you know, old fogies like myself and himself, I mean, we're not quite so savvy with it. And we have to move on. We will move on. Yeah. And I think it's a matter which everybody worries about, is security of the vote. How do you make it that it's absolutely secure? And attributable as well, because if there's a mistake in paper voting, you've got the actual pieces of paper with the actual crosses. Well, chances are, if you had electronic voting, we'd have had all the results in 2 hours ago.
Half
an hour. And we wouldn't have been able to enjoy ourselves so much.
That covers one side of it. Tonight we've seen the constituencies choosing their local MHKs. And as ever, the more successful ones are the ones who put themselves out there and presented themselves on the doorstep. But there's this other gap that we still haven't resolved, where the 24 gather and then try to put together, under the auspices of a new chief minister, a programme for government. And Howard tried his best to put a programme together. It was incredibly wide, complex and detailed. And was really an aggregate of everything. Somehow or other, this House has got to move on and develop that concept and clean it down and make it simpler, and find ways of re-engaging with the electorate, so that those who take the time and trouble to vote feel that they're still involved. And I think there's some more steps to go there. And if the new House or the next House achieves that, then I think you'll start seeing the voting percentages go up.
Do you think is it a generational thing?
No, I think we're just troubled by it. We keep getting this argument, and I don't want to upset you, but we keep getting this argument that, the way forward for the Isle of Man is party politics, and it's not. And so we really have a responsibility to find a way to link the will of the people through to the programme that the Council of Ministers presents to Tynwald.
Alistair?
Yes, this is one of my hobby horses. Yes. And I think, as you say, the problem with that consensus system is that it's reflected in whatever programme is produced. It's a rag bag of everything that isn't boiled down. I think some kind of simple manifesto addressed to the public by the new government would be a good starting point, saying these are the issues we're going to address, and then follow that up with more detailed information, maybe a report back every year, and then finally an end-of-term report that says this is what we've done over the last 5 years. Maybe one of the scrutiny committees could then kind of audit that, so you'd have that information feeding into the election debate, because it's so easy to forget for the people say, what's this government done? people just forget. They don't know. They're having some kind of handy summary, I think.
There were systems in place that did exactly that.
Well, I think every government I remember has tried to do that.
Well, they've been there. I mean, there were end of term reports, to use a view.
Yeah.
There was every October there was a policy debate, and they're there. The problem is that the members know about these things, and they do change, and they have to change. That's what Parliament does, but the public don't.
I think
it's how you get it to the public.
Well, obviously, you in politics, you live and breathe it all the time, and it's often tempting to, when you're inside that bubble, to assume everybody else knows every nook and cranny, jot and tittle about everything that you do, and they don't, which is where Alistair comes in then, and you think the public should know more.
I think it's a difference of emphasis in that these regarded us in the past as kind of internal Tynwald documents, and they became very kind of internalised and operational. If you had a manifesto...
Just going to break in there. It is 22 minutes past midnight. We can go to Ayr and Michael now and join Rhiann Evans.
Yes, hello. Welcome to the Community Hall in Sulby, where Returning Officer Claire Folds is about to declare the result for the constituency of Ayr and Michael.
You come the other side, please.
Lots of people gathered round. It's getting a bit tense. Looking at the weather, it's pretty dark because it's 20 past midnight. A bit clement, I would say. Don't need a coat. Okay, and it looks like we're ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry that it's taken so long. We have been extremely careful in the counting of the votes, and I'm glad to be able to say that we have a clear result. I will give you the surrounding information so that you know how the result is achieved. We have had 3,204 valid ballot papers. 6 ballot papers were spoilt. We have votes cast of 5,821. The result of the count of those ballot papers and the votes cast is Tim Baker 709, Sos Busugu 189, Alf Cannon 2,117, Phil Corkill 378, Tim Johnston 1,203, Duncan Livingstone 517, Paul Weatherall 540, and Madeleine Westall 168. Therefore, the 2 members elected to the House of Keys for the constituency of Ayr and Michael are Alfred Louis Cannon and Timothy Johnston.
Thank you very much, Claire Folds. So there you have it. The people of Ayr and Michael have spoken, and they have chosen to keep Treasury Minister Alf Cannon. He topped the poll, retaining his seat, and he's about to say a few words.
Please, I'd like to thank the returning officer and her team for the efforts that they've put in during the course of this election and indeed today. Can I also thank my wife and family for their tremendous support, not only today, but over the last 18 months during a period of intense activity for me personally and, of course, for many of my colleagues as we've dealt with the coronavirus pandemic. I'd also like to thank my team today who have done such a tremendous job. I can't name them all, but they know who they are, and indeed all those people who've offered me words of encouragement and support along the way. Could I also thank the candidates for the way they've approached this election. But most of all, I want to say thank you to the people of Ayr and Michael for this humbling vote of confidence in me. Throughout this election, we've discussed multiple issues, many serious and complex issues facing the island, from COVID to climate change, from housing to health and hospitals. And now we face a winter potentially of rising energy costs and potentially some food shortages as well. The next government will have to hit the ground running as much as it possibly can, but it's vital that we put together a proper plan for this island. But amongst all the challenges, there are so many opportunities for this island, opportunities for a greener, cleaner future, opportunities for economic diversification, opportunities for better health care, and opportunities across the board for us to deliver a better future for our people on this island. I'm deeply humbled by the result today. Thank you very, very much.
Outstanding there. We'll have more for you soon from Ayr and Michael, but back to the studio to you, Beth.
Thank you very much, Rianne, in Ayr and Michael there. Now straight down to Douglas East and Rob Pritchard.
Yes, very good evening to you. Now, without further ado, we'll get down to it here at the Eye Museum. The people here have been waiting extremely patiently, so without further ado, I'm now going to hand over to the returning officer for Douglas East, Andy Bright.
Good evening. I'd like to thank everyone for their patience today. There are a number of thanks I'd like to convey before getting to the result. I'd like to thank the Deputy Returning Officer, Richard Holsall, each of the presiding officers, poll clerks that ran the vote during the day, the chief counting clerk, supervising officers, and the counting clerks who have done a sterling job tonight. They give their time relatively freely, and it takes quite some skill and effort to get through the day and bring the result to us. Also, thanks to all the behind the scenes at Brighton Holsall, in particular Alice Holsall. She grabbed hold of the baton on this and ran with it very well. Thanks to the election team at Cabinet Office. Thanks also go to the candidates and their agents for their conduct throughout this election period and for today. Also a big thanks to those that offered the various polling stations, and in particular to the Eye Museum, who accommodated us at quite short notice for this count this evening. We hope that the election observers enjoyed their trip to the Isle of Man, and we look forward to receiving and reading any report. Thanks to the police for their support for these elections. Now the result. As the Deputy Returning Officer for Douglas East for the Isle of Man general election held on 23rd September 2021, pursuant to Regulation 52 of the Election Keys Regulations 2021, I hereby give notice that the total number of voters voting at the election was 1,772. The number of rejected ballots was 4. This comprised none for want of official mark, 3 for voting for more candidates than there were vacancies to be filled, 1 writing or mark by which a voter could be identified, none unmarked or void for uncertainty. The number of votes for each candidate is as follows. Claire Louise Barber, 692. Joni Leanne Farragher, Manx Labour Party, 741. Peter Roy Gilmore, 313. Michael Josem, Liberal Vannin, 508. Jonathan Jochen, 477. Christine Urquhart, 152. Amanda Jane Walker, 217. I therefore declare that Claire Louise Barber and Joni Leanne Farragher are duly elected as the members of the House of Keys for Douglas East.
And so there you have it for Douglas East. Claire Barber and Joni Farragher taking up the seats in the constituency for the next term. I'm just going to very quickly see if I can get hold of a couple of the candidates once it's all died down here. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to squeeze through here. You can't see this on radio, but Joni Farragher, first of all, congratulations. Your initial thoughts?
Thanks very much. Well, I just want to say thanks to everybody who came to the polls. I was very shocked that I topped the polls, but thanks to everybody who's turned out to vote for me. I just want to say I'm really looking forward to working with Claire. I'm a bit tired at the moment, so I want to represent absolutely everybody in Douglas East, not just the people who voted for me. So I just want to make that very clear that I'm an accessible politician.
And in terms of looking forward, obviously, to the immediate and the short term, what's the first big thing that's going to be on your agenda, or are there a couple of things?
Well, I don't know. Let me find my feet first, eh? There are definitely a couple of things on my agenda, but I want to have a think about that first before I answer that. That's
fair enough. It's only a few seconds in. Well, Joni, thanks very much. And I'm now going to have to make my way through. You can't see this, obviously, listening over the airwaves, but it feels a bit like a game of Total Wipeout to try and get through the seats here. But no, I'm sat now with Claire Barber. Claire, congratulations. Another term here in Douglas East. How does it feel?
I'm absolutely humbled to have been re-elected to Douglas East, and congratulations to all the candidates, and thanks to everyone who's enabled this to take place today. There's been a huge amount of work from the returning officer and all of his polling agents, and I know that is a hard piece of work when there's a lot of candidates, so I'm really grateful to everyone.
And just one final question. What can you build on from your last time going into this future term? What are the big things that you're looking to step into?
So for me, I want to really focus on getting the secondary legislation right on some of the big pieces of legislation we've already brought through. We need to absolutely focus around the climate change agenda. We need to get the affordable housing situation very much under control. There's going to be a large number of policies needed on that. And looking at economic recovery and growth, we've been through an incredibly difficult position for the whole of the world, and that certainly had an impact here on the island. And I've seen that from people I've talked to who I've already assisted, and I've met again during the campaign, other people who haven't reached out actually to me, and whose stories there's work there, casework already to pick up on. So there'll be a huge piece of work. I just want to thank every person who came out and voted today, and obviously particularly to those people who put a cross next to Barbara, because I can't tell you how humbling it is to know that those people came out this morning and put their confidence and their trust in me, and I truly respect that, and I will do everything within my power to make sure I fulfil what's expected of me.
Excellent, Claire. Thank you very much. So there we go, the result in Douglas East. Claire Barber and Joni Farragher elected to the 2 seats here. And that's all from me for the moment. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Rob Pritchard in Douglas East, Joni Farragher and Claire Barber. Let's head back up to Ayr and Michael now and join Judith Lay, who's with Tim Baker.
Yes, I am Tim Baker. Commiserations, Tim. You fought a very, very hard campaign. I know, I live in your constituency. I saw you out and canvassing. Did you get a sense during the campaign that it was running away from you?
No, actually, I felt I was in with a reasonable chance. Obviously, I've been associated with some pretty challenging situations, particularly in the 15 months since coming into Council of Ministers, which obviously did bring some baggage for me, but I felt that certainly the recognition meters had gone well. I was very happy with my manifesto, and so to be honest, I knew it was always going to be close, but it wasn't that close, and the public have spoken loud and clear, and many congratulations to Tim Johnson and especially to Alf Cannon, who I expected him to top the poll comfortably. I did think I could get second, but I didn't. So we've got to move on.
It wasn't to be, and that you're right. There were some poison chalices that were handed to you, and was that what people wanted to talk to you about on the doorsteps? Because you did a lot of door-to-door canvassing.
I think there was an angle which certainly the other candidates played, that they were going to concentrate very much on the local issues. I make no bones for it. I was a national politician, and I grasped the national big issues. And I made it very clear that I wanted to be at the heart of government going forward, and I would carry on doing that. And maybe that wasn't what the voters wanted to hear, but certainly that was where I was going to add value, and I believe I would have done a decent job for the constituency. I believe I've done a decent job, but the constituents have spoken, and it was very clear cut. So.
Tim, you've been very much involved in the count tonight, so you're probably not aware that quite a lot of women have won their seats. Do you think it's important to get a strong balance of men and women, or do you think it's just the people who are best for the job?
Well, I think it's important that the people who are elected represent the their constituents and represent the people of the island. So I think, more of a gender balance is a very good thing, but it has to be people who are voted in because of their ability, not to meet some sort of quotas. And it doesn't surprise me that we've got a good number of more females getting in, and they will add things as every member will add to Keys and to Tynwald.
Now, you obviously must have learned a lot from the experiences in government. Are you looking forward to a new phase in your life now, doing something perhaps different and taking on some more challenges?
Yeah, I mean, it's very much quite, in a sense, it's quite liberating that I've now got a complete blank canvas as to what the future holds for me. Obviously, it wasn't what I planned. I am disappointed with the outcome, but I've got to accept that the public has spoken, and I feel as I've stepped forward. It's always been about serving the people of the Isle of Man. I've served them to the best of my ability for the last 5 years, and to be honest, I've achieved in one term what I thought I could probably achieve in 2 terms. So from that point of view, there's no unfinished business from my point of view. I am disappointed because I felt that I would have been adding value going forward, and whoever the Chief Minister is going to have a very tough challenge, particularly as it looks as though there's a pretty decimated Council of Ministers come out of this election, which is interesting given the high public satisfaction with the way Council Ministers have dealt with COVID. And it feels a little bit to me as though post the Second World War, when Churchill had done a great job, but then got a bit of a battering at the polling box.
Well, wishing you all the very best for whatever the future holds for you, Tim. Let's turn to the other Tim now, to Tim Johnston, who is talking to Rhiann, and let's see what he sees as the next future. Tim Baker, thank you very much for talking to us.
Thank you, Judith. All the best. Thank you.
Yes, commiserations to Tim Baker, but congratulations to other Tim Johnston. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm delighted, very humbled as well, and really pleased with the results, obviously.
There was a lot of nervous pacing tonight. Was it a surprising result?
I think when we have such a large number of candidates, I think obviously it's very difficult to read, very difficult to know what's going to happen. So you just got to wait and be patient. And
what I'll try and do is,
and you have been incredibly patient tonight. How are you going to celebrate?
Well, that's a good question. I think probably my sleeping. I think it's probably one of the things. But no, we'll get home, and I'm sure we'll break a bottle of something open and enjoy, and then obviously the hard work starts after that.
Well, talking about the hard work, why do you think people voted for you?
I think the key for me was getting out early, getting out and not really talking to people on the doorstep. I think getting out, knocking, and people want to see you and have a good story to tell. And I think I put myself forward as someone who wants to be here for the constituency, wants to be a very visible, accountable MHK, get stuck into government and as well, and also someone who wants to represent food and farming. And I think that's important to make sure there's somebody in the Keys who understands that as well.
Well, yes, you are the president of the National Farming Union, but this is your first time as an MHK. So how does it feel to take a seat from a former MHK?
Well, obviously, commiserations to Tim Baker, and I know he's put a lot of work in over the last 5 years, and I know understand how disappointed he would be, and obviously I wish him all the best for the future.
What's the first thing you're going to do in your new role?
Well, I think that the number one and most important thing, the next thing, is to make sure that the new House chooses the right Chief Minister, and that's something let's see who's going to put themselves up for that, and make sure we choose the right person for the next 5 years.
Is it going to be you?
I don't think so. No. I think let's just say, going in for the first time, and the important thing is to get in there and listen and learn, and get stuck in, and also make sure that I'm here for the constituents of Erin Michael.
And just finally, in 5 years' time, when you look back fondly on your time as an MHK, what will you be proud that you've achieved?
I think number one, to make sure that I am really doing a good job in representing the people of Erin Michael, and I think also taking the island through the rest of this COVID pandemic and getting ourselves back on our feet, and I want to see a real clear vision for the island over the next 5 years in the economy, so that in 5 years' time we're richer, happier, healthier, greener and a more diverse economy, and hopefully some housing, affordable housing being developed, and we're moving forward a lot of the issues that people have talked to us about on the doorstep.
Excellent, sounds good to me. Well, thank you very much, Tim Johnston, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, all the late night action from Eyre and Michael. The people have voted for both the old and the new, although old doesn't sound that great, so let's say they've voted for the familiar and the new in Treasury Minister Alf Cannon and first-time MHK Tim Johnston, who takes that second seat from Tim Baker, who will remain Infrastructure Minister until a new Council of Ministers is formed. But from Judith and I up north, we hand you back over to Beth and Andy in the studio.
Rhiann, thank you very much indeed. So a lot of results to digest there. Kira Sowerby is still with us, although you are heading home to bed. Whether you'll be able to sleep is another matter. Joni Farragher, Douglas East, that in one sentence.
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. She's worked so hard, and she will genuinely be such a good MHK. I have so much faith in her, and I'm really happy to see Claire Barber get in as well. Yeah, I think she's been a great constituency MHK too, and I think she's done some great work for the area as well. So really happy for that.
Been great to have you with us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, and the best of luck with your studies as you head back to Lancaster. Chris Roberts-Shaw, the Douglas East result is the one you wanted?
Oh, absolutely delighted. I mean, I'm sort of centre right really, but I thought if I'd have been in Douglas East as a constituent, I would have voted for Joni. Along with Claire. It's a good result. I was nervous because of the incorrect exit poll for once.
Wow. Was it completely incorrect? Let me just let me go back there. Hang on a second. No.
It's called reverse engineering, I think.
No. We had Claire Barber and Michael Joseph very close was what was predicted, but
anyway, I'm delighted that she's in. Fun apart, I'm delighted that Claire's in. She worked really hard, and I'm sure she'll contribute. I hope that she's a minister this time. I think she'll prove herself again.
Interesting interview with Tim Baker, and really good of him, I think, in this position to do an interview like that. I think, did he say he wasn't leaving with any unfinished business? Do we mention the prom? No? Andy's just completely silent now.
The prom?
Hello. Good morning.
Very late. 3 results we're waiting for now.
Apparently they're all in pyjamas at Ramsey. Ramsey's to come. Excuse me. Ramsey's to come, as is Glenfaber and Peel and Garth, the 3 that we have to knock. Paul Moulton's back with us. You've been digesting all this.
I've been listening to you downstairs and watching it all. Can I pick up on this thing? I thought Claire was going to walk it. What happened?
I really don't know. And like you, Paul, I'm surprised. She performed really well as a constituency MHK. I didn't see her put her foot wrong, really. Yeah. So I'm at a loss to answer the question. But she's in, and I'm sure that she'll continue to deliver for Douglas East and for the executive.
And 2 more ladies there. We're going down that route again.
I think we've sorted the gender balance out at last after all these years.
What's Manx for girl power?
I explained, the count was on about people, how they sit in the houses. It's quite interesting, isn't it? The people on the front row are the ones with the most votes. And the people who, this Robertshaw were in the back, weren't you?
You don't need to be like that, Paul. You know.
we have a little banter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you may, I would say that, wouldn't I? But I mean, you're in danger of making too much of it, because you do forget. When you're down to the nitty-gritty of an issue, it falls by the wayside.
And you're all equal when you're in there.
Absolutely.
So I wouldn't worry about it.
No.
Teresa Cope, Douglas East, your constituency, are you happy with that result?
Yes, very happy. And yes, very happy to see 2 further women appointed. Yeah.
So how many is that, given that Kate makes it in Glenfaber and Peel, which I'm sure she will?
Well, that's what our exit poll says, so of course that'll be right. Let's just have a look. So we've got 2 in Douglas South. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 so far, is it?
No.
Is that right?
Julie, have you got your
Am I right?
Julie?
No.
Are you awake?
No, I did all the time.
Can I chip in here?
Of course you can, Paul.
Claire Barber, obviously minister, bound to be.
I hope
Now,
so.
health. could be the obvious fit, but do you put someone who's got a background?
No, I don't get this thing about you go to a ministry where you've got background information, and actually it could work against you.
Yeah.
Tony, you agree with that?
Yeah, because the trouble is if you worked in that profession and you go in the department, you go in with preconceived ideas. What politicians are meant to be is fresh, that they're not, and don't necessarily understand the system, but can judge it for the public and make decisions without being prejudiced. And that's critically important.
And she said she didn't actually want to do health, I think.
And this is particularly the case now, when you've got Max Care separated from the the executive.
Absolutely. You don't necessarily want them operationally involved. So that sort of ability to question, critique, scrutinise, be objective is incredibly important.
Absolutely.
So, I think you're looking for the people who can set clear direction and provide that framework. And not get into the weeds, as we would call it, because actually that's not how it's structured at the moment.
I'd like to thank everyone who's pointed out I was incorrect. I'm just going to admit it now.
You?
It's 8 women.
Is this going on the record?
8 women.
8, I thought so.
Anne Corlett, Sarah Maltby, Claire Christian, Jane Paul Wilson, Julie Edge, Michelle Hayward, Joni Farragher, and Claire Barber.
I hope Claire's. You've asked me my own personal views. I hope she ends up Minister of DEFRA.
In the 1970s and 80s, there was quite a large number of women in the House then.
And we shouldn't necessarily be really surprised, should we?
Yeah.
For International Women's Day, I gave an interview and talked about there should be no glass ceilings. And, I genuinely don't think there should be. People should be appointed on their ability. And, I don't think those glass ceilings do exist anymore.
Do you think there's much of a barrier to entry for women getting into politics, Alistair Ramsey?
I guess it's just traditional perceptions and traditional roles, but it's changing.
I mean, I think it's fair society as it was. If you go back far enough, it didn't help women achieve, not only in politics but in professions. That has changed dramatically. It continues to change, and as that changes, so will the opportunities for women to be able to go into politics.
What's the feeling like as a Chief Minister when you appoint the Council of Ministers, when you get a team in place?
How do you mean, what's the feeling like?
What do you feel like when you put the people around you that you want to drive the policy agenda through? Are you confident?
Oh, I mean, you make the best judgment from the knowledge of the people you know, and you put a team together that you can trust, and clearly you talk to them before you offer them the post. And say, this is how I would operate, this is the basis of how we operate, plus all the other things there. And basically, once they're appointed, you just get on with the job. I mean, there's no time to, in reality, sit around just let's be friendly. You get on with the job and you get to know each other better because you've got responsibilities that focus what you've got to do.
Your deck of cards is so limited, isn't it? Because did you only have MHKs? Because obviously
I made that decision.
It was yours that made it only MHKs.
And I kept my team for 5 years.
Pretty tricky though to find.
No, all good quality, son.
Yeah, but you never know, do you? Until the end of tonight.
Oh,
the next Chief Minister will not know who they've got to pick.
In fairness, you see, there wasn't that big a change in the House. So I'd been Speaker. I knew the members really well. I'd worked with them as Speaker, which is a totally different role. And when I became Chief Minister, I had that advantage that I had close connections with the members, whilst political, but in a less political role because I wasn't a minister, although I had been. But that 5 years helped me really move forward. So I knew the members, I knew how they worked, I knew how they thought. I could see from my time as Speaker how committed they were to their work, because as a Speaker, you spent a lot of the time observing. Yeah. You control the sittings, but you observe.
So new members shouldn't come in and go straight into being a minister because you wouldn't know the background?
I don't think it's as black and white as that. I mean, with the greatest respect, in professions people get a new job and go straight into a new senior post. Politics is no different. The big thing is that politics is that the ministers are advised and given briefings about what the opportunities are, what the alternative choices are, what they can and can't do. The biggest and most important thing, which I said before, is they've got to know how the system works and be absolutely clear. I'm the minister. When I make a decision, end of discussion. That's my decision.
Except for you're the chief and you could override it at the time.
But But
Did you?
Well,
did you ever write?
If I had a problem, I would ask the ministers to come in, sit down around the table, and we talk it through. And if ultimately, ultimately, I would make a decision.
Chris Robertshaw?
Where Tony and I would disagree is that I would think it right and proper for a minister to make a decision where it was appropriate within the context of that department. Unfortunately, ministers have been historically making decisions based on information from officers where the strategic decision should have been made at a higher level with a broader base group. And that's where we keep falling down. And I could bore you for hours until breakfast time about...
We might have the time.
Where this has happened and why it's happened. But if you point almost anything out to me, and I will take you back the core route as to how, at a fundamental level, that mistake was made, and it's almost always out of the misalignment of our current framework.
I think you have to acknowledge that we've only had a ministerial system in reality a short time, and it has continually changed and moved on. And the problem you have, partly I agree with Chris, but some of it I don't clearly, the problem you have with the personalities, the experience and how people move forward. And if you're fortunate enough to have a house with a lot of experience in it, it makes your job a lot easier when you're determining how ministers should act. And, clearly, if you've got people who are very new, it's very hard to put them in that position, say, now you're a minister.
Chris Robertshaw, what's the next Minister of Policy and Reform got to get their teeth into?
Well, oh God, you really are going to have me talking till breakfast time. But
Tracy, executive summary.
It is the issue of, and we're trying and struggling to do it, but we're getting there. We need to separate operations off from strategy, and when we're making a strategic decision, it's got to fit across government, and we have to, whoever the Minister of Policy and Reform is, should be the lead character in ensuring there's a very small team assembling for each strategic decision that needs to be made, a team comprising of people inside government, probably politicians, people outside government and consultants, and you bring all the best minds you possibly can together. And when you've arrived at where you want to be strategically, you then double check with the operational side to make sure it actually is the right thing. And that's where the interaction should happen. It doesn't start at operational level and work its way up the system. It's been a horrendous mess. I think Tony's right. We're trying desperately to agree here. We formed the Council of Ministers system. We've never finished it. And that's where we're struggling, and we've got to make that happen.
It's interesting you mentioned the word consultant. I wonder what, again, when you think about consultants just in general, that public perception of consultants, I suppose, the cost of getting people in and looking at things like that and making reports and shelving them.
It's making sure you get the right consultant. I mean, for example, the Liverpool passenger terminal started around about 30 million. It's making its way merrily past 55. It's heading north to 60 and probably further. And we put together a third-rate team to discuss the matter with a premier team in the UK, and missed the opportunity to pull in the best advice, which we've now done. And that team, the first-class team that we should have pulled in the first place, indicated a long time ago that it would cost north of 50 million.
So what do, and again, this is something the public perceive, that the government get consultants in, and the consultants deliver the reports that the chief executives want, and then present them to the ministers.
Well, I mean, you've got to be. This is why selecting the right people to help form strategy is so crucial. I mean, for example, Beamans have done some good work, but Beamans keep getting employed, and so if you're in danger very quickly of having a consultancy company who react to what's perceived to be the requirement to ensure they get the next job. Yeah. And Beaman's problem is that, particularly with their outcome for DOI, is one that would work in a much bigger jurisdiction. I remember when I had my hour and a half with Beamans, I said, for goodness sake, remember, have it on your table in a big notice that there's only 83,000 people on this island, and that all our solutions have to equate to that small community that we are. And the result, they didn't listen, I'm afraid, and they produced an outcome for DOI which creates an even bigger organisation than before. And this keeps happening. Government should be shrinking now if we're digitising the services. It's not, it's growing. We're in a bad place. So, to answer your question, despite what Tony might say, we need to move to a single legal entity where the strategic thinking is in the middle, where departments of government are operational division delivers, and then we need to start stripping out. That's where you start then stripping out the bureaucratic process and delivering some of that value to the frontline operational services.
And could you demystify that industry jargon, single legal entity?
Well, there is no such thing as the Isle of Man government. It does not exist. It's a figment of our imagination. We have a number of legal entities in the departments. There should be one legal entity, and the divisions, the departments of government, are then, as it were, part of that whole. And a lot of things that happen in departments because they are their own organisation. If you made them just operational delivery organisations, some of these services then could be centralised in the middle.
Okay, and Tony Brown, what was you didn't agree with that?
Well, I have a concern about the single legal entity because I'm not convinced that it's going to cure the problem. It'll certainly change direction, it'll certainly cure some of the issues, but fundamentally the Isle of Man has to decide where it's going, what it wants for the future for its government and its structure and so on, and how long is it going to take to get there. And that is missing. Nobody sits down and says, that's where we're going. Come back to the consultants. Yes, the Isle of Man has to employ consultants like everybody else, but only employ them when you actually need them. At the moment, they seem to be employing them when they actually haven't been needed. And you know, you just need to be careful. And the issue you raised, Andy, about, you know, consultant does a report, then it goes to the chief executive and his team to look at, and then to the minister. That's fine, as long as within that report, in the stages, there are aspects of the report that cover the considerations by those different components.
Yes,
so when the minister gets it, he can then.
But the problem with that structure is that you would indicate there a set of decisions made which relate to a department, but in this day and age, most strategic decisions apply right across government, and therefore the strategic decisions should be made higher than the operational level.
Yeah, but there are still decisions that aren't at that strategic level, but are still policy decisions. So it's not just one level. You've got the strategic, which is the big umbrella, to use a term. I think I used that in my time. And then below that sits the department's policies, and below that then is the operational aspect, which is done by the civil servants based on those structures. So you're still going to have something like that. The problem is, the Isle of Man's not alone in having these problems. Everywhere's having them. There's great pressure on governments to provide more and more and more at less and less cost. And that's part of the problem as well.
Beth?
You are listening to Manx Radio's Election Night special programme. We are still waiting for 3 results, and we have been told a count is being checked in Garth. So we wait to see what time that declaration will be made. But you are listening to Manx Radio. We are online, we're on air. You can watch us on Facebook and YouTube and through manxradio.com as well. It is now coming up to 1 a.m. Let's join Sian Cowper for the latest news now. Moramai, Sian.
Moramai, the Treasury Minister, has been re-elected in Ayr and Michael, but his Council of Ministers colleague Tim Baker has missed out. The Infrastructure Minister finished 3rd in the poll behind Alf Cannon and newcomer Tim Johnston. Mr Cannon secured a clear majority with 2,117 votes. He says there are many challenges ahead for the Isle of Man.
Throughout this election, we've discussed multiple issues, many serious and complex issues facing the island, from COVID to climate change, from housing to health and hospitals. And now we face a winter potentially of rising energy costs and potentially some food shortages as well. The next government will have to hit the ground running as much as it possibly can, but it's vital that we put together a proper plan for this island.
Mr Baker loses his seat after just one term representing the constituency. He says he has no unfinished business.
I've served them to the best of my ability for the last 5 years, and to be honest, I've achieved in one term what I thought I could probably achieve in 2 terms. So from that point of view, there's no unfinished business from my point of view. I am disappointed because I felt that I would have been adding value going forward, and whoever the Chief Minister is going to have a very tough challenge, particularly as it looks as though there's a pretty decimated Council of Ministers.
Mr Johnston received 1,203 votes to finish second in his first House of Keys election. He says the Chief Minister's election has to be a priority now.
I think that the number one and most important thing, the next thing, is to make sure that the new House chooses the right Chief Minister, and that's something let's see who's going to put themselves up for that, and make sure we choose the right person for the next 5 years.
Home Affairs Minister Graham Cregeen has lost his seat in the House of Keys. He failed to be re-elected in Albury, Castletown and Maloo, coming in last with 730 votes. Jason Morehouse topped the poll with 1,988.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. Just thank you to the people of Albury, Castletown and Maloo for voting for me and really helping me achieve this. Thank you very much.
And what do you think has resulted in such a significant showing in the polls?
I think I've tried to be that link between local people and national government, and I think that's really crucially important, and I want to be approachable and help move things forward.
Manx Radio's former news editor and political newcomer Tim Glover took the second seat with 1,818 votes.
Well, it's a heck of a job application, isn't it, to be tramping around a constituency like Albury, Castletown and Maloo, all together crossing a box, but there was positivity out there all the way, right from the start, so obviously that's got to be converted into votes, and I'm delighted it has.
The Manx Labour Party now has 2 MHKs in the House of Keys. Joni Farragher topped the polls in Douglas East, taking 741 votes.
I want to represent absolutely everybody in Douglas East, not just the people who voted for me, so I just want to make that very clear that I'm an accessible politician.
She'll serve alongside Claire Barber, an independent politician who was returned after being first elected in 2016. Mrs Barber says there's lots more work to be done.
For me, I want to really focus on getting the secondary legislation right on some of the big pieces of legislation we've already brought through. We need to absolutely focus around the climate change agenda. We need to get the affordable housing situation very much under control. There's going to be a large number of policies needed on that. And looking at economic recovery and growth, we've been through an incredibly difficult position for the whole of the world, and that certainly had an impact here on the island.
Claire Christian and Sarah Maltby have topped the polls in Douglas South. It's the first time in history 2 women took seats at the same constituency, ahead of the result in Douglas East. Manx Labour Party candidate Sarah Maltby topped the poll with 1,244 votes.
Couldn't really. If I was 10 years younger, I'd do a cartwheel, but I just can't.
Well, don't let me stop you.
Yeah, I'm not usually speechless, but that's amazing. Thank you so much for everyone who turned out today.
She was closely followed by Claire Christian, who was just 2 votes behind.
It's just such a momentous moment that 2 females have got into, as you know, in a constituency as MHKs. It's the first time in history. It's absolutely phenomenal. I absolutely would like to just say I'm so sorry that there wasn't enough positions for all of the candidates of Douglas South, because everybody was very good.
David Ashford and John Wannenberg have been elected as MHKs for Douglas North. The Health Minister topped the poll with 1,567 votes.
It's been a hard-fought election. All of the candidates have worked very hard in this election, and here we have the results. I'm honoured and privileged that the people of Douglas North have put their trust in me for a second time, and that just under 80% of those who came out to vote today cast a ballot for me.
He was followed by newcomer John Wannenberg, who received 753, and whose message to his constituents was simple.
I'm going to deliver as much as I can on everything in my manifesto.
A member of the Legislative Council and a former radio presenter have been elected to serve the constituency of Middle. Jane Poole Wilson comfortably topped the poll with 1,788 votes, creating a vacancy in Ledgeco. She says her experience as an MLC will help her make a strong start in the House of Keys.
It's become clear to me that it would be even better if we could share more of what Tynwald does and what each branch does and brings to it. But from a personal point of view, I definitely feel like I am experienced now in how Tynwald operates and the workings of government. And yes, I think it does put me in a strong position to start this period as a representative of the House of Keys.
Stu Peters claims the second seat after securing 965 votes and says he'll represent the silent majority.
Well, I'm standing for common sense and I'm standing for accountability. Those are the two things that I'm promising to the people of Middle and to the wider Island over the next 12 months. I'd like to think that I'm going to be the voice for the silent majority who feel alienated by politics.
Ewan Watterson has been elected with a large majority for a fourth term representing Rushen in the House of Keys. The former Speaker of the House of Keys, who is now the longest-serving member of the House, received 2,384 votes. Mr Watterson says he's humbled by the support.
Yeah, I do think so. I mean, I know that we've had a growth in population in Rushen over the last 5 years, but my vote's gone up by at least that proportional amount. And I'm honoured and I'm humbled to once again be representing the people of Rushen. There is no greater honour than to be a member of the House of Keys and represent people to have their best interests at heart and to have them put their faith in you not once but now 4 times, and I'm greatly honoured.
He's joined by newcomer Dr Michelle Haywood, who picked up 1,386 votes.
Thank you to everyone tonight for the count, and thank you to Mark and the team. Thank you to all of my team that did the stamping, the stickering, the flyers. Thank you to the fellow candidates, and mostly thank you to my family and friends who've been so supportive through this process. And the hard work doesn't stop yet. It starts tomorrow.
There was no change in Douglas Central. The 2 MHKs who've represented the constituency since 2016 have held on to their seats for another 5-year term. Anne Corlett topped the poll with 1,400 votes.
Wow, I'm just overwhelmed, totally humbled and committed to work hard with integrity and honesty for the next 5 years.
Chris Thomas took the second seat with 1,319.
Thank all of the other candidates for their contribution to a fair and reasonable election and look forward to the next 5 years.
There's no change in Onken either, as Rob Callister and Julie Edge have been re-elected. Both have been returned for a second term in the House of Keys, having first been elected in 2016. Mr Callister topped the poll with 1,600 votes and is calling for all members to work together.
We're going to need a team Tynwald. We're going to need a team House of Keys for the next 5 years to overcome the challenges this island's going to face in the next few years. What I do ask is patience from the people of the island as we navigate our way through these challenges, but at the end of it we will come through it stronger and better.
Ms Edge was second with 1,363.
I think it's proven today, from the number of votes that both of us got on the ballot paper today, that the people of Onken recognise that we've both done a good job for Onken, and I'll continue. And, congratulations to Rob, and we will continue to work for the best interests of the people of Onken.
And finally, female politicians on the Isle of Man have made history. 8 women have been elected as MHKs so far, the highest number in the House of Keys history. Anne Corlett, Sarah Maltby, Claire Christian, Jane Poole Wilson, Julie Edge, Dr Michelle Haywood, Joni Farragher and Claire Barber have all been elected. A total of 15 women have stood in this election. Manx Radio News at 1:09, our next at 2 o'clock. In the meantime, keep up to date by following Manx Radio on social media or going to manxradio.com.
Manx Radio, General Election 2021.
It is 1:10. We are still waiting for 3 constituency results. When they will come in is anyone's guess at the moment. I just want to have a quick think about turnout. Interestingly, there was that new voting trial in Douglas South where constituents could vote in any polling station. I don't know whether I'm right because I'm not the figures person. Paul Crane, who's with us, is much better at figures than I am. But I think that Douglas South, their turnout 47%, up from 40% last time. And I think, am I right? I don't, Paul, we've sort of talked about this. I think every other constituency so far is showing...
Those are down, aren't they? Paul.
I haven't followed all the figures, I'm afraid. Yeah.
It looks like you've got on your dial here. Mostly it's down.
Yeah.
But Douglas South showing it up. So that's this interesting thing about voting,
it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Which might be a way forward for getting figures up, if that's the case.
If that is the case. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, I mean,
and there it is.
And there it is.
Okay, did you bring up earlier that there's more people on the voting list, therefore you can't use percentages necessarily, you need to see numbers. You're the cruncher, what have you found? Have you had a chance to look at it?
Sorry, I haven't seen the numbers. I've been so isolated in the last 3 days' work. So I'm not sure what the total numbers. I saw that the figures for the total number registered was up to 65,000. The population is unlikely to have risen in that period, but until we get the census, that's not clear. But it appears unlikely to have risen, maybe only by a little bit. So that looked a good figure, up 5,000, but that hasn't borne in terms of this. So the turnouts, it must be down. Until I map that data, it's hard to see the patterns, because the patterns last time came out very clearly with a higher turnout down the western side of the island, down the east. And looking at the data, that doesn't jump out at you till you stick it on a map and explore it. So it would be interesting to see that. But it's been a remarkable evening. I mean, I keep picturing the new Keys house with 4 women in the front benches, which is quite a change. Visually it'll be changed for the people sitting in there. We've got 8 women at least, with possible furthers to come. So quite remarkable.
Paul, what's making your exit polls so much more on the money this time? Because you got this postal vote thing, which you thought might skew it slightly. You had this unknown quantity. What's made you get?
I'd love to say, oh yes, we've got a superior method. We haven't. I can't take credit really. The young people go out and ask the questions. They've been diligent and they've worked really hard. In some of the constituencies we've asked 400 people who they voted for.
I was going to say, what sample size do you aim for?
Well, you can't really aim the sample size. You put the students in a polling station, and if polling's quiet, they don't capture many people. I had 2 or 3 students today sending me emails saying we've got this, but we had an awful lot of people who wouldn't answer. Especially, it appeared that the far north and the far south at one stage was what I was sort of seeing in the pattern. So the rural areas, I think in Douglas, people appeared to be more willing to respond, but. No, I can't put it down to anything. We've been extremely fortunate, or the pattern of voting has been very clear.
Are you going to do it next time?
There's a leading
Don't ask
question.
him yet. Don't ask him yet.
Are you going to do it next time?
The key issue in there, given the experience of one of the schools today, would be, will the schools do it next time? Because there was an unpleasant experience, and that has been part of the picture.
Can you be a bit more specific about it?
Well, there was a degree of abuse of young people, and no, I wouldn't go beyond that. But it left the staff of the school. I got a phone call saying, "Paul, we're really, really sorry, but we're withdrawing our students from the 5 to 6 o'clock session."
Well, as long as we can bottom that out and just see where it came from, because I mean that. That sort of thing.
Just going to interrupt you there, because at 13 minutes past 1, we can head to Garth and Ian Cottier.
Well, high drama in Garth. We've had a recount, and, I'm going to hand over now to the returning officer, Mr. Miles Benham, who will give you the outcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Miles Benham, the Deputy Returning Officer for Garth. I can now declare the results for the House of Keys election for the constituency of Garth. The total number of votes cast for each candidate are as follows. Daphne Kane, 1,122 votes. Martin Perkins, 971 votes. Andrew Smith, 1,112 votes. Jamie Smith, 576 votes. Gareth Young, 1,021 votes. I hereby give notice that each of Daphne Kane and Andrew Smith are hereby elected. The total number of voters voting at the election, other than voters whose ballot papers have been rejected, is 2,718. The number of rejected ballot papers under each head is Want of official mark, 0. Voting for more candidates and vacancies to be filled, 2. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified, 0. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 5. Thank you.
So there you have it. The successful candidates are Daphne Kane, one of the sitting members, and Andrew Smith. Daphne, what have you got to tell us? It's been a while waiting.
It's been a long time, and there were 5 very worthy candidates, I think, and the vote, the results are testament to the quality of the candidates that came forward. It was a really positive election in terms of the mutual respect, and I think a lot of consensus in the debate. But I am really humbled as well as delighted that I've topped the poll at this time, and look forward to getting back to work.
And getting back to work, have you any ambitions for the future 5 years?
Oh, definitely to do the best for the island and for the people of Garth particularly.
Well, you've made your mark already, and I'm quite certain that you've got some priorities in mind. What about ambitions for yourself? Can you see yourself in ministerial garb?
I would be happy to serve in whatever capacity was felt to be the most appropriate, and I look forward to seeing the other results come in once we get out of here. Thank you.
Congratulations again.
Thanks very much.
Andrew Smith, persistence has paid off.
Yes, third time, lucky somebody would say, but it's been a well-run campaign, a mutual respect amongst all candidates. Obviously grateful thanks to my long-suffering wife and family, many long hours, and today a very long day and a very long night. But I'm very pleased that the people have put the trust in me, and I want to repay that trust over the next 5 years.
And you're voted in by the population of Garth, but you're taking on a national role now. How do you resolve that?
That's right. Well, I'm happy to do that, and I'm happy to both represent the people of Garth, but more importantly the people of the Isle of Man, because we need now to build a brighter future and ensure that we've got a healthy economy for both the current generation and the future generations.
Well, congratulations again, and I hope it all comes up to your expectations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Martin Perkins, disappointed?
I've got it, yeah, I'll admit I am a bit disappointed, but politics is a brutal game, isn't it?
Well, brutal, yes. Everybody has said that it's been an amiable campaign.
Oh yes, yeah. The candidates have been exemplary in how they've, interacted with each other. We had certain posters destroyed by the antivirus people, but we all agreed that we wouldn't say anything about it and give them publicity on it. And it's all very close, wasn't it? That's the thing.
Well, it's the second year that there has actually been a recount.
Yes, yeah, and it was exactly the same 5 years ago, and we got some very good candidates, and I wish them very well.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
That is it, Ben, and from myself, Howard, and Ian at Garth, back to Beth.
We're back live on Manx Radio. It's election 2021. I'm Andy Wint with Beth Espey, assorted guests, and it's all happening in Garth. How about that? Daphne Kane returned. Andrew Smith, long-time trier, in second place. In third, Gareth Young, who was the Manx Labour candidate with 1,021. Then it was the previous sitting MHK, Martin Perkins, and James Smith was the bottom of the poll there with a creditable 576. Well, still to come, we're being told, you might be happy to know, that Glenfabrum Peel could be well after 1 o'clock. Well, it's well after 1 o'clock, so it could be well after 2 o'clock. Who knows? Could even be Central European time. And Ramsey's still waiting there as well. They may be swimming around the bay until that happens, but lots of candidates. So just 2 more to come in. That's for Glenfabrum Peel. And for Ramsey, chin up, Beth. How's things going?
She's having a laughing attack.
She's having a. Beth just becoming hysterical at this time.
I'm just really tired.
No,
that's no excuse.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Martin going, the elm trees and all that sort of thing. Do you think that had any effect on it?
Well, the thing is that, remember, it's Garth is a weird constituency. You know, it's a long, thin constituency that starts on the lower reaches of Ramsey and goes down to the bottom of to Onken. So it's difficult to get around there. Different constituencies almost within it as well. Mackle's different.
Yeah, I mean, these people in Onken are really kicking off. They don't want to be in Garth, do they?
Well, yeah, but
and they're in it, and they're sort of protesting, I heard. I'm not
Don't
voting,
ask Tony Brown about the two seats per constituency. He'll be here all night as well. But I know you're a great plotter, Paul. So who do you think, don't deny it, who do you think are going to be in for ministry jobs?
In this one now? Or
yeah.
Well, obviously
in
Daphne.
all of them.
Ah, well, first of all, we discussed this earlier. People who have already been in immediately have the advantage. Although Mr. Harman did get in straight away, didn't he? When he went in, I think he went straight in as a minister.
What about the Speaker?
The Speaker will be Dewan.
You think so?
Because I think he wants presidency, so he'll do 5 years doing that, I would think.
Some people have mooted him as Chief Minister material. Quite a few people during the election debate programmes that we did.
I think he wants the President's job because that's what he likes doing, that sort of thing. It's the ceremonial thing, and I think, therefore, that's the way to go. I don't think Chief Minister would be in his... But never say never. I mean, you know, the White Knight...
He clearly went for President and didn't get it.
Yeah, but another 5 years. He just went too early,
To be fair to Dewan, I think he knew even before the election that he wasn't going to achieve presidency. It was just that he wanted to. He's mindful to go for it. Said he was, realised it wasn't going to be possible, but then didn't withdraw because he thought, and we all thought, it was important to actually exercise an election on it rather than have.
On my 5-year interviews, when he first announced that he wanted the presidency, and it was a bit of a bolt out of the blue for the sitting president who knew nothing about. There was a vacancy at that stage for the position, so that set the hairs running slightly. I thought he was putting his marker down. That he did, if I'm going to be the president, no one else needs to apply, and it obviously didn't quite work out that way. Also, how does that affect? It clearly didn't affect the doorstep votes because some people may have said, "Well, are you interested in vote? Being our MHK, or are you just more interested in doing these bigger jobs?"
I'm glad it didn't affect. I mean, it showed a certain maturity on the part of the electorate then.
And Dewan is strong in Russian.
Yeah.
He is strong in Russian. You can't take that away from him. And at this stage, he's still a bit young to be president, I would suggest, because of the nature of the role. In 5 years, or a bit plus, he won't be.
I wouldn't expect him to stand for Chief Minister, though. I would expect
you could
him
have
to
the
go
situation, can't you? We'll keep talking about it. You could have Alex Allison, if we don't know, obviously, yeah, and you've got Alf, who definitely wants it, obviously, clearly he's done that before. So if those two can't get the majority...
Alex is the one who's declared for Chief Minister.
Alf is desperately wanting that position. I mean, clearly 5 years ago he wanted it, so he's not going to change his mind now.
Well, then if he's desperate, he's certainly managed to contain that appearance.
He's eager. Let's get the right word, because desperate sounds really bad. So he would love it. Let's say he'd enjoy it if he got...
In your opinion?
Yeah, I know Alf, and I think everyone, he's keen and he's got ambition.
Well, and I'm keen that he gets it. So.
Right, and therefore, what I'm saying is you get those two and they can't get a clear majority. You could have the White Knight situation, which I thought might have been Chris Thomas.
No, I don't think so.
But you see...
The public perception, though, again, Chris Thomas again was another name that's been mentioned.
Coming up, I know. That's right. I would say surprise.
But now we can go over to Ramsey and join Chris Pearson.
Evening. Hey, welcome back to the St Paul's Church Hall in Ramsey. The returning officer, Robert Jelski, is ready to announce the result.
Good morning. Sorry, it's been so long, but it's been a very complicated count, as you know, having watched it all here today and tonight. So I will now, in my capacity as the Deputy Returning Officer, give notice that the total number of votes given for each candidate in the election here in Ramsey is as follows. Alexander John Allenson, 1,557 votes. Robert Douglas Cowell, 679 votes. Laurie Lee Hooper, 1,657 votes. Jonathan David Kinraid, 345 votes. Simon Edgar Mann, 555 votes. Luke Parker, 664 votes. Leonard Ian Singer, 405 votes. And Erica Leslie Spencer, 438 votes. The total number of voters who voted in the election in the constituency of Ramsey was 3,367. The number of rejected ballot papers in the election was 4, and all those were rejected as a result of being either unmarked or were void for uncertainty. I therefore hereby give notice that the candidates elected at the above election here in Ramsey are as follows. Laurie Lee Hooper of the Riggs, Mount Aldin, Ramsey, IMH3PJ, and Alexander John Allenson of the Rectory, St Olive's Close, Ramsey, IM83HA. I have been requested by the Cabinet Office to present these envelopes to each of the successful candidates. Mr. Hooper and Mr. Allenson. I would now invite the successful candidates, if they wish to do so, to say a few words. Thank you.
I'd just like to say thanks very much to everyone that supported me throughout this campaign, especially those of you that are here tonight. Thanks very much to everyone out there who decided to cast their votes for me. Hopefully I won't let you down. And as I've said throughout this campaign, there's a lot of work to be done, so I'm not going to spend any more time talking. Let's get home, get to bed, and get back to work. Thanks very much.
I'd really like to thank the returning officer and all the staff. It's been a very long 5 years since Laurie and I were first elected in to represent the people of Ramsey. It's been an exceptionally long day today, and I'd like to thank you all for everything you've done. I'd also like to thank all the other candidates for the way they've handled themselves during this campaign, and particularly the way they've handled themselves through all the hustings we've been through, and today. It's been a very dignified campaign, which I think is very fitting with the way we deal with things in Ramsey. We have lots of challenges ahead in the next 5 years, but I'm very grateful and proud that Laurie and I can work together again, as we have done for the last 5 years, to represent the people of Ramsey in Tynwald, and also, hopefully, take our nation forward. So thank you very much for what's been a very long day, but also to the people of Ramsey who have come out to vote for all the candidates, but actually elected to who can work together for our town. Thank you.
Laurie Hooper, if I can just come to you with some questions. Talk about the marina to start with.
Oh, yeah.
You said you didn't want it on South Beach when we had our debate recently, but you said it was a madcap idea. Are you still of that opinion?
I still am. It's still a nature reserve. Nothing's changed since last week, as far as I'm aware, so I don't see why anything should have changed.
And what do you think should happen going forward with that plan?
Well, to my mind, I think there are alternative options that could be viable in Ramsey, especially inside the harbour. If that doesn't go ahead for whatever reason, then to my mind, the Minister for Infrastructure, whoever he is or she is that's appointed in the next couple of weeks, needs to come down quite firmly and just say thanks but no thanks.
We had the recent episode with a stabbing in the town. We spoke about law and order, and social care was very much one of your main focuses. What are you hoping to do with that?
It's a difficult one, if I'm honest. I think social care and mental health challenges have come up quite a few times during this campaign, so there's a lot of work to be done. A lot of it comes down to funding, a lot of it comes down to resources, but again, it's going to be up to this government, this Chief Minister, whoever they are, to kind of take the lead on that, I think.
There was a lot of talk about moving government positions from Douglas to here. You spoke about maybe 150 positions. Still of that opinion?
I would like to see as many people as possible working in Ramsey, especially if they already live here. So no, the idea of getting a government hub set up where anyone that works for government can work in Ramsey or in Peel or in Castletown, absolutely. I think we need to spread some of the work around outside of Douglas and start rejuvenating and revitalising our local economies.
Big issue, the economy. What do we do to get the wheels back on?
I think the wheels are already on for the most part. I think it's the domestic sectors that have struggled most, and I think they're going to need a bit of help and a bit of support, and it's probably going to need to be quite long term, if I'm honest. The last time around, after the financial crash in 2008, I think government did the wrong thing, didn't invest, didn't plan ahead, and we ended up with 10 years of wage stagnation and difficult times, whereas now we know what we need to do is to do that better, do it differently. Actually do invest in things like our local businesses and local education, local support, and really just make sure we keep that going.
And looking at another sort of hot potato is the health situation, obviously recovering from COVID, waiting lists. What are your thoughts on what we need to do?
Again, I think like I talked about in my manifesto and I've talked about with people on the doorstep, it comes down to funding, it comes down to a bit more focus, I think, and just a little bit more letting the doctors know do what they do best, really, and a little bit less interference from politicians.
It's now just 1:30 in the morning. Electronic voting, a future for the Isle of Man?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I think any kind of system that enables people to vote closer to where they are is got to be beneficial, online, electronic, whatever you want to call it. I think that's definitely coming.
And what are your first priorities when you go into the office, either tomorrow or Monday, whenever it may be? What will be your first priorities as you start to move towards the new MHK role, or the renewed?
I think the first question we're going to be asked to answer, I suppose, is who's the next Chief Minister going to be and what kind of government are they going to lead and who are they going to bring with them as their top team. At the moment, we still haven't had all the results, so I have no idea who that might be.
Are you interested?
No.
All right, Hooper, thank you very much. I'm going to turn to Dr. Allinson, if I may. Dr. Allinson, congratulations. The marina, you said you were in favour but couldn't see it happening due to a lack of funding. So what happens next?
Well, I've always had an open mind in terms of any development that's going to bring prosperity and jobs to Ramsey and to the north of the island. In terms of the marina in the bay, there are lots of hurdles for that to progress. What's annoyed me is that in the last 3 years nothing has happened from the people who proposed it, apart from elicit a huge amount of concern and anxiety amongst the residents of Ramsey, particularly in South Ramsey. I'd like a definitive answer from the Department for Infrastructure in terms of whether they're going to go ahead with these expressions of interest, and that will be the next step.
There were lots of oohs and ahs when we held the debate and the various other hustings and debates that went on about the marina. How do you take people with you on that journey?
Well, the job of a representative of Ramsey is to represent all the people of Ramsey, all the views that are there, and to take that forward into Tynwald. And that's certainly what I'll be planning to do. I'm working with Laurie Hooper again over the next 5 years to make sure that everyone has a voice in Tynwald and in our Parliament.
We mentioned Law and Order there with Laurie Hooper. You talked in the debate with Manx Radio about engaging young people who aren't interested in sport, who are a bit of an easier win. What are your plans? What can we do as a society for that?
Well, again, you're jumping to conclusions that law and order is a youth issue. Actually, it isn't, particularly in Ramsey. Law and order is everyone's issue of every age. And I think as a society, we need to get behind our police force, we need to get behind our community services and support them in terms of creating a better society. But again, we have to get away from this idea of demonising youth for whatever reason. The problems we've had in Ramsey recently, the problems we've seen across our island after the pandemic in terms of drug use and violence are not just confined to youth. And it is a common problem that we need to deal with together.
None of this comes cheap, obviously. It's all going to cost money. What are your thoughts on how, as a society, we're going to get that money together?
Well, as my colleague Laura Hooper has already said, now is not the time for austerity. Now is not the time to cut back. Now is the time to heal. Now is the time to invest in our infrastructure. Now is the time to deal with some of the really key problems which the pandemic has shone a spotlight on, such as affordable housing, such as social care, such as health, such as intergenerational fairness, and tackling climate change as well. To do that, it does cost money, but we need to grow the economy to do that. And also, Treasury have already said that they're going to take out a bond issue for long-term investment in just those areas that mean so much, not only to the people of Ramsey, but to the people of the island as a whole.
As a GP, health obviously still an issue which is very close to your heart. One, would you be interested in the health ministry if it was available? And two, what do you think we need to do to get the health service function in a way that sort of gets people through quicker?
I mean, transformation of healthcare has already started in terms of the creation of Manx Care. What we need is an accountable healthcare system, a fully funded, not only healthcare system, but social care system as well, to actually heal some of these risks that are quite apparent at the moment. In terms of who leads that, actually, I think it's everyone's job. It's not just the Minister for Health and Social Care. We need to get behind what is very much a concerted effort to improve the lives of all the people on our island.
And just a couple of last questions. Priorities. What's the biggest thing on Dr. Alex Allinson's table?
The biggest priority is actually to heal some of the rifts that have happened within Tynwald. We've gone through with the pandemic periods where people have been isolated, where they've been working at home rather than working together. We've seen with the nature of the debates that some of that's become quite fractious. What we need is effective government, but also effective scrutiny and an effective Tynwald. And so what we need to do when we hit the ground running tomorrow is actually bring people back together again, make sure we have that common purpose, that common function to represent the people who put us here tonight.
And just one final question. Dr. Alex Allinson, Chief Minister?
That's up to my colleagues in Tynwald to decide when we meet next week, when we get sworn in, and then when we can see who would be the best man or woman for the job.
Dr. Alex, thank you very much. That's it from St Paul's Church Hall, here in Ramsey at just gone 25 to 2 in the morning, with Laurie Hooper and Dr. Alex Allinson nominated as the successful candidates here in the election.
Chris Pearson, thank you very much indeed. So Laurie Hooper topping the poll there, Alex Allinson. Exactly 100 votes between them, if I've written down those figures correctly. Now, I just want to raise an interesting point here that, again, was one of our debate programmes, Andy, when we were talking about Chief Minister, and I can't remember exactly who it was who said that it should not be the second candidate in a constituency who is able to go for Chief Minister, so it shouldn't be the person who didn't get the most votes.
Yeah, I remember somebody raising that. I don't know how valid... I don't know. It was Chris Thomas, I think, who raised it. I don't know how valid Chris Robertshaw and Tony Brown think that is.
It's nonsense, isn't it? Whether you come in first or second, you're still elected. And as far as the constituency is concerned, you're equal. I mean, people forget the votes. You keep them, we keep them. But, I mean, they're the members, so they have every right to be available to be Chief Minister. What the Keys now will have to do is judge who they believe is the right person for that job for the next 5 years.
We're being told that Glenn Faber will hopefully be sometime in the next 10 minutes for Glenn Faber and Peel. Our exit poll showed for Glenn Faber and Peel, Kate Lord-Brennan topping the poll, but Raymond Harmer, Leo Cousins and Tim Crookall close behind. So that was the projection. Kate Lord-Brennan to win, to top the poll, Tim Crookall, Leo Cousins and Raymond Harmer after that. So we will see, but a new House of Keys is taking shape, Beth Espey.
It really is. And is it 9 women so far? Have I got that right? 9 women so far. Is it 9 new faces?
Yeah, it could be 10.
So we'll see what happens in a moment. Just listening to Dr. Alex Allinson. Sorry, I'm poking my pen at Paul Moulton here. Just listening to Dr. Alex Allinson there, Teresa Cope. You sort of mentioned something about public health.
I just think it's really, really important that we get a really comprehensive population health strategy in place, which really...
I'm going to have to stop you there, because
we
can go to Glenn Faber and Peel.
Last but not least.
And Dave Moore.
With Sally Bolton, the Deputy Returning Officer, about to make the announcement.
And I'd like to say thank you to everybody who's been patiently waiting. I'm sorry it has taken such a long time, but we have reached a very careful conclusion, and we now have the figures, and I can announce the... first of all, I'll announce the total ballot papers put in Peel and Glenn Faber was 3645. And out of a total, there were 6 spoiled, and the total number of electors is 6,380. So there was a turnout of about 57.13 from the in the electorate. From the votes cast, we have Mr. Boot at 273, Trevor Cowan 1070. Tim Crookall 1134, Leo Cousins 855, Ray Harmer 1073, Mike Lee 201, and Kate Lord-Brennan 2150. Thank you everybody for your patience, and thank you to the candidates for their patience tonight and their good humour. And I'd also like to thank my polling staff and everybody who's helped in the election. It's always a difficult day in some ways, but most enjoyable to me anyway. And I hope that everybody has had an interesting time anyway. And now let's all go to bed. Thank you.
Well said. Okay, let's speak with, first of all, topping the poll, Kate Lord-Brennan. Congratulations, you're now a member of the House of Keys.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm just really happy to be able to have a chance to do a great job now and kind of getting to work and everything. It's obviously it's late. I'm slightly overwhelmed, but thank you so much to everyone who voted for me, all my supporters. I'm going to give this my best shot.
And what's that first shot going to be?
Well, I mean, I just really want to get some progress made on some of the issues that have been going on in Glenfaber and Peel, and nationally I'm looking forward to establishing what needs to happen next in terms of priorities with others.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Speaking to second in the count, it was very, very close. Hopefully not close enough for a recount, but Tim Crookall back in the Keys again.
Yes, I'm absolutely delighted, and can I just thank everybody that's taken part in today. It's been a really long day, but to the returning officer and her staff, everybody that's put their trust back in me and allowed me to go back into the House of Keys to represent Glenfaber and Peel and represent the island, I will absolutely give it 100%. My thanks mainly to my family and everybody that supported me and saying put their trust back into me. I'm looking forward to working with Kate for Glenfaber and Peel and the rest of the Isle of Man.
What will be different about Tim Crookall this time?
100% same as last time, but it's just different challenges, as Kate has just said. There's lots of big challenges coming up, but we know there's big challenges here in the west of the island that need sorting out as well. We will just give it 100% to do our best for the west.
Okay, thank you. We're looking for Ray Harmer, if Ray's around. I'm not sure if Ray's here. Yeah, we just have to let people through, but I don't know, is Ray here? I know that Jeffrey Boot left a long time ago, so we've lost Ray Harmer and we've lost Jeffrey Boot from the Keys, but that's the situation at the moment. I don't think we're going to get anyone, so back to you guys at the studio. So good night from me here at Glenfaber and Peel.
Dave Moore, thank you very much indeed. Glenfaber and Peel. So Jeffrey Boot and Ray Harmer have lost their seats. So what do we make that? 4 ministers altogether tonight?
Yeah, but 2 ministers in one constituency as well. And for Jeffrey Boot to be just 72 votes above bottom of the poll, Mikey Lee.
Oh, we can now go back to Glenfaber and Peel, where Dave is going to talk to Ray Harmer.
Yes, thank you. Just a little bit of exuberance here from some of the winners, but unfortunately a loser for you this time, Ray, and a close call.
Yes, it was, and just congratulations to Kate. I thought the campaign was, that Kate did was absolutely amazing, outstanding. Just thank everybody for voting for me, and it wasn't to be, but just wish Tim and Kate all the success, and hope a really good 5 years.
Is this the end of your political career now?
Yeah, probably. But I love being part of the community, and that's what I want.
You're obviously upset, but yeah, thanks, Ray. Thank you. Okay, with that, I'll hand you back to the studio. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dave Moore. So a lot of results to digest, Andy.
A lot more women. 4 ministers have gone as well. Some interesting new, although John Wannenberg, I think, was born in Grimsby, of South African heritage as well. So with the Southern African indigenous population really on the Isle of Man. There's a lot of South Africans who live on the Isle of Man. There will be a South African accent in Tynwald, and I think back in the 1960s there was a Rhodesian MHK, but here we are. It's going to be interesting in the House of Keys. We'll all be chewing over the turnout percentages because we're all eager and anxious that people engage in politics, particularly from the bottom end of the spectrum, from youngsters, the 16-year-olds. And, of course, what we have to do is, and our job in the media, is to make sure that the 11-year-olds from today are engaged in politics so that in 5 years' time, at the age of 16, they feel as motivated as Oliver and Archie were earlier on to get involved in politics. And I guess that's where you come in, Paul, as well.
Yeah, I'm still intrigued. What's it say about MLCs going to be MHKs? What's his now saying that they get a political idea, they go in there, then they want to take more control. Therefore, this is what's going to happen more.
Well, often. I think the last intake of MLCs, that last cohort, there was obviously some sort of mission. There were a lot of women who got into Ledco. They obviously had a view of what they thought Ledco was, but obviously political careers evolved. People may go in with one idea, and suddenly the lenses may align, the clouds can part, and they think, oh no, this is what I want to do. And Kate Law-Brennan and Jane Paul Wilson are both of fearsome intellect. So I mean, they know of what they speak.
Do you think Ray Harmer might look for MLC like Cragene might? Because you already said that already.
No, I mean I haven't spoken to Graham at all about it. I just think he would. Graham's a great fit. I think Ray's tonight was probably just disappointed.
It's
too
too
early.
But I mean, still, 1,073, really not that much between the top four. And Paul Crane, this is something that you did pick up. I think we got one of the people wrong, possibly in the exit polls in terms of how close they were. But really, those three behind Kate, not very much between them at all.
No, very close when you get to that. Yeah. In terms of the overall exit polls, I think we've effectively predicted 22 out of the 24, which is remarkable that it's that predictable. Even clearly, that there wasn't much of a difference between those who voted on the day and those who did a postal vote. That hasn't affected the results in that sense. So it's quite surprising. We'd predicted, I think, 9 women in, and now there's 10. You know, we thought that 3 ministers would go, but it's 4 in the end. So we've been very close running right through, and I take my hat off again to the young people and the teachers who got out and did the polling.
Mr. Boot, sorry, disastrous. Disastrous for Mr. Boot there. I mean, he left early. We heard that rumour. We didn't report it at the time, but it just shows you the public feeling that is running on that. Mr. Robert Shaw.
I understand he shook everyone's hand before he left, but I suppose if you're in that position and you get a sense of where it's going, that's probably what you would do, isn't it?
Chris?
Yes, I mean, I think the issue revolves around, and it's an interesting debate for further consideration later, where a constituency with 2 members has both of them ministers, and the feeling that constituency gets left behind. And that must prey on the minds of all the new members, really, as they approach their new duties, as to where they will be in 5 years' time if they're career politicians.
And what's your view on Tim Crookall coming back?
I'm sure that Kate will work well with Tim. I think they both have different characteristics, and that will, I think, play out well for that constituency. I think that'll work.
Do you think the promenade not only took down Tim Baker but also Mr. Harmer? Do you think they blame him for that, or is that not important?
I'm surprised that Ray's vote dropped the degree to which it did. I think Tony knows a little bit more. Is more closely associated with certain people in Peel who felt that this might be the result. So I don't know whether you want to comment.
Well, yes, I mean, certainly from the feedback that I was picking up from Peel, because I have family there and people who were talking, was that in fact they didn't feel there was a support for Ray or for Geoffrey Boot, and clearly Ray wasn't as vulnerable as Jeff Boot, but he was vulnerable. I think also from Jeff Boot's point of view, you have to say, it's not just about him being a minister, it's not just about whatever. You don't lose thousands of votes for no reason. And I don't know what the reason is, but to go down to 273 votes is dramatic. Yeah. And what the underlying matter was, we don't know.
Well, let me just say that if there's the parallel, then Jeff Boot had a great difficulty in taking the House with him. And that's a fact, both in Tynwald and in Keys.
And I think it's interesting too, if you look at the votes of Trevor Cowan, Tim Crookall and Ray Harmer, they're all close. So there's not much between those three, and basically it was literally a few votes, and the one who got the most of those few made it in. You know, interesting result for that constituency, I think.
But it'll be interesting to see how many women are in the new Council of Ministers.
It will. Will it become a co-women instead of? No.
But it'll go from 0 anyway upwards. It can only go up.
Well, it will. If you look at the those who are established members who are now entering their second house on the female side, or who have previous experience. Even in Legco, it's quite a number. It's going to be a fascinating few weeks, isn't it?
But I think you've got to be realistic. Whoever the Chief Minister is, presumably, is going to judge which members he believes will help him or her lead the Isle of Man. And to be honest, whether they're male or female is irrelevant.
No, I wasn't suggesting.
No, I'm not saying you are. No, I'm just responding generally.
Yeah.
And I think we just need to keep it a bit realistic, really, so that people don't get the impression, oh, it's going to be women because they're women. It's not.
No.
It's going to be because they have experience, they are knowledgeable, they are good at their job as an MHK, and the Chief Minister, whoever it is, will judge that from the membership he's got. And, you know, you're talking about, if he's not going to have any MLCs in the government as ministers, he's only got 22 people to pick from. Because he'll have been, or she will have been Chief Minister, and the Speaker's out of the picture. So he's only got 22, and he's got to pick 9 other ministers out of 22, of which half the House is new. So it's pretty limited.
Is there a chance that people will be offered ministerial positions and think, no thanks?
Well, it's always a possibility. Some people don't want to be ministers. A lot of people are very proud that they are asked to be a minister. And generally, you tend to find that if a member is offered a position as a minister, after talking it through with the Chief Minister, that happens. But the real issue is the judgment of the Chief Minister to get a team that they feel confident with, who will help make sure the island is successful.
And I wanted to ask you about this, Tony Brown. You've chosen people. Does there ever come a point where you think about a certain person and then you just suddenly think no? How do you know if somebody hasn't got it?
To be honest, it's only experience of sitting in the House. I mean, I mentioned before, I was fortunate because I was Speaker. So as a Speaker, you have a lot of time to observe members, how they work, what they do. Your relationship is so different than if you're a Minister, because you're not in that fighting mode, if you like, all the time. And you have to read people. And to be honest, and it doesn't matter whether it's somebody working for Manx Radio or somebody in the House of Keys, you know the people who aren't as effective as others. You will always try and pick the best team you can. There are limitations, and certainly whoever's Chief Minister is going to have quite a task, because the numbers, as I say, are very limited, if he doesn't include MLCs, and I suspect they won't.
I mean, you don't know whether somebody's going to, you appoint someone as a minister, and their character may change. They may go off and get power mad, and they may... I mean, how do you know? Were you ever wrong choosing a minister?
Never wrong. No,
what
I mean...
a silly question to ask him.
What a silly question.
You're always right.
Getting late. I mean, the answer is, it is a judgment. You are giving a lot of confidence in a member to be a minister, and a lot of trust. The honest answer is, if somebody's not up to the job, the Chief Minister has to get rid of them. It's as simple as
maybe
that.
It was a load of questions saying, were you ever wrong? Did anyone ever disappoint you?
In the ministers, no. I mean, I was very lucky I had a good team. I had the same team. I'm the only one who's been Chief Minister, kept the same team for 5 years.
So no bunch of flowers then for anybody?
No.
Oh.
But I mean, you know, if you gel together well as a team, and the team trust each other, and the leadership, hopefully from the Chief Minister and the Chief Minister, is absolutely clear what you expect from them, whilst respecting their positions and how our system works, then you don't really have problems. And the biggest thing is, whether they're minister or not, whether it's a minister or members, if you got a problem, come and see me. Let's sit down.
We've talked about picking the Chief Minister, and we've talked about the Council of Ministers behind that. But for me, it's then crucial that the next step is getting a programme of government that's right, because this was introduced in the Lord Lisvane report that took place. It ran last time as a programme for government, but it got so bogged down in the detail and minutiae that I felt it ran into the sand in many ways. We could do with a programme for government that's really clear, owned by the House, and able to take things forward collectively, really, but that we know what the priorities are that we're working on, and really work towards those. I think that would help to bring the more joined-up government that
I think that members of the last House arrived at that conclusion, and I think you'll see what you've just said there will emerge this time around.
But don't forget, you've just had elected 24 people with manifestos that are all different and all sorts of wish list subjects, and a lot of them will not understand how you actually make what they want work or whether it can work, and that all has to gel together into something that hopefully gives confidence to the people of the Isle of Man and businesses that the Isle of Man is going to go forward in a positive way.
Teresa Cope, you can put all niceties to one side and your professional capacity. What have you thought of your first Manx election?
Shall we leave the room?
I've enjoyed it, and I've enjoyed having the opportunity to talk about Manx Care, because I think we are at the start of something really, really important. It's important people understand, and I look forward to working with the new ministers going forward.
Paul?
I'd like to ask a question about this business now, about the Chief Minister having, is it 2 weeks, isn't it? This is a whole new way of picking it. What do you think, guys? I mean, is that good? Putting forward...
I got it extended for 7 days, and I would have liked to have seen it...
Oh, 7 days?
Yeah, extended.
So they've got...
It used to be 7:14, I think it's 14:21 now.
So they've got a fair time before picking.
Well, it's fair. I mean, if you think about... I mean, Tony's just touched on the job a new member has to sort of absorb everything that's going on. To absorb all that, even to work out where the office is and how to get from one place to the other, is actually, because it's a peculiar building, even that alone can take a wee while.
But what's the process now? People have to put their names in when and how long they get and that sort of thing.
Well, I expect the process will start tomorrow in terms of exploring possible candidates, exploring their position. But
you can't be nominated. You have to put yourself forward.
No, you have to have nominations.
Yes. But you nominate yourself. Do you? In other words, put your hand up, say I'd like to take the position, and then you're put forward, right?
No.
It's very formal.
Other people can nominate you, and even if they don't want to do it.
Well, no. Before it gets to the floor of the House, there's been a lot of discussions going on, and let's assume it's 2 people. Those people will start working from tomorrow, talking to the new members and returning members to try to establish where they might stand, and thereafter you get somebody nominating, and then the nomination of 2 more, I think it is. 2 more, and the vote then occurs.
And the vote has to be held within 1 month after a general election.
12th of October, I think, is it down for?
And that's right, and I know you extended it by order, on standing orders.
Can I just ask then, in the meantime, on behalf of the voters and the people of the Isle of Man, who's running the shop?
The ministers.
Right now,
yes.
It's the Council of Ministers that was.
And Howard, technically,
yes.
I don't know if he's back in.
I was talking to Lorraine this morning, and he's slowly improving.
And if he's not able to, he can delegate to a minister to act on his behalf. And I presume that's happened. But I mean, the nation doesn't grind to a halt. Ministers carry on. Ray Hamer will still be a minister until he's replaced. Geoffrey Boot will still be a minister till he's replaced. So the Isle of Man continues, but they're not as active in terms of doing what they have to do as a normal minister, if I use that term, because they actually know that they're going to move on.
Well, we are fast approaching 2 a.m. This programme started 8 hours ago, Andy, and who
Seems
knew
like 8
then
days ago.
what was going to happen? I just want to thank all the guests who've been with us this evening, and Chris Robertshaw, Tony Brown, Paul Crane for those exit polls. Please pass on our thanks to the students and schools involved. We are so grateful. CEO of Manx Care, Teresa Cope, it's been lovely talking to you, and hope to have many more discussions in the future. And Paul Moulton, thank you very much for being here.
You said that in a strange way.
I didn't mean to.
But
it's like I was surprised you hadn't done something wrong.
It's nice to see you back, Paul.
It's lovely to be here. See you again in 5 years.
And thanks to Donald Gelling as well, and Sir Miles Walker earlier on this evening as well.
Kira Sowerby as well.
That's right, the guys from Politibabble. Lots of fun with them as well. And, what a night it's been for those candidates, now whittled down to 24 brand new MHKs sitting in our ancient Parliament. Let's never forget it. We're unique in the world. In the globe, there's nowhere else like the Isle of Man, and there is no other Parliament like Tynwald. So thanks to everybody. Stick around after the news at 2 o'clock. We've got more on the way, including a recap of what's happened. It's 2 a.m. live from the Isle of Man. This is Manx Radio and the news with Sean Cowper. Moromai, Sean.
Moromai. 2 government ministers have lost their seats in Glenfaber and Peel. Geoffrey Boot and Ray Harmer have not been re-elected. Instead, it's a move to the House of Keys for MLC Kate Lord Brennan and a return to the House for former MHK Tim Crookall, as Lord Brennan topped the poll with 2,150 votes.
I'm just really happy to be able to have a chance to do a great job now and kind of getting to work on everything. It's obviously it's late. I'm slightly overwhelmed, but thank you so much to everyone who voted for me, all my supporters. I'm going to give this my best shot.
Mr Crookall, who gained 1,134 votes, said he'll do his best for the West.
I will absolutely give it 100%. My thanks mainly to my family and everybody that supported me and saying put their trust back into me. I'm looking forward to working with Kate for Glenfaber and Peel and the rest of the Isle of Man.
The result means a total of 4 government ministers have lost their seats in this general election. The Treasury Minister has been re-elected in Ayr and Michael, but his Council of Ministers colleague Tim Baker has missed out. The Infrastructure Minister finished 3rd in the poll behind Alf Cannon and newcomer Tim Johnston. Mr Cannon secured a clear majority with 2,117 votes. He says there are many challenges ahead for the Isle of Man.
Throughout this election we've discussed multiple issues, many serious and complex issues facing the island, from COVID to climate change, from housing to health and hospitals. And now we face a winter potentially of rising energy costs and potentially some food shortages as well. The next government will have to hit the ground running as much as it possibly can, but it's vital that we put together a proper plan for this island.
Mr Baker loses his seat after just 1 term representing the constituency. He says he has no unfinished business.
I've served them to the best of my ability for the last 5 years, and to be honest, I've achieved in 1 term what I thought I could probably achieve in 2 terms. So from that point of view, there's no unfinished business from my point of view. I am disappointed because I felt that I would have been adding value going forward, and whoever the Chief Minister is going to have a very tough challenge, particularly as it looks as though there's a pretty decimated Council of Ministers.
Mr Johnston received 1,203 votes in his first House of Keys election. He says the Chief Minister's election has to be the priority now.
I think the number one and most important thing, the next thing, is to make sure that the new House chooses the right Chief Minister, and that's something let's see who's going to put themselves up for that, and make sure we choose the right person for the next 5 years.
Home Affairs Minister Graham Crageen has lost his seat. He failed to be re-elected in Arbury, Castletown and Maloo, coming in last with 730 votes. Jason Morehouse topped the poll with 1,988.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. Just thank you to the people of Arbury, Castletown and Maloo for voting for me and really helping me achieve this. Thank you very much.
And what do you think has resulted in such a significant showing in the polls?
I think I've tried to be that link between local people and national government, and I think that's really crucially important, and I want to be approachable and help move things forward.
Manx Radio's former news editor and political newcomer Tim Glover took the 2nd seat with 1,818.
Well, it's a heck of a job application, isn't it, to be tramping around a constituency like Arbury, Castletown and Maloo, all together cross in a box, but there was positivity out there all the way, right from the start, so obviously that's got to be converted into votes, and I'm delighted it has.
Claire Christian and Sarah Maltby have topped the polls in Douglas South. It was the first time in history 2 women took both seats in a constituency. Manx Labour Party candidate Sarah Maltby topped the poll with 1,244 votes.
Couldn't really. If I was 10 years younger, I'd do a cartwheel. I just can't.
Don't let me stop you.
Yeah, I'm not usually speechless, but that's amazing. Thank you so much for everyone who turned out today.
Claire Christian was just 2 votes behind.
It's just such a momentous moment that 2 females have got into, as you know, in a constituency as MHKs. It's the first time in history. It's absolutely phenomenal. I absolutely would like to just say I'm so sorry that there wasn't enough positions for all of the candidates of Douglas South, because everybody was very good.
The Manx Labour Party now has 2 MHKs in the House of Keys. Joni Farragher topped the polls in Douglas East, taking 741 votes.
I want to represent absolutely everybody in Douglas East, not just the people who voted for me, so I just want to make that very clear that I'm an accessible politician.
She'll serve alongside returning MHK Claire Barber, an independent politician who was returned after first being elected in 2016. She says there's lots more work to be done.
For me, I want to really focus on getting the secondary legislation right on some of the big pieces of legislation we've already brought through. We need to absolutely focus around the climate change agenda. We need to get the affordable housing situation very much under control. There's going to be a large number of policies needed on that. And looking at economic recovery and growth, we've been through an incredibly difficult position for the whole of the world, and that certainly had an impact here on the island.
Daphne Kane has retained her seat in Garth. She topped the poll with 1,122 votes and will remain as the constituency's MHK for another 5 years.
There were 5 very worthy candidates, I think, and the vote, the results are testament to the quality of the candidates that came forward. It was a really positive election in terms of the mutual respect and I think a lot of consensus in the debates, but I am really humbled as well as delighted that I've topped the poll at this time and look forward to getting back to work.
Andrew Smith secured the second seat and says he's looking forward to the challenge ahead.
I'm happy to both represent the people of Garth, but more importantly the people of the Isle of Man, because we need now to build a brighter future and ensure that we've got a healthy economy for both the current generation and the future generations.
Ramsey has re-elected the same 2 MHKs, with Laurie Hooper topping the vote ahead of Dr Alex Allinson. Mr Hooper is the only Liberal Banning candidate to have been elected. He received 1,657 votes, 100 more than the Education Minister. Mr Hooper says supporting the economy is key for the next administration.
I think it's the domestic sectors that have struggled most, and I think they're going to need a bit of help and a bit of support, and it's probably going to need to be quite long term, if I'm honest. The last time around, after the financial crash in 2008, I think government did the wrong thing, didn't invest, didn't plan ahead, and we ended up with 10 years of wage stagnation and difficult times, whereas now we know what we need to do is to do that better, do it differently. Actually do invest in things like our local businesses and local education, local support, and really just make sure we keep that going.
Dr Allinson was asked whether he'll now put himself forward to be Chief Minister.
That's up to my colleagues in Tynwald to decide when we meet next week, when we get sworn in, and then when we can see who would be the best man or woman for the job.
David Ashford and John Wannenberg have been elected as MHKs for Douglas North. The Health Minister topped the poll with 1,567 votes.
It's been a hard-fought election. All of the candidates have worked very hard in this election, and here we have the results. I'm honoured and privileged that the people of Douglas North have put their trust in me for a second time, and that just under 80% of those who came out to vote today cast a ballot for me.
He was followed by newcomer John Wannenberg, who received 753, and whose message to his constituents was simple.
I'm going to deliver as much as I can on everything in my manifesto.
A member of the Legislative Council and a former radio presenter have been elected to serve the constituency of Middle. Jane Poole Wilson comfortably topped the poll with 1,788 votes, creating a vacancy in Ledgeco. She says her experience as an MLC will help give her a strong start in the House of Keys.
It's become clear to me that it would be even better if we could share more of what Tynwald does and what each branch does and brings to it. But from a personal point of view, I definitely feel like I am experienced now in how Tynwald operates and the workings of government. And yes, I think it does put me in a strong position to start this period as a representative of the House of Keys.
Stu Peters claims the second seat after securing 965 votes and says he'll represent the silent majority.
Well, I'm standing for common sense and I'm standing for accountability. Those are the two things that I'm promising to the people of Middle and to the wider Island over the next 12 months. I'd like to think that I'm going to be the voice for the silent majority who feel alienated by politics.
Ewan Watterson has been elected with a large majority for a fourth term representing Rushen in the House of Keys. The former Speaker of the House of Keys, who is now the longest serving member of the House, received 2,384 votes. Mr Watterson says he's humbled by the support he's received.
Yeah, I do think so. I mean, I know that we've had a growth in population in Rushen over the last 5 years, but my vote's gone up by at least that proportional amount. And I'm honoured and I'm humbled to once again be representing the people of Rushen. There is no greater honour than to be a member of the House of Keys and represent people to have their best interests at heart and to have them put their faith in you not once but now 4 times, and I'm greatly honoured.
Newcomer Dr Michelle Haywood, who picked up 1,386 votes, came second.
Thank you to everyone tonight for the count, and thank you to Mark and the team. Thank you to all of my team that did the stamping, the stickering, the flyers. Thank you to the fellow candidates, and mostly thank you to my family and friends who've been so supportive through this process. And the hard work doesn't stop yet. It starts tomorrow.
There's no change in Douglas Central. The 2 MHKs who've represented the constituency since 2016 have held on to their seats for another 5-year term. Anne Corlett topped the poll with 1,400 votes.
Wow, I'm just overwhelmed, totally humbled, and committed to work hard with integrity and honesty for the next 5 years.
Chris Thomas took the second seat with 1,319.
Thank all of the other candidates for their contribution to a fair and reasonable election, and look forward to the next 5 years.
There was also no change in Onchan, as Rob Callister and Julie Edge have been re-elected. Both have been returned for a second term in the House of Keys, having first been elected in 2016. Mr Callister topped the poll with 1,600 votes and is calling for all elected members to work together.
We're going to need a team Tynwald. We're going to need a team House of Keys for the next 5 years to overcome the challenges this island's going to face in the next few years. What I do ask is patience from the people of the island as we navigate our way through these challenges, but at the end of it we will come through it stronger and better.
Julie Edge was second with 1,363.
I think it's proven today, from the number of votes that both of us got on the ballot paper today, that the people of Onchan recognise that we've both done a good job for Onchan, and I'll continue, and congratulations to Rob, and we will continue to work for the best interests of the people of Onchan.
And female politicians on the Isle of Man have made history. 10 women have been elected as MHKs, the highest number in the House of Keys history. Anne Corlett, Sarah Maltby, Claire Christian, Jane Poole-Wilson, Julie Edge, Dr Michelle Haywood, Kate Lord-Brennan, Daphne Kane, Joni Farragher and Claire Barber all secured seats. 15 women stood in this general election. Manx Radio News at 12 minutes past 2. You can recap all of tonight's results on social media or at manxradio.com.
Manx Radio, General Election 2021.
Look at that time, Beth.
I can't quite believe it.
It was it 8 hours ago we started this, and 8 hours ago we didn't have a House of Keys. We have now a brand new House of Keys. What do you think of it so far?
I think it has been as expected in some areas. I think there have been the surprises that perhaps we were hoping for, and I think it is now time for us all to digest what's happened and look forward to that new administration.
If you have a few hours to spare, by the way, you can go to manxradio.com and take a look at our election website to see who's in, who's out, and what their reactions have been. There's still lots to look at as well, and I think the video from our little get-together will be available. I want to say thanks to William King and Phil Gorn, who were at Arbury Castle, Town and Maloo, Judith Lay and Rhiann Evans, who are at Ayr and Michael, Lewis Foster at Douglas Central, Rob Pritchard in Douglas East, Christy de Haven in Douglas North, Simon Richardson in Douglas South, Ian Cottier and Howard Kane, who are in Garth, Dave Moore, who was in Glenfaber and Peel, Simon Clark and Kiri Kermode in Middle, Chris Cave in Onchan, Chris Pearson was in Ramsey, and Mark Tiley was in Rushen, and we had a studio full of guests, all of whom had opinions. And of course it doesn't stop here, because you get all the politics all the time on Manx Radio. You'll see in our news feeds, of course, we broadcast Keys Questions and Tynwald live on Manx Radio. You'll catch that. You'll see all the political stories, and of course you can talk about them live on the air on Man in Line between 12 and 1 every weekday. Beth, good to be with you tonight.
Thank you. And to the team that has made this happen here at Manx Radio, thank you very much. I mean, we could go through all the names, but Simon Quine, Ben Hartley, Alex Brindley, the team of engineers who've worked miracles around all the constituencies, Tessa and Sian down in the newsroom, Amy doing the social media along with Elliot Turnbull as well. Just a magnificent team. And if I've missed anybody out, I'm really sorry. John Moss. John Moss. We're going to hear from John Moss.
We are. Beth and I are going to leave you with a flavour of General Election 2021 in the Isle of Man. From all of the team, from me, Andy Wint, from Beth Espey. Good morning.
The polls are now open in the 2021 Isle of Man general election.
Polling stations for the 2021 House of Keys general election are now closed.
Anything can happen in the next half hour.
Maltby, Sarah Louise, 1,244. Quine, Stephen Paul, 1,094. Therefore I give notice that Claire Christian and Sarah Maltby are duly elected as members of the House of Keys for the Douglas South constituency.
Sarah, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That couldn't have been much closer.
No, it couldn't really. If I was 10 years younger, I'd do a cartwheel.
I accordingly declare that Rob Edward Collister and Julie Marie Edge are duly returned to serve a 5-year term in the House of Keys.
Glover, Timothy Simon, 1818. Morehouse, Jason Robert, 1988. Accordingly, I declare that the said Jason Robert Morehouse and Timothy Simon Glover are elected to represent the constituency of Arbury, Castletown and Maloo.
Ewan Paul Watterson, 2,384. I therefore declare that the candidates elected to the House of Keys for the constituency of Rushen are Ewan Paul Watterson and Michelle Elena K. Haywood.
I look forward to working with Michelle for their greater good over the next 5 years, and the work starts tomorrow. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Ewan Watterson.
I therefore give notice that the candidates elected at today's election are David John Ashford and John Charles Wallenberg.
I'm making the formal announcement as returning officer for the constituency of Douglas Central. I hereby give notice of the election of 23rd September 2021. The candidates elected are Anne Corlett with a number of votes of 1,400, Chris Thomas with a number of votes of 1,319 votes.
As returning officer for the constituency of Arbury, Castletown and Maloo, I declare that the votes cast in the 2021 general election are as follows. Crogene Graham Derrick, 730. Crowther Stephen Raymond, 1488. Glover Timothy Simon, 1818. Morehouse Jason Robert, 1988. Accordingly, I declare that the said Jason Robert Morehouse and Timothy Simon Glover are elected to represent the constituency of Arbury, Castletown and Maloo.
Jane Poole Wilson, 1,788 votes. I hereby give notice that each of Jane Poole Wilson and Stuart Gordon Peters are hereby elected.
I think it does put me in a strong position to start this period as a representative of the House of Keys.
Well, many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, Stu Peters, we've been waiting years to say this. Good result for you, Stu.
Fantastic result, Clarkie. Absolutely exceptional result. Yes, I'm absolutely pleased to bits.
The two members elected to the House of Keys for the constituency of Ayr and Michael are Alfred Louis Cannon, and Timothy Johnston.
Tim Baker, commiserations, Tim. You fought a very, very hard campaign. I know, I live in your constituency. I saw you out in canvassing. Did you get a sense during the campaign that it was running away from you?
No, actually, I felt I was in with a reasonable chance. Obviously, I've been associated with some pretty challenging situations, particularly in the 15 months since coming into council of ministers, which obviously did bring some baggage for me. But I felt that certainly the recognition meters had gone well. I was very happy with my manifesto, and so to be honest, I knew it was always going to be close, but it wasn't that close, and the public have spoken loud and clear.
I'm not sure what to do. So long, oh go on. It's hard, but I'll be through. Are you sure you won't be sorry comes tomorrow?
I therefore declare that Claire Louise Barber and Joni Leanne Farragher are duly elected as the members of the House of Keys for Douglas East.